Well, the flights that were diverted, where did they go?
Well, they could have gone a variety of places. We don't have all that specific information. Typically, when a plane is diverted, it's diverted to the Category X airport, the largest airport that is closest to where they're going, but we don't have specific information.
Planes on the ground right now that are sitting there on the runway. Any indication that perhaps terrorists could be in one of those planes?
Have no idea whatsoever.
Now, when you say shutting down the air side, can you just articulate that a little more?
Certainly.
Is this the, just tell us what you mean by that.
Right. What that means is when you go through your security checkpoint for those customers who are used to going to the airport, anything on the opposite side of that is called that secure side of the airport. And those are the areas that are being closed to the public. They are still keeping open those areas in front of that. They call that the ATO area, or where you can check your bags, that sort of thing, to accommodate any customers' questions and things that might find their way to the airport.
So all folks who are stranded are being moved out, essentially?
Indeed, and being accommodated, those, based upon what the plans are by their respective air carriers, be accommodated in local hotels and things of that nature.
That's all. I'm sorry. One more question, and we're going to have to get back to our business.
I talked with passengers out in the terminal. They said that people who are coming off the planes are having their bags searched or their luggage that comes out of the airport.
That's possible.
That is possible on the part of the air carriers.
Okay, thank you. We'll be back to you. I think the most important thing to take away is that there is no specific threat to this airport, and rest assured that our DPS folks will keep you alerted if anything else is to occur. Thank
Kevin,
you.
what time should we expect another?
Well, there you hear the comments from two officials. I have to be perfectly honest, not sure who they are, whether they work for American Airlines or they work for the airport in Dallas, but they were in Dallas today, and they say at the end of that news conference there is no specific threat to that airport, which will be reassuring to people who are around the airport, but anybody who's wanting to fly anywhere in the country at the moment is unable to do so anyway. But the conditions in the country are of such a confusing nature at the moment that stuff just comes in all the time. We've had authorities in Lexington, Kentucky, tell our affiliate there, WTVQ, just a short while ago, that as a plane is missing from radar in their airspace, and it is simply going to take time in order to sort out whether or not we're looking or at an operation or somehow witnessing or being on the edges of an operation that is continuing to unfold in various parts of the country. We still indeed have a missing aircraft or a missing or not accounted for aircraft from United Airlines. We had a crash near Pittsburgh here today, about which we have only that knowledge, no understanding whatsoever whether or not it is relevant to the others. We do know that the President and the Vice President, and interestingly enough, former presidents, are all now in secure locations. That's Pierre Thomas, our Justice Department reporter, connecting into his sources there to tell us all that. ABC's John McKenzie, who's out on the streets of New York, has spoken to the New York City Fire Department officials, and they report many missing firemen, perhaps as many as 200. And John Miller, been such assistance here this morning that will come as no surprise to you, because you worked these streets for so long, both before you went back to being a reporter as an official with the government and with the police department.
That's right.
And the fire department stays there. I've seen the fire department all my professional life stay there till the bitter end.
Well, you know, they are the people who are always running in when everybody else is running out, and in this case would have been the front line of the evacuating force for the World Trade Center. The fire department has a set plan for a disaster at the World Trade Center. It's an automatic second alarm, which brings more than 175 firefighters. This, of course, brought hundreds more, and their job is to go through the building and bring those people out. And there's really no telling at what stage of the evacuation they were at, or how many of them were still inside when the first building collapsed or the second building collapsed.
I remember 30 some odd years ago, first coming to New York, and there was a building that collapsed, and the firefighters were ultimately the ones to die on almost the very first night I was here at ABC all those years ago. As you say, everybody's going one way and they're going the other way. John, I know that you're listening a lot to the network. By this I mean the police network, and one assumes we're not interrupting and intruding on them. I think that's pretty certain. Give us the general tenor of things at the moment.
Right now, it's a situation that's vastly calmed down. As you hear the operations, which I've been monitoring since the beginning, their voices are now level. This is much more about organizing an incredible crime scene second, but first organizing a massive transport of casualties. They literally have passenger ferry boats, police launches, and other vessels standing by to ferry people away to outer boroughs, helicopters to do the same thing. It's really a tremendous effort to triage the people who are injured, to decide who's viable, who can be saved, who needs immediate attention, who can wait, to categorize them and tag them as such, and then to designate whether they can stand a long ride or just a short ride to the nearest available medical help. That's what's going on, and that's an incredibly large effort. On the other side, there's the investigation, which is unfolding, processing probably the largest crime scene in U.S. history, certainly larger than the Oklahoma City bombing, or even the first World Trade Center bombing, or in this case, because of the size of those two buildings, the twin embassy bombings in East Africa.
Yeah, and that's the Pentagon we're looking at this morning. And I'm sorry, but we have more bad news. Lisa Stark, who covers aviation from us, reports in from Seattle that 2 United flights have now crashed. Now, just so we don't lose track of the numbers, we told you the United Flight 93 going from New York to San Francisco crashed outside Pittsburgh today. We believe now, according to our aviation sources, the United Flight 175, which was a 767 destined to go from Boston to Los Angeles, has crashed, and we do not know where. So we have 4 major commercial aircraft which have been involved in either accidents or violence today. We have the 2 at the trade towers in New York City. We're not certain, but we believe both those are somehow connected to American Airlines. We're not sure of that, absolutely sure, and that news conference in Dallas a few minutes ago didn't shed much light on the subject. And we have 2 United Airlines flights involved in crashes. We do not know the circumstances of those crashes. One of them flying from New York, just outside New York, to San Francisco, and the other flying from Boston to Los Angeles. And we may or may not have another aircraft, because we have no certainty yet what the aircraft was, who it belonged to, really what size it was, that penetrated the outer ring of the Pentagon this morning, right through to the inner ring of the Pentagon's courtyard there, and caused what ABC's Jack McQuethy called heavy casualties there. So we have 4 significant commercial aircraft carrying, in some cases, well more than 100 passengers who've all been involved in acts of violence on purpose or otherwise today. And Mayor Giuliani, Mayor of New York, who will probably get a better feel of this before anybody else at the moment, has now described a tremendous number of lives lost in the New York the attack on the New York trade towers, and it doesn't come as any great surprise to anybody. The mayor begins to give us some sense of magnitude which is beyond that which we are merely speculating and or talking about, even though we know that many, 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 many lives have been lost. And ABC's John McKenzie, who's just a couple of blocks away from the World Trade Center at a makeshift fire command center. Look at that again. I mean, it is stunning. John McQuethy at that makeshift fire command center has had a battalion commander tell him that as many as 200 firefighters are principally unaccounted for. So it is no wonder that all across the country today, at airports and at public sites, many, many which have been closed from the west all the way across to the east, people are holding their breath. Don't wish to be melodramatic about it, are holding their breath as to whether or not there is one more, or should I say, another incident to come. And that was because the shock was so profound watching on television as we did this morning to see the second aircraft come in and crash into the other of the twin trade towers, there it is, which have now both collapsed. And it is in some ways a reminder of what happened when the Challenger exploded, and the constant repetition of the explosion of the Challenger on the Challenger space shuttle just drove it into our collective consciousness all across the nation, what we had witnessed together, though were clearly unable to feel in the same way as those people in the immediate area. I just want to pick up some other reaction coming from around the country and around the world. It's very interesting, the reaction we've had immediately, officially, from the highest ranks of the Palestinian Authority and from Afghanistan. I think we can hear Chairman Arafat, Yasser Arafat, in just a moment, but the Taliban ambassador to Pakistan, it is in Afghanistan where the United States believes Osama bin Laden has been most carefully given sanctuary, if not protected by the Taliban. But the Taliban ambassador to Pakistan has condemned what he called terrorist attacks on the United States on Tuesday. He said in a dispatch from Reuters out of Islamabad in Pakistan, this is a terrorism act and we strongly condemn it. And then from Kabul itself, the capital of Afghanistan, a spokesman for the rulers there said that the Saudi dissident, Osama bin Laden is a Saudi Arabian citizen, could not be responsible for a spate of terror attacks in the United States. I don't understand that particularly, but here's the quote from him. It says, what happened in the United States was not a job of ordinary people. It could have been the work of governments. Osama bin Laden cannot do this work, neither us, said the Taliban spokesman to the Reuters news agency in Kandahar, which is a city on the southern part of Afghanistan. This could have been the act of either internal enemies of the United States or its major rivals. Now, there are a couple of things. John Miller talked to me about this because you've been to Afghanistan. You went to see Osama bin Laden. In every organization, anywhere in the world where governments or organizations have been somehow connected to terrorism in the United States mind, real or not, people are just waiting. There's going to be some kind of response to this. When Osama bin Laden blew up those embassies, I guess it was before you went into Afghanistan, they attacked his camps. They didn't get him.
They sent 75 cruise missiles at $1 million apiece into his camps based on intelligence that he would be meeting there with his leadership.
Right.
He was not there, and they didn't get him. They destroyed his camps. I think that at the time or point that the government and the Bush administration identifies, not to the standard, and this is the way they've been working, not to the standard you would need to prove in court, but to the satisfaction of the administration that they know who's responsible. They will not deal with this as a criminal matter first, but as a military one first, and retaliate against someone somewhere. Too early to say who. One of the things about bin Laden that is so misunderstood, and his name has come up a few times today, is how he actually operates. More so than launching these operations himself at his direction from his own organization, and there are instances where he's charged with doing exactly that. In many more of the cases, especially of operations they shut down, the U.S. government takes the position that he's basically a foundation, that any terrorist group can approach him and say, we want to go to work. He'll provide the training, the financing, and then send them off to do their work, essentially with grant money, seed money, training, logistical support. So it doesn't necessarily have to be him to have his fingerprints on it.
Fires are still burning in the Pentagon, no surprise there. As John McCarthy and Barbara Starr both reported for us, this building penetrated the outer ring of the Pentagon and set many offices on fire on a variety of levels, and there are about 6 or 7 stories. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stories anyway in the Pentagon today. In at least one section, they are alight. And as I said a couple of times, the Palestinian President Yasser Arafat, who's deeply engaged in a war now with the Israeli government, has also reacted very quickly to this today to express, to be perfectly honest, I haven't heard what he said, but so let's hear what he said now. This is the Palestinian President Yasser Arafat.
First of all, I am offering my condolences, the condolences of the Palestinian people to the American President, President Bush, to his government, to the American people for this terrible act. We are completely shocked, unbelievable.
Now, that's the Palestinian President, Chairman of the Palestine Liberation Organization, Yasser Arafat, who, as I think everybody who watches the news or reads the news these days understands, is in a a very, very bitter war with the Israelis, and in which terrorism has been a factor. Palestinians see what the Israelis do to them as terrorism, and certainly the Israelis and much of the world see the Palestinian and other suicide bombers who've attacked inside Israel to be terrorism of the most gruesome order, no question about that. And so we should not be surprised, as on previous circumstances, to see Chairman Arafat expressing his condolences, but other Palestinians who believe the United States is responsible for what Israel is doing to the Palestinians, or at least complicit and is certainly supplying the Israelis arms, will be happy to see this attack on the United States today. So take a look at a scene from Jerusalem not too long ago, in which there is some celebration that the powerful United States has been harmed, has been seen to be vulnerable, has been hurt, I suppose, in the broadest sense of the word. And the people who go off to do this sort of thing, both in the Middle East now, you must remember that a vast majority of the population of the Middle East now, in all countries, is under 21, much of it under 15, certainly under 17, and the kind of tensity and intention, if one presumes this terrorism, one shouldn't, this terrorism has had its genesis or had its roots somewhere in the Middle East, or at least in people who are opposed, are just filled, brimming with anger at the United States. And we are now becoming more experienced with the notion that there are young men, for the most part, who are prepared to blow themselves up along with everybody else in terms, if they can be a service to the cause. And they believe, as do some people believe about Islam, that they will, by sacrificing themselves, go on to another place. It's an unfair comment on Islam in some respects, but it is certainly a motivating factor. The hatred of the United States, and the hatred of the United States is a patron of Israel. Whether you're from Afghanistan, or whether you're from Iran, Iraq, or inside the Palestinian territories, is so intense at some levels, and has become more intense in recent months, that a great many people will not be surprised at this attack today, though, like everybody else, will be amazed at the magnitude and success of it. John McCarthy at the Pentagon. John.
Peter, we are standing outside the Pentagon at this point. It has been already a long morning for rescue workers and police here. One eyewitness I talked to, who was on this busy highway outside the Pentagon this morning, said he saw an airplane coming directly over his head. It was an American Airlines plane. He could see the number on the plane. He could almost see the passengers inside as it went along the highway, started clipping off the high wires and the different light poles along the highway, and slammed directly into the side of the Pentagon. As we said earlier, Peter, the aircraft penetrated deep inside the Pentagon. It is organized in rings from the E ring on the outside. It penetrated all the way into the A ring in the inner part of the Pentagon. After it burned for a number of minutes, a part of the building collapsed. By the time rescue workers could get in there, the destruction was just terrific.
So John, do you have any sense of the casualties?
We don't have any sense, Peter, except the size of the medical operation that has been set up here is enormous. They are anticipating the casualties. Certainly the injured will be in the hundreds. I certainly don't want to speculate on those killed.
And John, it's a little hard to get a sense of the size sometimes from the picture. Can you describe, maybe in feet or in yards, how big a penetration this is?
The roof has collapsed, Peter. There is a chasm in the side of the Pentagon that is probably 200 or 300 feet across. From the roof of the Pentagon, there is this huge V shape that has collapsed. You can see deep inside the Pentagon from the street now.
This is into the inner courtyard of the Pentagon itself.
It's into the innermost ring of the Pentagon, Peter. I have not been able to get into the courtyard, but I was told that the penetration was all the way into the deepest ring of the Pentagon.
And John, the office building, the Pentagon is about, what, 6 stories high?
It's 5 stories above ground, Peter, and several stories below. Clearly the damage is primarily above ground, but also some of those in the lower offices. I was sitting in the Pentagon when the attack happened. I was on the opposite side of the building. It shook the entire building. It was very clear that something terrible had happened. There was chaos immediately after the attack, Peter. Secretary of Defense, I walked out with the Deputy Secretary of Defense. The Marine Corps Commandant couldn't get out the door because security had locked it. It was chaos.
Okay, John, and the fires are still burning at the moment, we believe?
They are still burning. They are mostly oil fires, it appears, Peter. The fire hoses have been on the various fires for the last several hours, so they're beginning to put them out. But obviously, there is still heavy gray smoke coming out of that portion of the Pentagon that was so terribly damaged.
John, there are a couple of aircraft at least around the country today which are still unaccounted for. You gave a very clear description earlier of how this aircraft had approached the Pentagon. But did anybody able to identify it as an aircraft associated with an airline?
Absolutely, Peter. The eyewitness I talked to looked up and said it was an American Airlines plane. I saw it clear as could be. It went right over the top of my car and clipped a pole right in front of where my car was.
Thank you very much, John McCarthy. I actually think that you may have said that earlier, and I simply lost it in terms, just lost it. And so we now know that it was, from at least one eyewitness there, it was an American Airlines aircraft which crashed into the Pentagon. So let me just try to get some grasp on the airplane. We have two United flights, a 757, which was on its way from New York to San Francisco, which crashed near Pittsburgh. We have a United flight which crashed from Boston to Los Angeles, United 175, and we do not know where that aircraft has crashed or been crashed as of now. And we have these two American flights, one from Boston to Los Angeles, which is a 767 with 81 passengers and 11 crew on board. We're talking about almost 100 people on American Flight 11. And American Flight 77, which was scheduled from Washington to Los Angeles, with 58 passengers and 6 crew members on board. And John Miller and I have been sitting here looking at each other about where these flights were going. And there's several ways to speculate about it, but you came up with one very interesting on already.
From a forensic standpoint, if you look operationally to crash these flights, it would have been just as simple to get on the Washington shuttle or the New York shuttle and crash one into the Trade Center and the other in the Pentagon. The choice of flights here, Newark to San Francisco, Boston to L.A., Dulles to L.A.
Excuse me, John, I apologize. Let me come back just because we have the New York governor here.
Sure.
Governor George Pataki, the governor of New York, I believe, is on the telephone or somewhere. Governor Pataki, do you hear me?
Yes, Peter, I hear you fine.
Well, why don't you first start off, sir, and give us your appraisal of the day so far.
It's just a horrific scene, and everybody's pulling together. We're activating the state emergency forces, but our hearts and prayers are with the victims and the families of those victims, and we have to, at this point, just focus on trying to help as many people whose lives are at risk as possible and dealing with those who have been injured.
Do you have some sense of the magnitude of casualties?
We don't want to quantify a number, but obviously it's a horrific incident that really is just an incredible outrage against the people of New York and the people of America. But at this point, our focus is on trying to make sure that those whose lives are still at risk are as protected, and those who have been injured are treated as quickly and as well as possible.
Governor, do you believe that thousands of people have been killed?
I don't want to use a number, Peter. At this point, the goal is simply to try to help as many people as possible. We're working closely with the city, with our National Guard forces coming in to help relieve the city police and fire. Obviously, it's a situation that just cries out for people to be horrified, but what we have to do at this point is focus on helping those who are at risk, helping those who have been injured, making sure there's an orderly removal from Lower Manhattan, and that is our focus at this point.
Governor, are you in a position to go to the scene? Are you in a position to go to Lower Manhattan? Do you think you should? Would you like to? Or are you locked down?
No, I'm in the city, but the important thing is to be able to stay in contact with the White House, with City Hall, with our statewide emergency services. We've gotten offers of support from all the surrounding states with their emergency services, and the critical thing right now is to be able to coordinate to make sure that the response is the strongest and the most compassionate it can be for the people whose lives are still at risk. And we're mobilizing National Guard units from across the state. We're getting help from the surrounding states and coordinating with the city, and that's what we have to do at this point.
Governor, what have you done John, about the other so-called high-profile potential targets in New York City, like the UN and the bridges and things like this? Are they all evacuated and locked down now?
UN's evacuated. The tunnels have been closed. The George Washington Bridge is open under security for emergency services coming in and people going out. We've shut down most of the mass transit. Grand Central is open under very tight security, but people who pass through the security have limited service to the northern suburbs, and we're doing the same thing on Long Island. But the important thing now is to provide as much help as quickly and as effectively to those whose lives are at risk or those who've been injured, and we're working with the city and the federal officials to make sure that happens.
Do you believe that New York City is now under control?
New York City has been under attack, and until we get through this, we just have to continue to respond as strongly as we can.
And are you in a profile now? Are you in a position where you actually think there's a potential for more?
We just don't know. That's why we have to not only help those who have been injured, but also take every security step we can to try to prevent further incidents. We just don't know, Peter.
Okay. Governor Pataki, thank you very much. Governor George Pataki of New York, who is in New York City, which, of course, is where he probably belongs at a moment like this. Downtown Manhattan is saying simply that the National Guard has been called in, the tunnels are closed, the George Washington Bridge, which is which goes across the Hudson River from the west side of Manhattan into New Jersey. Just remember, a large segment of many thousands of people from New Jersey work in New York, and there's tremendous commerce back and forth on a daily basis. That has all been brought to a help. It's interesting to recall, John Miller, that the attack on the trade towers in '93 was launched from New Jersey, or at least the operational headquarters of the people who attacked the Trade Center were in New Jersey.
Correct. And the building of the bomb and the original conspiracy was all carried out in towns right across the river. In fact, the conspirators later admitted that they watched from New Jersey to see if the buildings would in fact fall, and they didn't. This time they did.
They did today. And Governor Pataki trying, as politicians again must on occasions like this, trying to express the horror and the commitment that the political establishment feels to those people who have died and those people who need to be rescued. It's an answer to every question about whether or not something was locked down or something. He came back every time that their priority now is to try to help those people who are in deep and, in some cases, still desperate trouble. George Stephanopoulos, one of our senior reporters, is downtown. Hey, George, where have you been? What have you seen? What do you think?
Well, Peter, I'm going to give you kind of a pool report from several of our correspondents down here of basically what happened down here in downtown New York between 9:45 and 10:45 when the two explosions and the collapse of the World Trade Center happened. At the time, I was actually in the subway heading towards the World Trade Center right around Franklin Street, and after the first explosion, the subway station started to fill with smoke. The subway cars started to fill with smoke, and the subways actually stopped. They then diverted us around the World Trade Center to Park Place, which is one stop beyond the World Trade Center. We got to that train station at around 10:35, Peter, and it was a scene unlike I've ever seen before in my entire life. As we tried to get out of the subway station and walk up into the street, it was pitch black, midnight black, snowing soot all down through downtown Manhattan. This was about 2 blocks from the World Trade Center. You couldn't see a foot in front of your face at that time. We then worked our way back uptown. All of the firefighters and police officials and National Guard are now evacuating everyone out of lower Manhattan. They're going east towards Brooklyn and north, which is where we are now, up on Canal Street. I should add as well, Peter, we had one of our reporters was downtown and had a sight line of the World Trade Center at around 9:48, which is around the time I believe the first tower collapsed, Gloria Rivera, and she saw 2, then 3, then 4 people jump out of the top floors of the World Trade Center. She was with a firefighter who said they're not falling, they're jumping, watch their arms waving, and they counted 12 people jump off the top floors.
Do you want to continue, George?
Well, right now, as I said, they are evacuating everyone else out. But just to give you another sense, Peter, all over lower Manhattan, the sidewalks, the streets are covered with about 1/4 to 1/2 inch of dust, of soot, as if it were Pompeii. Most people are pretty calm right now. They're evacuating slowly as the firefighters come in. But it really was one of the most frightening, horrific scenes I've ever seen in my life.
Thanks, George, very much. Come back anytime with a report. I just, as you were concluding there, watching these guys go up that escalator, if it's in the World Trade Center, we assume that we know that their cameraman got out, but we don't know about anybody else because, you know, within an hour and something of the time these two attacks had occurred, these two buildings had completely disappeared, and you begin increasingly to see more dramatic footage. George Stephanopoulos made a reference to Pompeii near Naples on the west coast of Italy, which was, you know, buried by a volcano, and you get exactly that same sense of freezing stuff in soot and dirt, as might have occurred by a volcano. Jim Kallstrom, with whom we're long familiar, former official of the FBI in the New York office, is on the air, very deeply involved in the Flight TWA 800 investigation. Jim, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
What do you think?
Peter?
I'm listening, Jim. I
Yes.
just say, what do you think? I mean, just start and I'll...
Well, my first thought is with the tremendous casualties and the death toll is just overwhelming. It's a day that 50 years from now, our children, if we're still teaching history, will be taught about when we went to war on American soil with terrorism.
Jim, if you had a chance to talk to your more active colleagues in the FBI at the moment about what they're doing at the moment, whether they're able to, I mean, it seems the hardest thing at the moment is to make an appraisal of all this. It just happened, and it's just, in some respects, it's happened and it's happening, right?
Peter, you're right. I mean, it happened. It's shocking, but in some ways it isn't shocking. I mean, we've had, you know, the hatred of America played out at the Trade Center in '93. They tried to take the Trade Center down. We've had the hatred played out in the USS Cole, the bombings of our embassies in Africa, the bombings of the barracks in Saudi Arabia. So now it's being played out big time here in the United States.
Jim, what is the principal goal of the FBI at a moment like this, when all of the emergency services are brought to bear in all of these locations? What's the FBI actually doing at the moment?
I think the first concern of the FBI right now, right this second, is there going to be something else happening in the next 5 minutes, 30 minutes, hour, 12 hours? Simultaneous with that, who did it? Where are they? What do we know? What's the intelligence base? Tell us. Why didn't we see this coming? Where do we go from here? What kind of articulate, defined information can we give the National Command Authority so that we can bring the necessary massive retaliation necessary without a lot of collateral damage?
Well, Jim, thank you very much for checking in with us, and please do at any time if you have news. That photo, as Jim was talking, Jim Kallstrom, the former director of the FBI here, and a major force in the investigation of TWA 800, which blew up off the south coast of Long Island.
And the principal operator in the first World Trade Center bombing. Key investigator.
Right. But it's interesting, forgive me, no offense intended him, he doesn't have much to say either today, because in some respects there isn't much to say except the horror of it. But as we were looking at just a moment ago, listening to George Stephanopoulos talking to our reporters who witnessed the horrifying jump of some people from the top of the trade towers, you just saw a hint of the just ahead of this little piece of video here before, you saw a hint of what people were enduring at the top of the trade towers before they collapsed as a result of the intensity of the fire. And we've seen it before in other places around the world. Fire starts in a place, people often, ironically, not that it would have made any difference today, do the wrong thing, they get trapped in an open window by fire coming into their room, and finally they just jump, simply because if they don't jump, they're probably going to be burned alive. But as we have heard from, it's interesting that Governor Pataki is so nervous, and I don't blame him for a second, wanting to stay away from the magnitude of the casualties here today. But as John McKenzie reported from the fire department downtown, we got 200 fire department officials, 200 firefighters missing. I don't know whether or not this is a firefighter who's been brought, but you see in every case people getting oxygen, because if it isn't collapse that kills in some cases like this, it is the deadly smoke. Anybody who's been involved in a fire knows the deadly smoke which suffocates people in a circumstance like this. But we're only getting touches, and it doesn't even have the chaos associated with it in many cases. We're just getting touches now of what has happened in these variety of places. The Pentagon are being kept, quite logically, I think, back at some distance. And in downtown, what's happened is that camera crews were downtown. I fear, to be perfectly honest, for some of the camera crews who work nothing braver than a cameraman either, who goes right in when something has happened and may indeed have been at some of those places. And it certainly takes time for video to get back from a location like this so that we get a widening appreciation of what has happened. But as I said, it's very hard to try to get some grasp now on the number of casualties. So we can do, in some cases, not more than just tell you how this is in terms of the whole country. The North American Air Defense Command, NORAD, is on the highest state of alert. And you had made references earlier in the morning how the United States and Canada have cooperated in trying to keep the airports locked down, lest there was another aircraft on the air. But John, talk to me about this for a second, and then we'll come to this business about fuel. Sure. You know, the North American Air Defense Command was a great factor in our lives in the 1960s.
In the Cold War, yes.
Exactly. And during the Cold War, it's up along the Northwest Territories and some of the independent areas of the North. Nobody thinks about it anymore, and here it is on a state of alert today.
No, but you factor that in, and evincing so many images that Americans are uncomfortable with. The idea that there's a no-fly zone in New York City, in Manhattan, being patrolled by F-16s with instructions to shoot down any errant aircraft, that the same is true in Washington, D.C., our nation's capital, that military people and doctors and military vehicles are coming to aid, that the National Guard is on alert. You know, the kind of images that used to only exist in the fantasies of 7 days in May, where, you know, the Army would take to the streets, which has not happened yet. They've offered assistance and military logistical assistance. But that kind of thing that Americans are so uncomfortable with unfolding here.
And I realize, by the way, just as you mentioned it, something else is very important at the moment. And again, I don't mean to say this in melodramatic terms. Where is the President of the United States? The President of the United States led, I know we don't know where he is, but pretty soon the country needs to know where he is. And it seems to, I think, for me anyway, I apologize, the President needs to talk to us. He left Florida a couple of hours ago. Our people in Washington are clearly listening and checking this as best they can. But one of the important factors at the moment is that the political leadership in the country be present, as Governor Pataki was. Mayor Giuliani of New York made an appearance on the street and was caught unawares like everybody else, but Governor Pataki came out and basically told the citizenry of New York in a variety of different ways, I assume just exactly what they're trying to do. Now, here's a bulletin about the President's whereabouts. The President is about to make a statement at Barksdale Air Force Base shortly. Barksdale Air Force Base is in Louisiana. So if this is accurate, and we'll check with Claire Shipman and our other reporters at the White House, and John Cochran, if he can, in Florida at the moment, who's with the President today. The President's not coming back to Washington at the moment. We'll leave that for just a second. We'll talk a little more about this business of the aircraft and the fuel. We're trying to figure out why would a plane going from Newark to San Francisco, Boston to Los Angeles be involved in this? It could have been any plane, though, right?
It could have been, but when you consider the advantage to a terrorist, here you have a transnational flight. That's going to be a larger aircraft in each case. But, and this is the key, because we had speculated earlier, was there some additional explosives laden in these planes to cause these incredibly large explosions? It appears who's ever planned this has picked cross-country flights that would have the maximum amount of fuel you could carry on a domestic flight. Flights going from one end of the country to the other. The kind of jet that if you slammed into a building would ensure the maximum fire and explosion possible from any flight that you could have chosen. Again, Newark to San Francisco, Boston to L.A., Dulles to Los Angeles, Washington to L.A., Boston to L.A. The planes that are being looked at in this attack today were apparently, or you could speculate, chosen to give the terrorists the very biggest bang for their effort.
And it's a very interesting point you make, because again, our assumptions tend to go when we see huge explosions like this. understanding visually the power of explosives, that there were explosives on board, and so you're quite right. It may indeed have been the aircraft exploding.
I mean, John Nance could help us with this, but when you hear the amount of fuel, very flammable aeronautical fuel that's loaded onto a plane for a 3,000-mile trip or something, that's going to give you quite an explosion. Flight 800, which was an international flight, to those who saw it, was an incredible explosion.
John, if you'd sit at your station for a second, I'm just going to go and try to check one piece of information, and in that period of time, we're going to try to give you a little better sense of the disaster at the trade towers today. Here's something we've compiled, and we compile it as we go along.
I was standing next to One World Trade Center, and then all of a sudden I heard rumbling, and we all started running away from it. The glass like blew out and threw me onto the sidewalk, and I couldn't see for like 20 seconds. And then I started seeing vaguely the street, and I just started walking, and my eyesight came back.
I see you're bloody. You have dust all over you.
Yeah, it was bad. It was like a dust storm or something. Like I couldn't see anything.
How badly are you hurt?
I have no idea.
As soon as she got hit, I was thrown to a window. So I was very lucky to get out. There's a lot of people that didn't get out. There's a lot of people coming down the stairs, burnt up. It's bad.
We just come out of Tower 1. We were walking towards Broadway. They're saying, move along, move along, move along. I looked up as soon as we got across the street. I looked up. I saw the tower start to buckle. I just turned and ran, ducked down, put a jacket over my head. 3 or 4 of us huddled together, and it was just black everywhere.
Were you covered? Were you hit with debris?
No. But I mean, I was ducked behind a subway cover, so I put with the jacket over. The 3 of us, all of us huddled together. There was, dust and whatnot everywhere, but it was.
Building has just come down. The second everyone is being asked to get down, come down.
Can't even look at it because all I can see are people. I don't see a building. I see people. People hurt. Children without mothers and fathers tonight.
If you're just joining us, you probably already know the World Trade Center towers, the Twin Towers, the New York landmarks have collapsed and are gone. The Pentagon has been hit by an airplane, a series of hijackings apparently today at the root of this. What we know is hundreds, if not thousands, are injured, no count on the deceased yet, and that the investigation, a massive investigation, is just beginning to unfold.
But John, I stepped aside there, among other things, the moment to try to get some sort of sense from people who talk to, because as soon as this happens, people begin to think about a response. And we don't expect a response to come in the immediate future by any means. But I was just talking to Charlie Gibson from Good Morning America, and he'd been thinking about the same thing, that the response to this from the United States is going to have to be massive. They have to accomplish something in some way, because so much of the response to terrorism before by a large nation such as this, which is not impotent, but very limited in its capacity to operate at this kind of level. You were mentioning earlier the attacks against Osama bin Laden's training camps in Afghanistan. In retrospect, they spent, as you pointed out, more than $1 million per cruise missile. I forgot how many they sent. No, they didn't get anything. They didn't get anything. They didn't do anything. So it's an enormous challenge for a powerful nation to respond in an effective way, and the Pentagon is still burning, and today the World Trade Center towers have gone. Diane Sawyer is down in Times Square at the moment, and among other things, I think has been trying to get some grasp of the number of casualties involved. And it must be very difficult, Diane.
It's impossible, Peter, no matter how many people you call. And, of course, no matter what the facts we get now, one can only imagine what the facts will be later. I want to give you a sense of what it's like here in Times Square right now, because if you look outside, we have hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of people standing outside, just stopping still, a kind of respectful witness, looking up at the screens where we're broadcasting the pictures. They can't hear the sound. They are simply looking at the wordless horror and standing to show, in a way, respect. And I want to show you something else, because people have been sent home from Times Square, and across the way, the construction workers who were building the Toys R Us building next door to us just hung their signs outside. God bless America, and pray for families and victims. And we can only, of course, add to that that as crisply as we try to report what's happening here today, we join them. And this is not just another story, even for reporters who've been trained to do this for so long. A few things to add since this morning. We were on the air, of course, live when suddenly we get word of that first explosion at the World Trade Center, the first building. And initially, of course, we didn't know if it was an accident. We didn't know what had happened. And then we were on the air live when the second plane came in and the second plane hit. And I want to show you now. This is what we were seeing live on the air. And as you've expressed before, Peter, the combination of disbelief and horror and simple prayer for somebody to save the people who were inside that building is all anybody can do, as an entire network is broadcasting live something so unimaginable. I have talked, as you all have, and as George Stephanopoulos reported, to the people who were inside as these scenes were taking place. We now see the first collapse, which of course took place about 10 a.m. Eastern Time, and then it would be about 28 minutes later that we would see the second collapse of the second building. And while we're watching the scene, each person desperate to stop this tape and go and do something. All we can do is relive the horror each time we see it. I have talked to people who are inside the building, one of them, Fran Martin, who is the aunt of someone who works here at ABC, and she was saying that the first experience inside the building was that earthquake-like feeling a number of people have mentioned, and then something else in an eerie, silent, kind of mournful foliage. You saw paper just wafting out in all directions, and it was so mysterious to everyone. They couldn't imagine what had happened. The paper was scattering, and we've now read some 3 miles out, way across the river, the paper from those floors. As they came down the stairs, we're told that people were remarkably calm, were remarkably respectful of each other as they were making their way down, even though a number of them had lived through that bombing 8 years ago. A number of them remembered what it was when the bomb went off in the basement of the World Trade Center. And of course, as we now know, if the cyanide gas had not vaporized in those bombs, that it would have been a cataclysm even beyond what was experienced then. So they could all relive it as they were making their way down. Now we're watching the scenes as the building is collapsing and people are running from it. People are covered with this kind of spectral suit from the building's collapse itself. I want to point out again, and you've talked about it too, Peter, all the firefighters were immediately called on duty. All the firefighters immediately raced in from wherever they were to help out, all the emergency medical service personnel. This was a great display of human concern and human consideration. And you've mentioned before, we have this report that 200 firefighters are now missing, and yet they have done everything they can. Every hospital is open, every hand is on deck, every doctor is standing by in the city of New York with all this courage and struggle and still heartbreak out there in the streets right now. So that's it from Times Square, Peter.
Thank you very much, Dan. I remember working with Diane on the Millennium broadcast on New Year's Eve 2000. Diane had such a joyful time in Times Square. It is, whatever you think of New York in general, it is a place where people from around the world gather to express themselves. And so we'll go back there on occasion to get some, you can really get some sense of the world in Times Square. And President Bush has been on the phone today to a variety of world leaders, clearly discussing this with them at the highest possible level. And perhaps they're all as confused as the rest of us are as to what has happened, who perpetrated these acts of terrorism in the United States, and what is to be done in response. Though this is perhaps, we're only 4 hours since this actually happened, and perhaps it is not quite the time to begin to think about the precision of a response, but a response will be required of some magnitude that will mean something from the United States if one is ever able to pin down exactly who the perpetrators were. We told you that the president was in Florida this morning, where he'd intended to talk about education today and was coming back to Washington. He's made it as far as Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana, where he landed about an hour and a bit ago, just before noon Eastern time, where he's made a statement to the cameras, which we haven't got our hands on yet. But the president said that freedom had been attacked, but freedom will be defended. And the president is in touch with his national security team. Ann Compton, ABC's Ann Compton, who covers the White House for us for many years from us, tells us that jet fighters accompanied Air Force One, and that as best we can tell, the Air Force One was flying at a particularly high altitude. There are no planes taking off or landing or taking off in the United States at the moment, with the exception of Air Force One, though the Federal Aviation Administration says at the moment that 50 known aircraft, this is actually a few minutes old, 50 known aircraft are all in the sky within approximately 50 miles of their destination. So you can feel across the country that aircraft that were in flight are beginning to settle down. They were ordered to settle down by the FAA and to land at the nearest possible airport. And so that has begun to work out. Now, in Washington, I think Claire Shipman at the White House or near it has some further information about the president. Yes, Claire.
Well, that's right, Peter. Essentially, what we've learned is what he told the pool cameras a few minutes ago, and we're hopefully going to see in just a few minutes, but he said that he and this government have taken steps to ensure the functioning of the United States government, that the U.S. military is on high alert at home and abroad. He said he has taken all appropriate security measures to protect Americans. He says freedom itself has been attacked and freedom will be protected. And finally, he also said he will hunt down and punish those responsible for this. Again, we're hoping to see him in person, but as you mentioned, it looks as though this may be the secure place that they've decided on for the president, at least temporarily, Barksdale Air Force Base in Shreveport, Louisiana.
I'd be really curious, Claire, and I realize how difficult it is at the moment, whether or not there's not pressure, political pressure in Washington from the members of the president's own staff and cabinet for him to show up soon in front of the country and assure them, beyond his statement, that freedom has been attacked and freedom will be defended, of course, because it wasn't defended this morning.
Well, I think
whether or not the president to be seen in command in a more vigorous way.
I think you're absolutely right, and I'm sure it's a delicate balance right now between the Secret Service and those who are trying to protect the president, keeping him out of sight and someplace secure, and his political advisors who would clearly like to see him make a statement. You saw how quickly he did it this morning, as brief as it was, and certainly a piece of tape that we're going to see in a few minutes, we hope, is not what they would like to see the president doing right now. They would like to see him making something of a more formal statement. But again, it could be a number of hours before the president is back in Washington and prepared to talk to us from that forum.
Okay, thanks very much, Claire. We'll come back to you anytime you want. And again, none of us should be surprised at what's happening. First of all, Secret Service is a huge, powerful, authoritative organization which takes the president's safety and other members of the senior political leadership with deep and profound seriousness, but they have enormous power. And so if you're talking between a senior political official, the president, a Secret Service official of equal stature at the moment, who's going to win that argument at the moment? And this is particularly true in a situation which continues to unfold, because while the devastation, perhaps the greatest devastation has occurred in New York City this morning, it's also occurred outside Washington at the Pentagon, and the tension is there all across the country, because not only were the United Nations and various government buildings evacuated here in New York City, but the Sears Tower in Chicago, the tallest skyscrapers in Boston and Cleveland and Minneapolis, and the Space Needle in Seattle. So the psychological effect on people in the country is huge. It may indeed be settling down after several hours, but the president and his response to this is also part of the psychological package, because the country looks to the president on occasions like this to be reassuring to the nation. Some presidents do it well, and some presidents don't. But ABC's Ann Compton is with the president at the moment, and we have her on the telephone. Annie.
Peter, it has been a frightening couple of hours for President Bush. We took off in Air Force One from Florida, where he first got word of this, and we literally, Peter, have been flying at well over 40,000 feet west, the White House unable to tell us where we were headed or how long it would take. There were jet fighters off the wing just out of our sight until we landed. And the president has spent the time on board the aircraft talking not only to world leaders but to the vice president, to his cabinet. He even checked in with Mrs. Bush, trying to get more information. We were high enough so that the Air Force was actually able to get some television signal. We don't know much about what's gone on the ground, but he has been able to see some of it on a very fuzzy television picture. We landed here at Barksdale Air Force Base. This is near Shreveport, Louisiana, at about 11:45 Eastern Time. We were not allowed to use cell phones or give you any indication of where we were until local people noticed the plane on the ground. The president has just made a statement, Peter, a very emotional one, saying that freedom has been attacked, but freedom will be defended, saying that America's military is on its highest state of alert. World leaders have been assured that the U.S. will do whatever it takes to protect America and Americans. Frankly, Peter, I thought the president not only looked grim, very solemn, but his eyes looked somewhat red.
Annie, let me ask you a couple of questions, if I may. First of all, the president was on a education trip, ostensibly, in Florida today. How much of the national security team was with him?
This is actually a skeleton team with him on a short, it was a trip that lasted only about 24 hours. He was just making his last appearance before returning to Washington. And Karl Rove, one of his senior counselors, is with him, and his press secretary, Ari Fleischer, but none of the national security apparatus, such as Condoleezza Rice, who would ordinarily travel with the president on a more substantive trip. But on Air Force One, of course, he has the full resources of communications. But he does not have the full team with him.
Well, let's talk about this for a second, because when the president took off from Florida and went immediately to 40,000 feet, and I believe actually got a fighter escort for part of the way, it reminds one a little bit of what it was like in the Cold War, because the Cold War, there was always a provision that the senior members of the government, president included, could in fact run the country from a command center in the sky. Is that basically what's happening this morning?
Absolutely. In fact, the U.S. used to have 5 aircraft, now Air Force One. Let me know if we're being taken out of here. We may be scrambled out of here.
Okay.
Are we leaving? Okay, Peter, we are leaving. And
where are you going, Annie?
Peter, I have no idea. They have not told us. They have kept us. We don't even know whether we'll be able to see the president or travel with him, but we are told that he's been traveling. He will continue. They are still quite worried about his own security.
Off you go, and Ann, thanks very much for a very, very full report on the state of, and perhaps even a little bit of the mental condition of the president at the moment. And we cannot state it often enough. The country looks to him, and so he may have stopped at Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana, which is just where Arkansas and Texas and Louisiana all come together at an Air Force base out of the way, and he may be safe at 40,000 feet in Air Force One, but before long the country is going to expect him to be back in Washington to send, if not only a message, not just a message to those of us in the nation who look to the president for some sense of political national stability, but also to the other parts of the world where these enemies of the United States, with whom we've talked quite a lot about today, at the moment must surely think they have the United States on the run to some extent. And while the Taliban, the political leadership, political, military, religious leadership in Afghanistan said this morning that they condemned this and had nothing to do with it, and it could not have been Osama bin Laden, because he wasn't sophisticated enough to do it. It had to be a country or a government, certainly. And while the chairman of the Palestinian Authority, Yasser Arafat, came out and put as much distance as they could between them and the Palestinian people, this active in the Palestinian people, the president needs to be on station to talk it. As does the mayor of New York, and Mayor Giuliani is with us at the moment. Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
I can, Peter.
Mr. Mayor, I saw you several times on the street today, and it looked like you were deeply sharing the horror that all of us feel. But I'd really appreciate, aside from, on top of your sentiments about all this, give us some sense of what's going on.
What is going on now is a massive rescue effort. We have thousands of police officers and firefighters in Lower Manhattan trying to rescue as many people as we possibly can. There are still a lot of people there that are injured, hurt, dazed, and we're trying to get them out, and we're mobilizing all of our fire, police, and emergency resources to do that. The governor has alerted the National Guard, and they're being deployed to come and relieve us early to later this afternoon. And the urban search and rescue teams are coming here from around the country to also assist us. But until then, which means until probably 2, 3, 4 o'clock this afternoon, our police department, our fire department, and our emergency people are being stretched to the limit. And I'm sure we've also lost a significant number of them.
Now, you're reluctant, I assume, to put any other name attached to the casualties except significant. Do you believe it's hundreds or thousands?
I really don't. I really don't want to say right now, Peter. I think it's going to be a horrible number. I saw people jumping out of the World Trade Center. I saw some of the firefighters who I know going into the building. And we were in a building in which we were trapped for about 10, 15 minutes.
Are you talking about did you go immediately to the Office of Emergency Management?
No, I went down to the scene, and we set up headquarters at 75 Barclay Street, which was right there with the police commissioner, the fire commissioner, the head of emergency management. And we were operating out of there when we were told that the World Trade Center was going to collapse. And it did collapse before we could actually get out of the building. So we were trapped in the building for 10, 15 minutes and finally found an exit and got out, walked north, and took a lot of people with us.
My question is, the Office of Emergency Management headquarters, into which you put enormous effort for coordination in a disaster like this, has it been damaged? Is it still operating? It's gone?
It's been damaged. I don't know how badly. And right now, that whole area of Manhattan, including the police department, which is another area we would operate from, City Hall, is another area we would operate from, have been closed off. So we've moved to a secure location in Midtown Manhattan where we're operating city government.
Is it fair to say, do you think, that all of your drills for dealing with terrorism and disaster are going according to plan, or has this been of such of magnitude that we've just all been caught totally off balance?
Oh, there's no question we were all caught totally off balance. No one could possibly expect large airplanes to crash into the World Trade Center the way this happened. I think, having said that, as I watched what the police officers and the firefighters were doing, I think they're going to save the maximum number of lives you could possibly save in a situation like this. I mean, the emergency efforts that they've been going through over the last 2.5 hours are nothing short of inspiring.
And when the National Guard comes in did you say to take over or offer some relief, what can the National Guard do that you cannot do at a city level?
Oh, at this point, what they can do is relieve men who are going to be exhausted physically and emotionally.
Now, just if you would, because I know how busy you are, just give us some sense of what you thought at the time about all this.
I thought that I would never live to see anything like this. I didn't think anything like this was possible. When I first arrived there, I rushed down there from Midtown Manhattan, and I saw the first building that had been crashed open. And when you look at it, it takes you a minute to really comprehend that this is actually happening. And to see people jumping from the top of the World Trade Center. I mean, I don't think I've ever had a nightmare that's worse than this.
Mr. Mayor, one last question. You said you never believed you'd live to see anything like this, and yet in the past you've been one of the leaders in preparing for just this kind of thing to happen.
Yeah, but you keep you prepare for the worst, but you don't believe that it'll happen, and this is the worst. And I can only say that I thank God for the police department and the fire department that we have, because this would be much, much worse. And I'm also very proud of the people of the city. We evacuated Lower Manhattan with literally thousands of people, walked along with them, and they conducted themselves really, really, really well.
Well, I appreciate your time, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for communicating all this.
The Mayor of New York, Rudolph Giuliani, in his last term, immensely popular with some, not popular with others, which is not relevant at the moment, but because he puts his finger on something about New York, whatever you think of New York, no matter where you live in the country, this is a city which behaves pretty well in crisis. There's a public spirit here in this city. You see it in blackouts, you see it in snowstorms. This is not the city of its not the city that we often criticize from other perspectives around the country in times of crisis. So when the mayor says he's proud of the people of New York as well as the fire department and the police, one should not be surprised. But it is fascinating and terrifying to hear what he says. You prepare for the worst and you never believe it'll happen. And his emergency management headquarters right down there near the trade centers, which are no longer possible to operate, this is what they put into place so that in the worst of circumstances, government would have a place to operate. And they can't operate from there. They've had to move uptown because the police department and City Hall are not operable, if you will, under the circumstances. And he, the mayor, you heard it yourselves, said he never believed he would live to see anything like this. True of many people. George Stephanopoulos in downtown Manhattan with an eyewitness.
Yes, Peter, I'm here with Neil Stevens, who was in his apartment downtown early this morning getting ready for work as he heard the explosion. Neil, why don't you tell us what you saw?
Okay, I was in my apartment. I was getting ready for work. I heard a large explosion, and I thought at first it was thunder because there was thunder last night, but there was nice weather outside, so I didn't know what it could have been. And I looked outside, and I saw some construction workers who were working on the roof of the building next to mine. They were looking downtown. They were all looking downtown, and I thought, I wonder what they're looking at. So I looked over, and I could see the World Trade Center towers from my window. And I looked over, and I could see the tower, and there was a huge gash in the side of it. It's about 10 stories high, almost the full width of the building. And there was black smoke just billowing out of it, and flames, large flames. And I thought, my God, I don't know what happened, but huge explosion. And that was pretty much it. And made some personal telephone calls, kept getting ready for work, and I was in the shower, and I heard the second explosion. And that's pretty much what I saw.
No, thank you very much. Peter, we also have some news on the evacuations. We've spoken with 2 security guards in the second tower who did say the evacuation to the second tower had begun. And we've also spoken with people who were on the 82nd and the 86th floor. So many people were evacuated. Of course, we don't have any sorts of numbers. One final note, Peter, I was picking up on what Mayor Giuliani was saying about the work of the firemen and the policemen. I would also add a word for the transit authority. The subways were terrifying earlier this morning, but all of the employees of the transit authority did a terrific job of evacuating the subways, even though they were filled with smoke, keeping people calm and keeping them actually in the station so that they wouldn't go out into the street as the soot was falling. One other word, Peter. Right now, the people who are working downtown are handing out these respirators because there is some concern that the buildings, that there was a great deal of asbestos in the building. So they're asking everyone downtown who is walking downtown, if they're down there, to put on these respirators, and they're handing them out on the corners.
Thank you very much, George Stephanopoulos, who continue to work this story from as close as you can get to the disaster area. But imagine a city that's sort of frozen in place. You saw a picture just a moment ago of the George Washington Bridge, which is closed except under very serious security circumstances. You can get across the. That means that's New Jersey on the other side, cut off from the island of Manhattan. All the tunnels are closed. The railroads are not operating, therefore, between New York and New Jersey. This island of Manhattan is pretty much frozen in place at the moment, while people wait and are reluctant to try to appraise the number of casualties that have been that have occurred in the World Trade Centers in their related area. But bear in mind that, about 50,000, what did I say, Nancy, 50,000 people work in the trade towers, 80,000 people perhaps work in the adjoining areas. We've seen them in flight, and we have seen not one but 2 towers absolutely collapse upon themselves. And elsewhere in the country, we're still uncertain. There's still an unknown number of aircraft who've been ordered to land that haven't managed to get down to the ground. We're not absolutely certain that there are any aircraft on missions, if you will, which are unaccounted for, despite the fact there was a report some time ago that the aircraft which crashed outside Pittsburgh may have been on its way to Camp David. I emphasize that that's reporting of which we're absolutely not very sure at all. But ABC's Barry Serafin is at the Capitol at the moment, and we've been told for some time that the Senate leadership there was going to be sent to a secure location. Do you have a current status report, Barry?
Well, Peter, we're not sure exactly what we're seeing here, but a few minutes ago, about 10 minutes ago, a military helicopter landed here behind me on the west lawn of the White House. And then a large group of people were seen to walk out to it, get on board, and fly right above us, over the mall in the direction of the Pentagon, perhaps. My guess, and it's only a guess at this point, is that these were members of the Senate leadership and the House leadership, and perhaps members of the intelligence committees on their way to a briefing to try to figure out what in the world is going on today.
Were you able to walk up around the hill?
No, Peter, we, like everybody else, have been kind of pushed off of the hill. They've got a cordon for blocks now around the Capitol. In effect, they've sanitized that area. So we're about 4 blocks from the foot of the hill here.
And do you have any sense was there a sense of anticipation there? People sort of waiting for something to happen at the Capitol?
Well, there is. Every time any kind of aircraft shows itself, and there haven't been many, there have been a few government helicopters moving around, all eyes turn to the sky, as you might imagine.
Precisely, Barry. Thanks very much. Barry Seraphin, who's up at the Capitol. One of the things that is absolutely certain at the moment, which is to say that the chain of command in the country is very much in place. So you can just imagine yourself in some other country at the moment trying to anticipate, maybe even exhilarating at what's happening in the United States at the moment, and having some belief that you've disrupted everything. President's at 40,000 feet, just about to take off from Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana. We don't know where he's going, but I have to assume he's going to go to Washington. Cannot have the president being seen to be running around the country. By the way, the baseball games have all been postponed today. The entire Major League Baseball schedule has been postponed for today, as much as a mark of mourning and sadness for what happened in a variety of locations today. U.S. Earlier on evacuated embassies around the world. They're all quite familiar with that because on any number of occasions in the course of a year, you hear us say on the news that the State Department of the Pentagon has ordered a worldwide alert because something is going to happen or potentially going to happen. There's some kind of terrorist attack that's going to occur in some part of the world. The most recent terrorist alert, ironically, was in Asia over last weekend. In Japan and in South Korea, American embassies were put on alert because somebody somewhere in the in the intelligence establishment believed there was some potential for an attack. And it's something government has to do. It's something government has to do. Government has no choice, it argues. A lot of times you'll hear people saying, well, they've put up a state of alert again and nothing happened, and so they just do it all the time. And it's very hard on Americans traveling overseas to be somewhere where there's a state of alert. But as John McWethy, who covers the military establishment for us, points out, is something government is obliged to do, lest something ever happened and there had not been an alert. John, are you there? John McKenzie? John McWethy?
John McWethy's here.
Yeah, John, I'm sorry. It was you I was obviously talking about, not John McKenzie. This is I guess what one notices more than anything else today. This was a place where there was no terrorism alert. Nobody, I gather, that you've talked today seemed to know anything.
One of the things that they have been studying so scrupulously over the last several months is how Osama bin Laden and other terrorist groups operate, Peter. They felt that they had some ability to monitor critical communications from these groups. I think it's going to be proved that the groups have learned some very important and deadly lessons from past terrorist events and the way the U.S. has been able to monitor them. It seems quite clear in this instance that they bypassed the normal methods of communicating and were able to organize this very complex operation in a way that basically escaped American detection.
But John, I'm sorry, but I think a lot of Americans will hear you talking and be reminded that how often the government tells us how much more sophisticated it is and how much better able they are to monitor all this.
They are able to better monitor it, Peter, but every time, and you and I know this because we have had conversations with high-ranking government officials about how much detail we put on the air. Every time the news media puts on these details, it helps the terrorists to understand the way that our government goes about monitoring their communications. Oftentimes, those communications intercepts are very sophisticated, but the terrorists are clearly adjusting.
John, I wonder, by the way, on a slightly different subject, in terms of today's disaster, whether you picked up reports of U.S. aircraft carriers being sent to New York Harbor to help in some way, maybe even to be floating platforms.
I have not picked that up, Peter, but basically I'm standing on a highway at this point, so I'm not exactly plugged in.
I appreciate that, John, and we benefit tremendously from your knowledge, so thanks very much. Come back at us when you think of something else you'd like to contribute. We talk about, the United States and Canada cooperated today in closing down the airports. A reminder to us that all Canadian airports, or most Canadian airports, at least major Canadian airports, are very close to the U.S. border. We learned just a short while ago that Israel today, United States and Israeli relationships, so very close, closed all of its airspace to foreign aircraft today and evacuated many of its embassies and missions overseas. In terms of the war against terrorism, the United States and Israel are seen by the terrorists and the potential terrorists and the people who would do one harm as partners in this, and so it's perfectly natural for the Israelis to be doubly and trebly on a state of alert today. We've now managed to get the tape of President Bush speaking at Barksdale Air Force in Louisiana on his way from Florida to, as you heard Ann Compton say, somewhere. We assume Washington. And here's what the president had to say when he was in Louisiana.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward, and freedom will be defended. I want to reassure the American people that the full resources of the federal government are working to assist local authorities to save lives and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts. I've been in regular contact with the Vice President, Secretary of Defense, the National Security Team, and my cabinet. We have taken all appropriate security precautions to protect the American people. Our military at home and around the world is on high alert status, and we have taken the necessary security precautions to continue the functions of your government. We have been in touch with the leaders of Congress and with world leaders to assure them that we will do whatever is necessary to protect America and Americans. I ask the American people to join me in saying a thanks for all the folks who have been fighting hard to rescue our fellow citizens, and to join me in saying a prayer for the victims and their families. The resolve of our great nation is being tested. But make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test. God bless.
Well, the president could not have spoken more accurately in that final remark there. A great nation is being tested. And the president reassures the nation and anybody else in the world who will hear this that the nation will pass the test. And there is no doubt about that, I think. In the United States of America, as horrible as these incidents are and as tragic as Oklahoma City was, the great strength of the nation, is always there. I recognize that's one man's opinion and doesn't account for the individual shock of individual families or intelligence or military establishments, which have all suffered a grievous blow today in one way or the other. But it does say, I think, what people in most parts of the world believe, that as horrible as this is for the United States and its citizens, the United States continues to be unquestionably the leadership of the world and the example in the world of freedom and democracy. However much one may criticize it, ourselves included, on any given occasion or incident. It's interesting that in Oklahoma today, Governor Keating ordered all state office buildings closed, and the Oklahoma City Police created a one-block perimeter around the jail where Terry Nichols is housed. So again, you have an example of how people's minds work immediately. Was somebody going to try to spring Terry Nichols from jail, or was someone going to attack the jail in which Terry Nichols is housed? But in the wake of Oklahoma City, and based on what's happened this morning, nobody should be surprised. And the Associated Press has done a really good service here by checking with every state in the country so far. As you watch this on the East Coast of the United States, think about that in California, all airports were closed. Places like Knott's Berry Farm were closed today. The Museum of Tolerance in Los Angeles was closed. The Library Tower, all closed. And the State Emergency Committee convened, naturally under Governor Davis, to see that there was heightened security at all of the state buildings. In Florida, you know what happened. Walt Disney World was evacuated, closed its parks and shopping and entertainment complex. You're talking about the effect that this incident has all across the country. Airports were closed everywhere across the country, as we know, including in Georgia and Illinois, where the Sears Tower was also shut down, in Chicago, and all state government buildings in Chicago and in Springfield, the Capitol, were closed down. Indiana, all the federal offices were put on alert. In Kentucky, where the southern governors were about to have their full scope of their annual fall conference, it was canceled. And obviously the governors of Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, Louisiana, Mississippi all went home to their respective capitals because of this. In Louisiana, where the president has just left, the upper floors of the Capitol building were closed. The offshore oil port, which handles the super tankers in the Gulf of Mexico, suspended operations. And we've said several times this morning that when you think about terrorism, you think about oil supplies, and so that was fairly natural. In Michigan, the tunnel between Detroit and Windsor, Ontario, was closed to car traffic, and we do know from other reporting that security was increased at all of the border crossings between U.S. and Canada and between the U.S. and Mexico. But in all the states where there are military bases, including North Carolina, all of the military bases prepared for a possible change in status. And you heard Governor Pataki of New York say a short while ago that the National Guard from various surrounding states will be brought in here to give some sense of relief for the New York City Fire and Police Department, who must just be going through a hellish experience at the moment. John Miller, first of all, you've been on the phone for a little while. Tell me what you got.
Well, as things have developed at the scene, there have been a number of things that have happened. First of all, nobody in city government can right now put a number, even a ballpark estimate on the number of injured and dead. What they've done to try and deal with the large numbers they have is literally brought in students from NYU Medical School to help in the massive triage effort down there. The nearest hospital, Beekman Downtown Hospital, has lost steam power as a result of the explosion, which means they can't sterilize anything. So they've essentially become a MASH center and are feeding people out to other area hospitals.
Another reason to get the National Guard in here quickly, because they come equipped.
Right. Another thing, as New York City hospitals became overwhelmed, ferry boats began to shuttle victims across the river to New Jersey, to hospitals in Jersey City and Bayonne.
We saw, by the way, some ferry boats on the Hudson River a little while ago. So that was them ferrying casualties across to New Jersey on the other side.
I spoke to some police officers that I know, police officers who used to work for me in the police department, who were at the scene, who gave the most incredible descriptions. First of all, police headquarters has been evacuated. There's a tiny skeleton crew there. It's considered a possible secondary target. They've moved police operations to another location, which we've been asked not to disclose, so that that doesn't become a possible target. The police commissioner is there now trying to get together enough information with the mayor and his people to actually brief us. Police precincts, and this is something eerie, Peter. We've touched on this before about a city, an American city in a free country going into lockdown. The 75 police precincts in New York have been sealed off in a one-block radius to traffic and pedestrians.
All of which, I have to tell you, is alarming, but seems common sense.
Yeah, it does. I mean, on a day like today, when nothing seems normal, such incredible things actually seem prudent. One of the officers I spoke to on the telephone, who was there when the first building collapsed, said he was standing across the street He was assigned to find a senior FBI official to get a briefing for the top command, and that the building fell. He said, I ducked behind a truck, and I closed my eyes and hit the deck. He said, I waited 30 seconds thinking that was enough. Then I opened my eyes, and it was night. It was complete blackness. He said, I began to crawl, and crawl for more than a block. And then I picked myself up off the street, but I still couldn't see. He said, a kid who was outside the major dust actually saw him struggling for sight, went in there and pulled him out and brought him into the church at Barclay Street, where he washed his eyes out with holy water to try and regain his vision. He was covered with dust and soot. These the kind of human descriptions of the stories of people who were there at Ground Zero when the first building fell. Pressing for some kind of numbers, they said, all we have is preliminaries, and they're too small. He said the Port Authority believes they may have between 10 and 20 cops involved in the building, in the rescues, that are unaccounted for. The fire department, and this may be a lowball number also, between 80 and 100 firefighters.
An earlier report said there were 200 firefighters unaccounted for.
Unaccounted for at this time, and between 12 and 20 New York City police officers. Again, soft numbers, but unfortunately, the estimates are that rather than going down, they may go up. That's the fear.
This is the occasion, not one of those occasions. This is the occasion when a member of the police department, the fire department, or the military has got to respond only to the training. You just go into automatic and you do what you're trained to be do.
It was amazing to me listening to the police radio traffic today, even as momentous disasters unfolded. I mean, the unspeakable. The collapsing of the Twin Towers, one after another, that while there was a high pitch to a lot of the voices and a little screaming and yelling, the rapidity with which calm was restored on the radio, and they went back to sending orders and continuing operations and acting in a logical manner, you really do revert to your training as a second nature.
As you look at this and you listen to John Miller, and I thank you, John, for that. No one is better plugged into the police and firefighting apparatus in New York City than John Miller. He not only been a reporter for most of his adult life, but he worked for the police department in New York for a while before he had the good sense to come back to journalism, and he is totally plugged in. But even and when he talks about soft numbers here, it's because as you look at this disaster scene, that's a live picture. That is a live picture 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 4.5 hours after this actually occurred, and you're looking at the smoke and the dust still emerging from the edges of these canyons in lower Manhattan, and the magnitude of trying to deal with these people, extends to moving them across the Hudson River in ferry boats, the ubiquitous ferry boat in New York harbors, not as necessary as they were in the days of greater ship travel, to the New Jersey side. And the Canadian television network, one of our partner television networks in Canada, is now reporting that American burn victims from here, I'm not sure whether it's the Pentagon or here, but I suspect it's from here, being transported as far away as Canada to Canadian hospitals there. And there you get some sense of how difficult it is to get a real grasp of how enormous this is, other than to say, as the mayor of New York and the governor of New York State both said to us a short while ago, I just don't want to touch the casualty figures as of now. Pierre Thomas, who's been with us for much of the morning, also reports from the FBI. And we may never know much more about one of the aircraft than this, that at least one of the planes this morning, we haven't got no more details than that, was able to communicate that it had been hijacked. In some cockpits, in some of the aircraft now being used in commercial service, there's a button you can hit that sends a code to your headquarters that says you've been hijacked, so you don't have to try to tell the hijacker that you're actually talking to headquarters. But that's as much as we know about one of the several aircraft today which were involved in attacks on the United States. Now, Diane Sawyer at Times Square has been trying, I know as best she can, to get some handle on casualties vis-a-vis the people who are pouring into hospitals. Diane?
Right, Peter, here's all I know, and it's kind of postscript to what John Miller was saying earlier. With Beekman Hospital, the closest hospital, as he said, has been relatively out of commission. But St. Vincent's Hospital, which is one of those in the next perimeter, 25 major hospitals in New York, this is one of the next closest, told us just minutes ago they had 184 hospitalized, 2 dead. Now, again, we know that these figures are going to be changing almost minute by minute, so this is very early. But at this time, and by now we're talking just minutes ago, 184 hospitalized, 2 dead. They said to us again, though, remember that where the World Trade Centers used to be, there is now a mountain of rubble. We are talking 200,000 tons of steel, 425,000 cubic yards of concrete, and 43,600 windows with all the glass in them now just lying on the ground. So the excavation has only begun, but 184 right now from St. Vincent's.
Thanks, Diane, very much. And I must tell you, I feel a little embarrassed about trying to focus on casualties in numerical terms only because it will ultimately give us some sense of the magnitude of this attack on top of the buildings themselves being brought to the ground, and similarly true at the Pentagon. So nobody feels gruesome, or it's not about the gruesomeness of the casualty figures. It is simply trying to get some sense of the magnitude in human terms rather than the physical terms, which so much of us in the country saw just before our eyes. Before I talked to John and to Diane, I was just running there briefly through various different parts of the country where the ripple effect of these attacks were felt. In Las Vegas, for example, this is back to the Associated Press report, which they did a really good job pulling the country together. Security was increased at all of casinos on the Strip in Las Vegas, because if you think about it, for the enemies of the United States, that kind of excess is seen as a symbol of the United States as well. The only place we could find all of the federal buildings open so far was in Vermont, where the federal buildings in Montpelier and Burlington were both open, and they have an atomic energy plant up there, and it was placed on a state of heightened security as well. Whereas in Nebraska, you'll see the first of probably many examples of this in the hours and days ahead. State employees were asked if they would give blood, because blood will be needed. There is a blood shortage in the United States, as we've heard time and again from the Red Cross. It's almost at a state of crisis in terms of blood collection in the United States at the moment, and so and what do you need in a time like this? You need blood, and you need plasma for all the people who have been hurt and damaged, and so that's important. And in Nebraska, state employees were responding to requests for blood donations, and at the Air Force bases out there, and then the security was heightened. And at churches all over the country, they're beginning to have these services, which will become part of the national fabric in the next couple of days, as people pray for the victims and those we hope are survivors of this. Terry Moran is at the White House, which is his normal beat. He didn't go with the president to Florida today. It's often the case that the president's doing a purely political trip. We ask him to stay home to give us a broader sense of things. Well, Terry, what's the state of the White House as of now?
Well, Peter, the White House has pretty much been evacuated altogether. Just before it was evacuated, we are told that the National Security Team was taken to the secure situation room in there, but they are the only people in there. White House staff, most of the White House staff was told to go home. And the president, as you've heard, flew to Louisiana and is now en route, we don't know where. As he said, he is trying to make sure that the country knows that the government is still running. We've seen around town motorcades assembling outside the various cabinet departments, and we've just seen recently some traffic into the White House. So there is some government activity, but without the president at the moment.
Terry, there's a very small collection of reporters and camera team on board the President and Air Force One at the moment. I think the only reporter on board is Ann Compton, am I correct? Or certainly the only television reporter on board?
Well, actually, Ann is in the radio seat today. The pool, as it's called, is flying with the president. Today, CBS News is the pool. It alternates every day. Right. This pool will travel with him wherever he goes, and he made that statement that we saw earlier to the pool. The rest of the press who was accompanying the president to Florida, we are told, is now on a bus because of the air traffic shutdown from Florida back to Washington.
Terry, I wondered if, from your perspective of our White House correspondent, whether you agree with me, and certainly our political director, I think, who says that how the president now spends his time today what he is seen to do is absolutely vital, not just to the country, but to him.
Well, it's critical time for him. He said that the nation is being tested. The new president is being tested as well. But he has other restrictions on what he can do. That political mission he has to reassure the country and to show that he is leading it is actually secondary or even tertiary. The first thing is he has to keep himself safe. The Secret Service is going to insist that he be secured, and then second, he must remain in efficient strategic communication with United States forces around the world. That's undoubtedly why they took him to Barksdale Air Force Base in Shreveport. But you're absolutely right. The main thing he has to do for most Americans is communicate to them that he's in charge, that he intends to take control of this situation, and as he said, hunt down the people who are responsible for it and punish them.
Terry, I know you want to go back to your reporting. Is there anything else you want to add at the moment?
Well, Peter, it's just that this whole complex, which is usually abuzz with activity, which is really an office for hundreds of people, is now silent for the most part, and an armed camp, and that is a very striking thing for all of us who go to work there every day.
And what I notice is you're to the south of the South Lawn. You're on the southern side of the White House. We very often see you broadcasting from the other side of the White House. Why are you way down where you are?
Well, we've been cleared out of the North Lawn, which is where we normally broadcast from, and we are now, as you can see, south of the south ellipse of the White House. I can tell you that the evacuation of the White House itself, which has happened before with bomb threats and suspicious cars and packages, today did not proceed as orderly as it has. I was told by one of the White House staffers that their security official came in and said everybody should leave in an orderly fashion, and about a minute later an agent ran in and said, just run, get out.
Okay, thanks very much, Terry. We'll come back to you, but you get some sense from Terry Moran standing there, locked dramatically out of the area with which he is so familiar. We saw some pictures earlier today. I'm here we get them up again for people who have just joined us. So people leaving the White House early on. First, the White House police walking out fairly casually, and then as the tension began to build and the awareness of what was going on began to be heightened, people began to run outside of the White House. This is a place supposed to be, quite extraordinarily secure. And he was, I think, more than anything else, this concern that somehow the enemy, however one defines the enemy today, had control of airspace, and that they were able to approach these otherwise secure locations from the air, therefore making them more vulnerable. But the United States has not faced any emergency like this in the modern era. And as our political director, who's also working as hard as his unit can at the moment on this, points out, information is scarce because in situations like this, reporters like us rely on government officials to tell us what is going on with government and what sort of job government is doing. And the national government is pretty close to being on what amounts to a national war footing at the moment, and it's very difficult to reach government officials. So I see Pierre Thomas, who's just come to join us, and we'll talk to him in just a moment, that is trying desperately to reach all of his contacts in the FBI, and my guess is he's having a very hard time. At any rate, Linda Douglas is in Washington with us tonight, and she is with Joe Biden, the Democratic chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, who will undoubtedly have something to say. Yes, Linda.
Thank you very much, Peter. It's been very difficult to get to you today because all the communications around the Capitol have really been shut down. As you know, earlier today, the entire Capitol was evacuated, the members of Congress, the staffs. There were some very frightening moments where they were shouting at us to get down. They thought something was going to happen. The leaders of the Senate were taken away early this morning to an undisclosed location by security, and security has also told other leaders of Congress to leave the area. The minority leader of the House, Richard Gephardt, was taken away in a Secret Service vehicle. And as you say, with me here is Senator Biden, who is the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee and has just been meeting with other members of Congress and getting security briefings from the police mostly. But Senator Biden, what about this fear that has been communicated to the members of Congress by the security people that they should stay away right now from the center of the Capitol?
Well, I think maybe initially that made sense, Linda, but I don't think it makes sense now. The air is secure now with military planes. I think we should get back as quick as we can, Peter, into session. Now, I don't want to second guess the security people. They want to be able to sweep the area, make sure everything's squared away, but I think we should be meeting tomorrow morning. Let the American people understand that these thugs who have done this incredible thing to the United States have not in any fundamental way altered our ability to do business. And so I think it's very important we get back to business. I've communicated that to the Majority Leader, Tom Daschle, who I think shares my view on that. And when I spoke to Senator Daschle, by the way, he was home, he was here in town. There's a number of members of Congress. Congressman Brady from Philadelphia and a number of my colleagues are literally downstairs waiting for me now. So I think we have to show that we're up, we're ready to move. We are, in fact, nothing has fundamentally altered this government, and the tragedy that occurred to these thousands of people is one that we must, in fact, follow through and find out who's responsible for. But in the meantime, we should be calm and cool and collected about going about our business as a nation. Terrorism wins when, in fact, they alter our civil liberties or shut down our institutions. We have to demonstrate neither of those things have happened.
Senator Biden, a couple of the senators I've spoken to and members of Congress as well are saying that we are now at war. Senator Shelby, who is the ranking Republican on the Intelligence Committee, says we are now essentially at war. We have to be on a war footing. Senator Hagel has said that we've got to start securing our borders, locking down our airports, revisiting the way we protect our public institutions. What about that?
I hope that's not true. I would say it another way. I would say we've come face to face with a new reality. A reality that we knew existed and we knew was possible. A reality that has happened in varying degrees in other countries. But if, in fact, in order to respond to that reality, we have to alter our civil liberties, change the way we function, then we have truly lost the war. The war is one that allows us the way to conduct the war is to demonstrate our institutions are functioning, that your civil liberties, your civil rights, your ability to be free and walk and move around, in fact, are not fundamentally altered. Anybody who's willing to strap dynamite to their body or have a suicide kamikaze mission, you'll never fundamentally be able to stop. It doesn't matter what you do. There are a lot of things we can do, though, to diminish significantly the possibility of this happening again without changing our character as a nation.
Well, it's an amazing scene here, Peter. The skies are clear. There are usually planes in the sky. The skies are clear over the Capitol. The streets are completely empty. There is still smoke rising up from the Pentagon where the plane hit the Pentagon earlier. And as you can see, the members of Congress are all trying to grapple with what to do next. Senator Biden, of course, is going to be receiving all kinds of security briefings.
Linda, I have a question, if I may.
Yes, Peter, go ahead.
I have a question for the Senator. I apologize via you. The Senator is the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, so he is party to all of the information in the intelligence community. Was the intelligence community so taken up with the idea of chemical and biological warfare against the United States that they didn't pay enough attention to this possibility?
Well, they clearly understood this was a possibility. The problem has been we have been focusing, in my view, I don't want to second guess anybody here. Look, the prospect of a chemical, biological, pathogen probability is real. Some of us, literally as recently as yesterday, I spoke to the National Press Club and talked about the fact that it's just as easy to fly from National Airport into the White House as it is to, do the same thing in New York. I mean, look, we know all these possibilities exist. And one of the things we have to do is we have to get our priorities straight in terms of what the real threats are that face us and use the assets we have to begin to deal with those threats. What I don't want everybody to think is this is some worldwide conspiracy where there's tens of thousands of people who are part of this army that attacked us. This is a group of people who are very well organized, obviously are relatively well funded, and we have to figure out how their network has worked, but we have to penetrate it. But we can't, Peter, just say we're going to focus only on this kind of incident and not on chemical and not on biological and not on pathogens, not on anthrax. This, in a sense, is the most god-awful wake-up call we've ever had.
Senator, let me ask you
we have to redirect our resources.
Let me ask you one more question, then. I didn't realize you could hear me. At the Pentagon and at the State Department, you already hear people doing what they almost always do in an instance like this. This is so sophisticated it must be Osama bin Laden. Maybe so, but is the United States too focused on one man?
The tendency in these circumstances is to be too focused on one man, one idea, one prospect. I think that we should be calm. Those of us who hold high public office, just calm down a little bit, collect our thoughts, collect the information and in a methodical way analyze what we know happened and what we can derive from that. I think it's much too early for us to make those kinds of judgments. The first thing is what the president is doing. He called for calm, he's getting in the airplane, he's coming back to Washington, D.C., and I applaud him for that. And we should be back up and running as quickly as we can. And I think we should do this. This cannot be dealt with overnight. It's an incredible tragedy. But it's the new threat of the 21st century that we are now facing, and we're going to find a way to deal with it. This nation is too big, too strong, too united, too much a power in terms of our cohesion and our values to let this break us apart, and it won't happen. It won't happen.
Many thanks, Senator. And Linda, do you want to add something? Linda Douglas?
Well, I just want to say that this is the beginning of what will clearly be an enormous, profound debate here in the Capitol. The dynamics of the debate in this country, as I've discovered in talking to members of Congress, have been fundamentally altered now. And here you're hearing a discussion of whether we should lock down, open up, and how we tackle this, and what our priorities are, and how we protect ourselves. So I've had just astonishing conversations with members of Congress, Peter, and there's a very grave feeling here right now in the Capitol.
Linda, thank you very much, and thank you, Senator Biden, as well. We'll have Linda Douglas available to us all the time, thank goodness, and Senator Biden says one of the most profound things about all this, which we've said several times this morning, which the terrorist wins when he or she manages to alter the behavior of a people, or infringes on the way of life in a country, that the country, a democratic country particularly, alters its way of life, because that's a step up for the terrorist in question, because it raises the whole question of civil liberties and access and freedom of movement. And Pierre Thomas has just come back to join us. You've had this tremendous argument, covers the Justice Department for us. You had this tremendous argument in Washington as to whether or not that street, Pennsylvania Avenue, outside the White House, should be open again to vehicular traffic or kept closed. I mean, the terrorist is already winning in that one regard.
Absolutely. And members of Congress and members of the D.C. delegation in particular have been arguing to reopen Pennsylvania Avenue. The Secret Service has been adamant. You cannot reopen it. Oklahoma City showed the nation what can happen with a car bomb. Peter, I just got off the phone with a very senior FBI official, and he talked about the feeling of people being stunned at the FBI. The FBI Director Robert Mueller, the Deputy Director Tom Picard are at the Special Operations Center. They are communicating with the various field offices. And two bits of information. One, they said that there was communication from one of the planes noting that they had been hijacked. And I had a rather interesting conversation about that. He said, the problem is that there's no system in place once the plane notifies that it has been hijacked. No system in place to stop an ongoing attack. He said, think about it. If we had time to notify the military would have had to make a decision. Do we shoot the plane out of the sky?
Well, both of you have to help me. You and John Miller have to help me on this, because they put this device in cockpits so that notably airlines would know if one of the aircraft had been hijacked. But nobody really, I mean, I'm sure people did think, but not many people thought hijacks were going to lead to using these aircraft as full-scale kamikaze flights against public buildings and the other. I don't remember either one of you the last, if ever before, there's been the use of a civilian aircraft to attack a public installation in any country in the world. I may be wrong on that.
You know, it's certainly something so rare that I can't conjure one up. Two things come to mind. One, in or about 1980 or 81, a man with a gripe flew a plane in circles around the United Nations building, threatening to crash it into the building if his demands weren't met. And police helicopters went up, police hostage negotiators began to talk with him, and they literally talked him and his plane down in LaGuardia Airport. Two, in 1994 or 5, on the day of the signing of the crime bill, ironically, a man crashed his plane into the White House. And I remember as a police official attending the signing of the crime bill with this plane sticking out of the White House's doorway under a shroud. So you've had those, but certainly nothing approaching this scale, and certainly nothing approaching this scale with passengers involved. I mean, you have the crash of Egypt Air Flight 990, where U.S. officials believe that the co-pilot intentionally crashed into the ocean, but again, not into a target.
On the phone with us at the moment is the former National Security Advisor in the Clinton administration, Sandy Berger, who's now an independent consultant with a company that consults between the U.S. and foreign countries. Mr. Berger, do you hear me?
Yes, I do, Peter.
Hey, Sandy. I have one question for you, because it isn't so long ago that you were in and or adjacent to the White House. This could have been on the Clinton watch as well as it could have been on the Bush watch. What would be the first thing you would have done?
Well, you know, the first responsibility here, obviously, is to the people who are trapped in these buildings. This is first and foremost an undertaking here of relief and rescue.
But that's not the job of the National Security Advisor.
Well,
what is the National Security Advisor?
This may involve the National Guard. It may involve other elements, and you have to. That obviously has to be our first priority. Second, securing, as clearly the government has done, other facilities that may be targets, and then looking at.
Can I just interrupt you again? Is there a book for this? Is there a book of rules, or do you just have to think, oh boy, we better lock down this, we better lock down that?
Well, you know, we have suffered a massive and coordinated attack here, Peter, beyond the scale of anything we have seen before, and be qualitatively different than anything we have seen before. And the United States, we will determine who is responsible for this. The footprint here, so to speak, is large enough that we will know who is responsible, and America will respond. But we need to do it with determination and also with steadiness. We have to determine who is responsible, why this could happen without detection from so many different locations within the United States, and then respond accordingly.
All right, let me ask you this, because you've raised the issue. With all of the resources available to American intelligence agencies, not to mention your cooperation with foreign intelligence agencies, you've just said the footprint is large enough, we're going to find somebody. What on earth do you mean?
Well, we're talking about a number of planes. We've obviously had this operation happen relatively simultaneously. It's a sophisticated operation, and there's no question in my mind that we will determine who is responsible, and we will respond in a substantial and firm way. This has been a brutal attack against the United States.
Mr. Berger, you know better than I do that in the past we sometimes assign blame to people because it's important, but we don't always know who to blame. So can I ask you if you just see any clue this morning, if in your job as National Security Advisor, you see any clue you would have done anything to begin to try to find out who might be responsible for this?
Well, I think it is. We have to be careful here not to jump to firm conclusions. We did that after Oklahoma City. We did that after the World Trade Center bombing. They were both wrong, but there are certain elements here, suicide bombings, which do have the character of radical militants from abroad. I think that's certainly where I know. The intelligence community is focused intensely.
I have one last question for you, and it's really just a feeling question. You are now an independent consultant helping American businesses do business overseas, or helping other, get through the American bureaucracy. When you talk to your friends and contacts overseas, will they see the United States as weakened by this?
Well, I think it depends very much, Peter, on how we react as a country. We have suffered a grievous attack, but if America here has to respond with steely determination, but also with steadiness, and that means, first of all, dealing with the victims, dealing with security, finding out who's responsible, and taking whatever action is necessary and appropriate. It also means continuing to expect and demand the highest level of cooperation from the rest of the world in going after this kind of terrorist threat. This is not just an attack on the United States. It's an attack on the civilized world. And it ought to be seen as an attack on our European friends, on our Middle East friends, and on others. And the response here cannot simply be an American
airstrike
response.
somewhere. In other words, you can't just mount an airstrike against somebody. It won't be satisfying, right? It may be satisfying, won't be satisfactory.
I wouldn't certainly, rule out a military component of this, but you also have to get to the root of this.
Okay, Sandy Berger, thank you very much. Former National Security Advisor in the Clinton administration, one of the most important members of the foreign policy establishment in the Clinton administration, now an independent consultant, as people in government tend to do when they leave government. It's been hard this morning as we continue to look at the smoke and the dust drift up from a crime scene, as John Miller called it, which we cannot feel in any intimate way on television, only through our reporters and through getting closer in and talking to the cops and the firefighters and the survivors. But we will in time get in there. But in the meantime, we've been trying very hard to figure out all of these airplanes. Because we have a couple of we've got 4 significant aircraft today which have been involved in disasters. And we've asked Lynn Scherr, one of our reporters, to try to nail down what we know and what we don't know. Lynn, are you there?
I am, Peter. As you point out, it was airplanes that were the weapons of destruction today, not bombs, passenger planes. We actually know very little for sure about what happened, but we do have some details. And bear with me because the information keeps changing. But I want to start with the only one that horribly we actually did see happen. And this, of course, was the plane that crashed into World Trade Center number 2. That, of course, was the South Tower. That's it on the right. Now, and there's the flame from it. What you're seeing is the North Tower. Behind it, there's a second identical tower. As you know, that plane crashed right into it. All morning, we have been told by American Airlines, among others, that that flight, that airplane, was actually American Airlines Flight 77 going out of Dulles to Los Angeles. We were told 58 passengers, 4 flight attendants, 2 pilots on that plane. It was hijacked at 9:03. I'm sorry, it was hijacked right after takeoff, crashed into the tower at 9:03 a.m.
Let me stop you right there, Lynn, because I've had different information, so I'm going to rely on you here. You now believe that American Airlines Flight 77, which took off for Dulles on its way to Los Angeles, crashed into the trade towers, not into the Pentagon.
We were told that originally. What I'm about to tell you is that the FBI is now saying that that's the one that went into the Pentagon. The FBI spokesperson is saying that the flight that went into World Trade Center Tower number 2, that South Tower, was in fact United Airlines 175, a Boeing 767 that left Boston for LAX, departed at 7:58 a.m. this morning. 56 passengers, 2 pilots, 7 flight attendants. This is confusing. I apologize. We are getting 2 different answers to our questions. What I can tell you that appears to be accurate is that the plane that crashed into the North Tower of the World Trade Center at 8:45 a.m. was, in fact, American Airlines Flight 11, American 11, going from Boston to LAX, 7:59 a.m. departure, hijacked right after takeoff, 81 passengers, 9 flight attendants, 2 pilots. We know of 1 other aircraft involved in today's episode, Peter, United Airlines Flight number 93. This was another Boeing 757, left Newark at 8:01 this morning en route to San Francisco. 38 passengers, 2 pilots, 5 flight attendants. It went down in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, which is near Johnstown, which is just southeast of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I believe we have some video of that crash site right there, and that's where this flight went down. We are waiting for a press conference from the airlines to try to make some of this clear to us, but right now that is all the information we have on those 4 planes.
Can I just absolutely confirm, because I'm trying to make it even clearer for people, though you did a much better job than I did. This is from the FBI spokesperson you're talking about, right?
What I'm telling you is that the FBI spokesperson has said United Airlines 175 from Boston to LAX is the one that went into the World Trade Tower number 2, the South Tower. The FBI is also telling us that it is American 77 from Dulles to LAX and to Los Angeles Airport that went into the Pentagon.
Okay, thanks very much. So what we have now in terms of the trade towers, we have one American Airlines aircraft, one United Airlines aircraft, which hit the 2 trade towers. We have a second American Airlines aircraft, which goes into the Pentagon. And we have a third aircraft, United Airlines, which we have no idea about either whether it was on a mission or for what reason it crashing southeast of Pittsburgh today. But 3 major aircraft today carrying considerable numbers of passengers and crew on board are all down, at least three of which appear to have been involved in a coordinated attack on the United States. I should also tell you that abcnews.com plays an important role in our life all the time, but it's very important at a moment like this, and has a good many offerings up at the moment, including a continuous reporting of the work we're doing here on television and they're doing on their own. There's a reader messenger board up there, as always, and that very often provides information. It has a lot of reporting on the status of air travel and the FAA response, most of which I think we've reported here, but if you want to get it locked into your mind, you can go to abcnews.com. And then there is a lot of reporting, as there always is at abcnews.com, about the ramifications of this to individuals, to communities, and to the country as a whole. Tony Cordesman is in Washington at the moment. And Tony, since I talked to you last, I'm not sure how much more we or you have learned about this attack or the coordinated nature of it. Have you learned any more?
I think, Peter, as you watch this develop, you have to say that we have never before seen any group that could put together this level of targeting, because the targeting is very precise. The ability to take over a complex platform like an aircraft, and one thing we have to ask ourselves is whether the pilots that were on the aircraft originally flew them, or you had people trained to fly one single mission, to crash those aircraft against a target. The timing is a level of coordination we really haven't seen used anywhere else in the world. So we're watching a movement which, as Jack McQuethy has pointed out, not only is remarkably silent and lacking in communication, but every time we turn on the news and see another development, it points to a higher level of sophistication and a higher level of preparation.
All right, Tony, let me play devil's advocate here just for a second, or maybe I should say ignorant advocate. I accept the notion that this could be a very, very sophisticated operation, required communications on a level that our intelligence or the U.S. intelligence services don't appreciate. But is it not similarly possible that 3 members, just 3 men of one organization, could agree on, what is the date today? The 11th. On the 11th of the month at such and such an hour would try to hijack 3 airplanes and try to crash them into a building. Might it not be as simple as that?
No, Peter, it simply can't be, because first, flying an aircraft into a building, a pilot is not going to commit suicide in ways that kill thousands of extra people. It is not something that you're going to do by pointing a gun at a pilot's head.
Okay.
You're not going to take an aircraft out of pattern and suddenly divert 3 aircraft without creating virtually any warning, because the attacks are so close together. You're not going to be able to bypass the security measures in 3 different airport locations. You're not going to be able to take over an aircraft with 1 man, particularly if you want it to fly a suicide mission. And you are not going to be able to add to this potential additional cases where aircraft have crashed that may also have been at terrorist hands.
Very interesting. Now, Tony, let me just take this a step further. Your business of the pilot issue is really to the point, which was, who knows, a commercial airline pilot who's going to deliberately fly his aircraft into a building, even at the cost of his own life in the cockpit. So you do presume that somebody else is in the seat flying this aircraft.
That's right, Peter, and I think we need to understand that the very sophistication of these aircraft make them much easier to fly that it is much easier to program them to change their course. It doesn't take a pilot with vast experience to fly one mission ending in killing large numbers of people. But they do have to be trained. They do have to know something about the simulator, at least, inside the aircraft. And even if they have the pilot under their control, they have to know a lot about the way planes fly to force a pilot to be so precise in their targeting.
You make very good points, and you therefore assume that there is a lot of money involved in an operation like this.
I think that's a dangerous assumption, Peter.
Okay.
We always use these phrases, $100 million or $10 million. What it requires is a lot of political commitment, ideological commitment. It isn't something 3 people can do. It is potentially something that perhaps 30 or 40 can do. It is possible that only one major cell of some terrorist organization is involved. But I think we also have to ask another question now, and that is whether some state that hosted this movement knew about it and assisted, because there are elements of sophistication which raise that prospect.
Stay with us for a second, Tony, because Vince Canestraro, who also talks on the subject of terrorism and does more than talk on the subject of terrorism for us, is also here at the moment. Vince, do you want to make some comments about this?
Yeah, Peter, I think that Tony makes some good points about the complexity and the sophistication of the operation. But I think also we have to see what kind of organizations in the past have been willing to do such a coordinated attack. And,
why is that a clue?
Because it's a pattern. We see people who committed suicide in these operations. So that points us away from a secular organization to a religiously oriented group. We've seen a pattern of planning against 5 U.S. airliners in 1993 with Ramzi Youssef when his safe site was inspected in Manila in '93. The FBI found evidence that he had been planning to hijack and blow up in flight 5 United airliners flying out of the Far East. Now, that was a very ambitious operation, and I don't think anyone believed that he could actually have done it. But here we are some 8 years later, and we see a coordinated operation and 3 planes hijacked and blown up against targets, obviously suicide operations, bringing a lot of other people with them. So that tends to point us towards a religiously organized group, perhaps towards Al-Qaeda, but again, with some state support. We've seen these groups evolve in their professionalism over the last several years. We go from...
Vince, can I just interrupt you for one second, just to try to keep you on the straight and narrow here? It may be a reach to blame. It may be a reach to blame a religious organization. I agree that we've come to accept the notion that some members, some people who worship Islam in the Middle East have found a better life giving themselves up, as we say. But aren't you sort of already directing and creating something of a mindset about an investigation that's more complicated than that? Oh,
certainly. And there's no question that this group, whatever it was, had some professional support, perhaps from a military and a state. The explosives, the way you would fly an aircraft. But it does point towards a group that has members who are willing to kill themselves in carrying out a punishing act against the United States. And there are only a few groups like that that we know of. Secular radical Palestinian groups traditionally don't do this kind of thing.
Right.
We haven't seen that. The ones that we've seen that carried out suicide bombings tend to be Hamas, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, Al-Qaeda, and of course Hezbollah. And so you've got basically a handful of potential suspects. None of this proves anything, of course, but it does tend to focus an investigation.
Let me ask you both, you, Vince, and then Tony Cordesman second. Just on the basis of history and on the basis of your own individual expertise, what do you think the chances are of the United States finding out who did this? First of all, you, Vince.
I think that there's a fairly good chance of finding out who did this, because the people who did this are going to brag, they're going to talk, they're going to try and claim credit in a way that doesn't bring attention directly to them. But they will talk to other people, and some of our intelligence resources will pick this up, and that will lead us in a certain direction. And then they will go back to the database of threat warnings that they've had in the recent past. The U.S. has had a worldwide terrorism alert for some time that was just renewed yesterday, but again, the focus of those threats was abroad, U.S. installations abroad. They'll go back and see whether or not some of their intelligence operations that were picking up these threats may have been the recipient of deception. In other words, the group that may have done this may have been broadcasting deceptive information that we thought was legitimate threat information against a foreign installation, while they were really planning to do this kind of an operation.
Thanks very much, Vince Canestrano. I'll go to Tony Cordesman right away, but I just want to remind people, if you watched the news yesterday, you noticed that you recall that we reported that a man named Ahmad Massoud, who was the last independent militia leader, not member of the Taliban, in Afghanistan, was, we believe, killed. There's still some debate about whether he's dead or not, but certainly was attacked by his enemies, one of them disguised as a television cameraman. And the United States was very open to admit that what the United States lost when Massoud was killed yesterday was access into Afghanistan for U.S. intelligence operatives. And so I turn now to Tony Cordesman for a quick comment on how quickly, how easily, how complicated, how difficult, how impossible might it be to find out who did this?
Peter, let's consider several realities. We never found and punished the people who blew up the Marine Corps barracks.
In Beirut.
That's right. We have never really addressed who led the attack on Al-Khobar, and the people who've been punished were at the lowest possible level.
Those are the civilian and military barracks in Saudi Arabia.
That's right. And when we go back to Libya and what happened to Pan Am 103, one person has been imprisoned. We have never gone beyond attacking low-level people in an incident of this magnitude to attack the leaders and the core of the group with success. But we have never before really encountered things so serious that we are on the edge of war.
And in the case of Pan Am 103, the United States alternated between blaming Syria for supporting the operation and or Libya, which supported the operation. So you're really reaffirming how complicated this is.
More than that, Peter, I think the key element is that if any state is involved in this in any way, if it knew this was going to happen or it shoulders a movement once we identify it, we find ourselves with issues about war and peace which we have never before encountered in terrorism.
Well, you certainly put your finger on one more part. I'd like you to hold that, Tony, for a second, because nothing could be more, in some respects, potentially dangerous at the moment. But let's not lose focus for today. We'll come back to Tony Cordesman and talk about American reaction to the rest of this world. But in the meantime, we have a disaster here in New York City, which is a national disaster, and we have a disaster in Washington because there's been an attack on the nation's military establishment. And we have at least one major plane crash in Pennsylvania today, which we believe is related, but in its own way is a national disaster, as the crash of a major airliner often is. And I want to go to, before we get carried away by theory on terrorism, no offense to my colleagues, let's go back to Lower Manhattan, where Bob Jameson is with George Stephanopoulos. And Bob has been visiting hospitals in the last little while, and so I think the two of you together can bring us up to date on the scene.
George, if I might, I'll start first because I've just returned from St. Vincent's Hospital, which, Peter, is a little more than a mile from the World Trade Center and is a principal destination today for those who were injured in this disaster. And as one measure of how large it is, by midday there were about 200 people, 18 of them critically injured, who were brought to St. Vincent's, which is about 20 more than were injured, than were brought to St. Vincent's after the World Trade Center bombing in 1993. The injuries that the doctors are reporting are not principally respiratory injuries, which was the case in 1993, but these are largely crushing injuries. And Peter, 5 hours after the first plane went into the World Trade Center, ambulances are still arriving regularly at St. Vincent's. They are conducting triage, you know, classifying the degree of injury outside on the sidewalk in front of St. Vincent's. And they don't have a clear idea of how many more injured may go there, as well as the other hospitals in New York, and now we hear some in New Jersey.
And Peter, that's in part because we've just got a report from John McKenzie out in the field who talked to William Hull, the head of the Port Authority, who said that formal search and rescue operations haven't even begun yet. The bulk of the effort right now by the police and the fire department and others is simply to establish the integrity, the safety of the World Trade Center building. Second, what's left on the site of the World Trade Center. Secondly, Peter, they reported that there's a staggering number of firefighters still on the site, up to 200 that they can't account for yet. They were able to talk to one firefighter on the scene, though, who said that their biggest problem now is not having fire hydrants to put out these small pockets of fires that are cropping up all across the site. And secondly, Peter, there's a problem now with broken gas lines, which they fear could ignite further explosions.
George, could
Peter,
I just...
if I might add.
Yeah, go ahead, Bob.
I just add one thing. I was struck by something at St. Vincent's. The Red Cross, as you may know, has put out a plea for blood donors, particularly those with the less common types of blood, such as O. But even before that plea went out, thousands of people spontaneously showed up at St. Vincent's. Thousands of people, and many of them told us, this is what we think we can do to help. We can't do anything else. Sitting at home watching on television won't help, but this might.
Well, Bob, you're quite right. And in fact, no reason you would have heard us, but we mentioned a short while ago that blood donors in Nebraska, one of their first instincts, or people in Nebraska, one of their first instincts was to go and respond to a request for blood donations because, as you've just pointed out and we've said before, there's a critical shortage of blood in the United States. And we've heard from the Red Cross any number of times in the last year or so that the country needs blood and it's not going to be available. And so it is reassuring to hear in New York City people doing that instinctively. Bob, let me ask you both, and start with you and then George. My sense of the recovery, if that's the word for it, of this phase of what's going on down there is to deal with people who are injured, who are clearly not in or under the World Trade Towers. Am I right?
Yes, I think that's correct, and a large number of them, in one way or another, are some of the emergency and rescue people. And then the next step, as we have seen in other disasters, will be to see who else there is.
And George, we've seen buildings collapsed. It sometimes takes days to discover people under collapsed buildings, and we now have a circumstance. Do we have any idea how many people got out before the building collapsed? We don't, do we?
Not a very good idea, Peter. We do know that there was some warning. As I said earlier, we spoke to some of the security guards who were on the site, and they did have some warning. There was a feeling that the second building was going to collapse, so the evacuation did begin from people as high up as in the 82nd and 86th floors, but we don't know how many were able to get out. And we do know, Peter, from at least one of the security guards, that they were nowhere near complete. They hadn't come even close to completing the evacuation, but we don't have numbers.
And Peter, adding a little bit to the confusion, the collapse of the North Tower may have affected other buildings around there, as well as the collapse of the Millennium Hotel.
Well, thank you both very much, and both of you come back at any time that you want and can or contribute to this. We can tell you that the military. Thank you both very much, Bob Jamieson and George Stephanopoulos.
Thank you.
We can tell you that the military. The governor said earlier, the governor of New York, that the National Guard was going to come in, and there's National Guard on station in some parts of the city anyway, is setting up a temporary morgue on the piers in New York City near West 57th Street, which is where people often take off to go and have a tour of New York City from the air, and close by where the famous Circle Line leaves, so people can take a tour around the island of Manhattan and see what it looks like. And none of that traffic is permitted today. The only traffic we have seen on the Hudson River has been, as has been pointed out to us several times, John Miller particularly, pointing out that ferries are taking wounded across the river, across the Hudson River to New Jersey. ABC's Cynthia McFadden is on the phone at the moment. She is from calling us from Bellevue Hospital, which is over on the east side of Manhattan, quite some distance from this. Sylvia, do you hear me? Cynthia, do you hear me?
I do, Peter.
Can you tell us what's going on there?
Yeah, we've been able to get into the Disaster Command Center, which is located here at Bellevue. As you say, it's about 20 or 30 blocks north and east of the actual site of the Twin Towers. But this is where the city puts its resources to prepare for an emergency. They rehearse here, practice here for disasters, and today we were allowed in the first group of journalists to go inside and see where they were running the disaster relief from. Let me paint a picture for you, if I might, of the room. It's about a 30 by 15 room, about 10 people crowded around a conference table, about 15 phone lines coming into the room. The mayor's office, emergency services, police and fire, all of those efforts being coordinated through this room. It was surprisingly calm, surprisingly quiet. It is located in the heart of the emergency room here at Bellevue Hospital, Peter, and the emergency room itself is busy. They've had about 140 to 150 people come through Bellevue so far. We've also had the opportunity to talk to the director of the hospital here and to the man who heads up the emergency room. I can tell you a little bit about the injuries if you'd like.
Please do.
Because this is a hospital further away, they're getting the less seriously injured, although, having said that, of the 140 or 50 people, 40 of them are classified in serious condition. 2 were dead on arrival. They have 1 baby who is being treated. 3 to 5 operating rooms are currently going with what the doctor characterized as extremely serious surgeries. The doctor running the operation here said that they have sent a team of physicians closer to the site, and they're going to be setting up tent hospitals closer to the site to help some of the enormous flow of injuries. Nobody made it here to this hospital until about 2 hours after the blast. And they believe, I've been listening to the coverage, they believe that it's not going to be for many more hours until they feel the full brunt of this over here.
Okay. Thank you, Cynthia, very much. Come back to us, please, when you get even better handle of this. We've talked a little bit about the blood shortage, which, as I said, is a national issue. But in New York City, there are supplies of blood so far. People did respond very quickly and lined up ready to give blood at some of the blood centers here. There is a supply of O-type blood. O negative appears, as best we can understand from the people who are collecting it, is the most important kind of blood needed at the moment because it's the universal donor, meaning anyone can actually get it. Now, there's a slight bit more of information, like all information today, reasonably suspect at the outset, but the Associated Press is reporting that this airliner, this United Airlines jet, which crashed in Pennsylvania, which is a American Airlines, my apologies, United Airlines Flight 93. I don't quite know exactly what aircraft it was, a 767, I think, which we assessed uncertain about, did not know why it had crashed, whether it was part of this overall operation this morning. The AP is now quoting a man who minutes earlier, saying he was a passenger on the plane, told an emergency dispatcher in a cell phone call that we are being hijacked. We are being hijacked. Treat that, as you do all the information we give you today, as being preliminary at best, sometimes wrong. I think we've been pretty good about it today, and certainly confused, because listening to the mayor, listening to the governor of the state, both of whom we talked to, listening to the senator in charge of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, listening to all of our analysts, listening to everybody, the country is still very much in the middle of, if not immediate post-event chaos, certainly in terms of trauma, and trying to get a handle on what the hell's been going on here. And as we've said before, when you look at the television pictures of the Trade Center collapsed upon itself, these are buildings 110 stories high, and where thousands and thousands and thousands of people work. And I know on occasion we can run the images of it to the point of offensiveness. I hope we're not there. But this is what it looked like when one of the trade towers just appeared to either peel away or collapse on itself, but from top to bottom, 110 stories to the bottom. First one, the southern tower, Tower 1 or Tower 2, it doesn't matter what, just one tower and then the other, and then the other tower sometime later, which John Miller said the cops picked up very quickly, was looking weak and bending or leaning in one particular direction, indicating that when those two aircraft, one hitting one tower, the other hitting another, had gone straight into those towers with such force that even at the midpoint of the building, or in that case 2/3 up, something had happened to so totally weaken the infrastructure that this was like peeling a banana, except that it was full of people, or had many, many people in it. I think we have Senator John McCain on the phone from Washington. Am I right, Senator?
Yes, Peter, how are you?
I'm well, sir, thank you. I'm not well. None of us are well. You know that.
Yes.
What's on your mind?
Well, I think that this act obviously is one which would constitute an act of war. I believe that the American people should remain calm and rally behind our president, and I'm confident that our military and our president will find out the perpetrators of this outrage, and we will not only punish those responsible, but ensure that something like this never happens again. And clearly, we need to look at our intelligence capabilities.
I don't mean for one second, Senator, to belittle the necessary thing you must say today, which is we'll find those who are responsible and we'll punish them, because Tony Cordesman has just pointed out very effectively how often we don't find the people and we don't get to punish them. But you say it an act of war.
Yes.
Do you believe that if another country is somehow the patron of an individual or a group of individuals who has done this, we should go to war with that country?
Absolutely, because they have committed atrocity on a scale that's unprecedented in history that I know of. Everybody's talking about a second Pearl Harbor. At least that was an attack on military targets, not on the civilian community. This is an unspeakable outrage, and clearly we can and must find out who perpetrated it. And Tony Cordesman and I have great respect for him, but I believe that we have the capability to find it out, and we need to improve our intelligence capabilities, particularly in the area of human intelligence. We have wonderful satellite capabilities and technical capabilities. In the late 70s and early 80s, we, for all intents and purposes, dismantled our human intelligence capability, which divines motives, and that's something technical intelligence cannot do.
Well, I think those of us who cover intelligence in any way, Senator, know that human intelligence, or HUMINT as they call it in the trade, has been very difficult, particularly in places like Afghanistan. So just assume for a second, well, no, don't assume anything, but are you desperately frustrated at the moment in some respects because this was sort of, in many ways, this was bound to happen in some measure, and we may not be able to get at the perpetrators?
No, I think that among many other things, obviously sorrow is the overriding emotion, but also I don't think our lives will ever be the same again in some respect, especially those who use airliners with some frequency. There's always been questions and studies and tests of our airport security systems, and they've always found breaches in them. Obviously, that's going to have to be addressed, and that's going to be very inconvenient for Americans. But at the same time, we also have to reevaluate the importance of making sure that anyone who wants to try it is incapable of doing so. But the best way to address it, obviously, is going to the source.
Your Democratic colleague, Senator Biden, said a while ago, the terrorist wins again when it alters American lifestyle. I assume you believe the same thing?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And the things that have been inflicted on the American people is, it staggers the imagination. And yet I believe that the best thing that we can do as Americans is remain calm, rally behind the President of the United States, and know with confidence that we will take whatever steps are necessary to prevent this from happening again. I don't think that there's any reason for Americans to feel a sense of panic.
Okay. Thank you, Senator McCain, very much indeed. Appreciate your time. Senator John McCain of Arizona, who knows a lot about violence, and many people in the country will think knows a lot about leadership as well. Former presidential candidate, often talking about doing it, or often considered to be doing it again. Claire Shipman is in Washington. Claire, where's Mr. Bush?
Well, Peter, we have a little bit of news on that front. As you know, he is in the air again on his way somewhere from Shreveport, Louisiana. We have been told by sources that he will not be coming to Washington. He is going to make another stop at an undisclosed secure location so that he can talk to people from there on the ground. His security team can assess just how safe it is back here in Washington. As you mentioned earlier, that there must be great political pressure for him to get back to Washington. These sources confirm just that. The political team wants him back home. He wants to come back home. His security team does not feel it is safe right now. They do think, though, and they're guessing right now, that he might be able to get back at some point this evening. But again, he's got at least one more stop. Another interesting point along those lines.
Hold on, one more stop?
One more stop between Shreveport and Washington. He's on his way now, we're told, to another undisclosed location that his security team considers secure. They won't tell us where it is, obviously.
But do we know? So, in other words, this one more stop is another security stop dictated by the Secret Service?
Indeed it is, and we would be guessing if we talked about another Air Force base or something of the kind, but they have a number of stops, and I'm told this one is not anywhere in the direction of Washington, that they have a number of places they can take him.
Let me ask you this. Have you heard any mention whatsoever of the possibility the President will come to New York?
No, there was a rumor to that effect earlier, Peter, but that was shot down, and my sources tell me he is not going anywhere near New York right now. That situation would create chaos that New York just doesn't need at this point.
Absolutely.
They've also told us that their full security plan is in effect. They do have the House and Senate leadership out of town. Condoleezza Rice is the only senior official remaining at the White House, and she will remain at the White House to try to coordinate efforts from there. Mrs. Bush has also been spirited away. She was on Capitol Hill this morning set to address Congress. She's been taken to an undisclosed location. Peter.
Now, there was some mention that but there was some mention of the fact that the United Airlines aircraft that crashed east to southeast of Pittsburgh may have been, in fact, going in the direction of Camp David. Had you heard that?
I heard that, as you did. My security sources don't know anything about that, so we haven't been able to confirm anything along those lines.
Then we'll leave it alone. Claire, thanks very much. We'll come back to you. As soon as we know where the President is going to go next. Seems a little bit strange. Pierre Thomas, working the phones on the FBI. What have you got, Pierre?
Well, one of the first things that they are focused on, obviously, is the injured, but the next priority is to get to Dulles International Airport, which they are, and Boston Logan. They are going to talk to the Boston United and American airline officials. They're trying to get a sense of who was on the plane. Early on, they're very limited in what they can do. They're trying to assess the situation, but one of the first things they can try to do is try to get a sense of who was on the plane, try to begin to check out aliases, and that might lead them in some investigative direction. But they're very limited in the early stages in terms of what they can do.
Great, thanks, Pierre. Keep at it. By the way, the Federal Aviation Administration says that the earliest that they will allow flights to resume, this may change, will be noon tomorrow. More than 24 hours after they first ordered all aircraft not to take off and then all aircraft to land as soon as possible. And I think that all domestic U.S. flights are now currently on the ground. Some international flights coming from overseas are still on their way to West Coast airports and still in the air. But what is quite staggering here in a way is the FAA says they will only allow flights to resume at noon tomorrow. And we're talking, if you add it up, about approximately somewhere in the neighborhood of 36,000 flights back and forth and up and down and all the interim places across the United States. We all know, those of us who travel by air on a regular basis, exactly how difficult air travel is and how much of it there is at the moment. But there's a outstanding example of what it means to put out an order like that. 36,000 flights going to be halted. In fact, I think Charlie Gibson, my colleague who was here when this happened this morning, has been looking particularly at this dimension of it. Charlie?
Well, Peter, I just found a note that all U.S. commercial aircraft, I wasn't absolutely certain what you said a moment ago, but that all U.S. commercial aircraft that were not involved in hijackings today, obviously, but we know what's happened to those planes that were hijacked, but all U.S. commercial aircraft have landed, and as you mentioned, there will be no flights resumed until noon tomorrow. A couple of just incidental events. Prince Andrew of England was headed for Atlanta when all of this happened. His plane turned around. King Abdullah of Jordan was also headed for the United States. And we now read that flights, Tony Blair, the Prime Minister of Great Britain, has canceled all flights over London because of concern of air security over that city. There are a number of other things going on. Some of these pale in significance to what's happening in New York and Washington, but we want to bring them to you anyway. And I'm going to give you some details of what are happening in various states around the country. Much of this redundant to some things Peter had said, some of it new information. This Sunday's Emmys Awards ceremonies in Los Angeles has been postponed because of today's terrorist attacks on the East Coast. The head of the Academy of Television Arts and Sciences says he's not going to set a new date for the ceremony until the national mourning that is going to take place is over. There were Latin Grammy Awards scheduled for tonight in Los Angeles. Those have been canceled. In the sports world, as we mentioned a while ago, and there's some other cancellations as well, the 15 baseball games have now been canceled around the country that were to be played in the major leagues tonight. The minor leagues postponed all of their playoff games. Their regular seasons are over, but the playoff games in the minor leagues have been canceled. The commissioner of baseball said in the interest of security and out of sense of deep mourning for the national tragedy that has occurred today, all Major League Baseball games for today have been canceled. The PGA Tour has canceled the beginning of tournaments on Thursday, and whether they will be further delayed is uncertain. Major League Soccer postponed all of the games it had scheduled for tomorrow night, and the National Football League says it is mulling over whether to postpone this weekend's schedule. Obviously, the effects of this are going to reverberate for many days, many weeks, many months. Yep. And so there are those kinds of cancellations being discussed.
Okay, thanks, Charlie.
Go ahead.
Thanks. I just, as we want to go to try to bring it back together for people who, a lot of people have been not with us all day. The thousands and millions of people may have been glued to their televisions, impossible not to. But ABC's John Donovan has been following the events of the last few hours, and he has managed to put together, I suppose we could call it a chronology or a timeline, if you will. But here is some sense of what happened from the beginning.
We want to tell you what we know as we know it, but we just got a report in that there's been some sort of explosion at
the first thing any television cameras saw this morning was this. Just before 9 o'clock, roughly 15 minutes earlier, an American Airlines jet hijacked from Boston had crashed into the South Tower of the World Trade Center. There were 92 people on board.
It does not appear that there's any kind of an effort up there yet. Now remember, oh my God.
Oh my God.
That looks like a second plane.
I did not see a plane go in.
Minutes later, the second plane, the second tower. The fireball ate up the aircraft. It was a United Airlines flight, a 767 from Boston to Los Angeles. There had been 65 people on board.
Some sort of a concerted.
I was happened to look on the first tower, and I actually saw people waving where the first plane crashed through, and then it was unbelievable seeing this second jet come crashing into the second tower. What is going on?
New York City was staggered.
As soon as he got hit, I was thrown to a window. So I was very lucky.
We're going to interrupt this. We'll come back to this, I promise you, to go to a news conference being held by the Mayor of New York, Rudolph Giuliani.
And then, Governor, thank you very, very much for your assistance and your help and your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, for your leadership through this crisis. This is a vicious attack upon New York. It's an attack upon America. It's an attack upon the whole concept of freedom and our way of life. And we cannot let these attacks succeed. The first step has to be to make sure we do everything in our power to protect the people and to save the lives of those whose lives are still at risk and to help those who have been injured. And I want to commend the mayor, and I want to thank my colleagues from Connecticut, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and the federal government have all offered and made ready support to help us deal with this ongoing crisis. The people of New York are not only the freest and most diverse people in the world, we're also, I believe, the most capable of rising to meet meet the challenges of this type of attack. And right now, we want New Yorkers to remain calm, to go about their business, to appreciate the fact that everything to provide for their safety is being done, to appreciate that everything that can be done to provide for the health and the needs of the people who are still at risk is being done, and that we will continue to work to make sure that we get through this as strongly and quickly as possible. I want to thank the federal administration. Secretary Thompson has been on the phone with me a number of times, as well as the President, for what they are offering and prepared to do. And we're just confident that, well, this is a horrible attack, and one that is despicable and really unthinkable in its magnitude. We will get through this, and we will continue to have a great and free country, state, and society.
Do we know the number of casualties at this point, sir?
I don't think we really want to speculate about that. The number of casualties will be more than any of us can bear ultimately. And I don't think we want to speculate on the number of casualties. The effort now has to be to save as many people as possible. And I don't think we will know the answer to that until sometime tomorrow or the next day.
Were there large numbers of firefighters?
There are a large number of firefighters and police officers who are in harm's way, and we don't know how many we've lost. But there's no doubt we've lost some firefighters and police officers.
Do you know anything about the cause of the explosions that brought the two buildings down yet? Was it caused by the planes or by something else?
We believe that it was caused by the after effects of the planes hitting the buildings. We don't know of an additional explosion after that.
Could you tell us, do you expect any further attacks on New York? Is there anything to indicate that there could be more bombs, more planes out there? I know originally there was a report that 8 planes had been hijacked, 4 have only been accounted for. What about the remaining 4? And is there any possibility that there could be bombs on the ground planted by some?
We have no specific information to that effect. Obviously, the city is now closed. The airspace around the city is closed, and we are on heightened alert. But we have no specific information suggesting any further attack.
Can you tell us where the planes came from?
Warships coming into the port of New York?
I think to give the people of New York confidence, to show that the federal government is standing with us, and to just to make certain that nothing further happens. This has been a very, very difficult and traumatic day for the people of the United States and the people of the city. And I think that it's an act that shows that the federal government is going to do everything they can to support us and help us.
Can you give us an idea of the extent of the rescue effort that's going on right now in Lower Manhattan? The scope of this operation?
There are over 1,000 rescue workers, probably about 2,000 that are deployed, trying to get into the buildings, trying to find people, trying to search for people. The governor and I spoke a couple of hours ago. The governor has deployed the National Guard to relieve them because our people are going to need reinforcements pretty soon. But right now they don't want to leave because they're searching for innocent citizens, and they're searching for some of their brothers and sisters.
Are you finding survivors?
Yes, we have some numbers that we can give you. We have 1,500 people at Liberty State Park who were evacuated, described as walking wounded. They were evacuated by ferry and other means. There are about 600 as of about 15 minutes ago in local hospitals that we account for, 600 people that are being treated in local hospitals. And there are 150 in particular that were critical, that were moved by EMS. New York City has 170 hospitals. So we have a lot of hospitals, and we're utilizing all of them. Probably the one that was the hardest hit was St. Vincent's Hospital. And I would like to just single them out and commend them, because as I was rushing down there, after the first plane hit, and before the second, they were already deploying people on the street. I could see the doctors and nurses outside getting ready to receive people. And that was before the second plane actually hit the World Trade Center.
What was your experience down there?
Also blood donations. We have several sites for blood donations. 153 East 53rd Street, 66th and Amsterdam, which is the Red Cross, and 310 East 67th Street. If people want to do something and they can donate blood, that's going to help not just today, but tomorrow and the next day. This relief effort is going to take some time.
Mr. Mayor, you were one of the first people down there. Can you describe the scene in your own words, what you saw down there?
I don't know that I'm really able to describe it. It was the most horrific scene I've ever seen in my whole life. We saw the World Trade Center in flames, a big gaping hole all the way on the top of it. We could see people jumping from the top of the building. And then we went into Barclay Street, 75 Barclay Street, I think it was, and we were there when the building collapsed. And it collapsed in part on 75 Barclay Street. So we were trapped in the building for maybe 10 or 15 minutes, trying to get out different exits. And we finally went through a basement and came out 100 Park Place.
Did you ever fear for your own safety, sir?
Sure, yeah.
What went through your mind?
I don't think anything went through my mind other than making sure that we all remained calm and found an exit and just tried to figure out the most intelligent thing to do. Probably the same thing that went through the minds of 10,000 other New Yorkers who I could see on the streets, and I really have to commend them. If you really want to know what New Yorkers are all about, you just watch the way in which they handle themselves. They didn't panic. They moved deliberately. They moved swiftly. But they didn't hurt each other. They helped each other. I mean, these are just the most wonderful people in the world.
Do we know anything about the composition of that dust that blankets Lower Manhattan? Is there any asbestos or any hazardous material in that dust?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to this.
Mr. Mayor, there was a gas explosion related to this. Is that what you were about? There was a gas leak or possible.
We don't believe that. We don't believe that's the case. No.
Mr. Mayor, can you tell us anything about where the planes come from, where the aircraft came from?
Bill Diamond reminds me that we've turned off the gas in the city buildings, just to be certain.
Can you tell us
as a precaution
where these aircraft came from? There was a report they may have been hijacked in Boston.
I think we should leave. I think we should leave that up to the federal government to. Yes, we do have some information, but I think we should leave that up to the federal government to release that information. Our focus is on the relief efforts. And
Governor, do you
what about security for the rest of the
on the part of the United States for what happened here in this country, both in New York, Washington, and other places?
First step right now, Marcia, is to make sure we do everything to help those people who need our support, and whether they're injured or still trapped in buildings. The second thing is to make sure at the same time we're providing the maximum security against possible additional incidents. But clearly, this is an attack upon America. It's an attack upon our freedom and our way of life, and we must retaliate and go after those who perpetuated this heinous crime against the people of America.
Mayor, this is just compared to Pearl Harbor. Do you consider this to be an act of war? This has been compared.
I'll do both. I'll do both.
This has been compared to Pearl Harbor. Do you consider this to be an act of war?
This is a vicious, unprovoked, horrible attack on innocent men, women, and children. It's one of the most heinous acts certainly in world history. And as the governor said, and I said to the president, we fully and completely support him in any action that he has to take in order to make an example out of the people who are responsible for this.
Is it an act of war in your mind?
I don't know that I want to use those words. I think the president is the one that has to respond, and I think what he has to know is that all of us in New York support him, and support him completely in the efforts that he's going to have to make over the next couple of days, week, and to make a point that people can't do this. You can't attack innocent men, women, and children. And ultimately, I'm totally confident that American democracy and the American rule of law will prevail. And the people of New York are going to help to demonstrate that over the next couple of days.
Anybody take responsibility for this? Any group take responsibility at this time? And what is the city doing to safeguard the citizens now that something like this has happened?
Well, first of all, I don't know of anyone that's taken responsibility for it at this time. And secondly, the New York City Police Department is fully deployed, not just in the rescue effort, but all throughout the city of New York, offering as much protection and as much security as we're capable of for the citizens of the city. And at this point, I believe that the people in New York City can demonstrate our resolve and our support for all of the people that were viciously attacked today by going about their lives and showing everyone that vicious, cowardly terrorists can't stop us from being a free country and a place that functions. And we'll do everything we can to make that point.
Jennifer Steinauer, please. Just a housekeeping thing. Can you tell us what's going to happen to the New York primary?
This morning, I issued an order suspending the primary across the state. There will be no primary today, and we'll reschedule it once we get through this.
Jennifer,
Mayor,
please.
can you please walk us through the municipal services right now? What's going on with the subways and the schools, the courts?
The subway, the schools, the chancellor, I commend the chancellor. He was on the phone a number of times with us. He coordinated very, very carefully what what would happen. He thought it out, and he came up with a very good plan, which was essentially to keep the schools open, to keep the children in school, so we didn't have a large number of children in the different boroughs that would be released from school. They're being released, I shouldn't say as normal, but basically on the normal schedule. If parents aren't there to pick up the young children, then the children will be taken to a center, and the parents will be notified to come and pick them up. The children who have Metro cards, who normally travel on the subway, will be able to do that. The subways are functioning in 4 of the 5 boroughs, and can we get an update, Joe, on how the subway's doing in Manhattan?
All the lettered lines are working.
And in Manhattan?
In Manhattan lines, all the lettered lines.
All the lettered lines are working, including in Manhattan. And throughout the rest of the city, public transportation is normal. So the children should be able to return from school in the normal fashion. And if any children don't have parents to pick them up, then we'll hold them, let the parents know, and then the parents can come and pick them up.
Mr. Mayor, you mentioned you were on Barclay Street. What's the radius of damage that's been affected? How many other side streets around the world?
I don't think we know yet. The whole area of Lower Manhattan has been very much affected by it.
How many police
and fire are involved? Like how many all NYPD off-duty officers, as they come in, or like
all NYPD and FDNY officers are on duty now. And we're going to need all of them, and again, thanks to the governor and the way in which the state reacted, we will have 1,600 National Guard to relieve them over a period of time, so we can get some relief for them.
If anybody's looking for someone that may have been in the World Trade Center or in and around that area, what should they do? How can they get information?
We're going to give you numbers so that we can try to help coordinate that. Individual businesses have already done that, but we will as soon as we can find some time from the relief efforts, give you a number in which people can call, and then we can direct them to the right place.
The National Guard loading or anything like that? Any lawlessness?
There have been no reports of lawlessness.
The governor of New York State, Governor George Pataki, the mayor, Mayor Giuliani, between him, the police commissioner just over on the right side of the picture there, the fire commissioner, the police commissioner more than anybody else being almost a restraining influence there, trying to say both to the governor and to the mayor, be careful what you say here. We don't have information on this, that, and the other thing. And on this question of casualties, it is the mayor who is attested to what everybody's got going, rushing around in their minds at the moment. More casualties, more than anyone can bear, but not willing to make perfect sense, not willing at this point to put a number on the people who they believe have been killed and or injured. The mayor did say that in one of the parks in the lower part of Manhattan, 1,500 people were regarded as walking wounded. They were aware of 600 people in local hospitals, and New York City has 170 hospitals, and as the mayor said, every one of them is available under these circumstances. And there are 150 critical conditions which were taken out, which were medevaced out or taken out under other circumstances, some of them going across the river to New Jersey, and in one case, according to the Canadian television network, saying had been airlifted as far away as Canada in order to get special medical care. Canada has a several very strong centers in burn treatment, so it may be one of the reasons that patients have gone up that far. The mayor returning again to this thing which has clearly moved him, I think, more than anything else today, getting down there and seeing the 2 trade towers before they collapsed on themselves, and seeing the fires burning up high, and he said it every time, and seeing the people jumping from the top of the trade towers, driven to their deaths by the encroaching fire in the rooms in which they no longer felt they were particularly safe. And Governor Pataki, I think the first person today to say in the clearest language there's got to be a retaliation. Lots of people said, if you find out who has done this, you've got to be held accountable. Mayor being reluctant to say whether or not the country was in a state of war, which is a technical thing, I think, for him in many ways. But that's pretty much, I think, the summary of the highlights of their news conference, in which there seems to be a real coordination between the local and the state and the federal. And we have here with us a man who should know whether or not it's working, Jerry Hauer, who's the former head of New York City Mayor's Office of Emergency Management, and the last time I saw you was in that place on the west side of Manhattan, which you had designed for just an event, or maybe an event not just like this.
Yeah, this certainly is an incredible event, Peter. I don't think in our wildest imagination you could think about a day where simultaneous attacks, you know, we all think about it, we plan for it, but to have something like this occur is certainly, I view it as an attack on our nation.
But was it? I understand your emotional state. I'd like everybody's the same. I think we're all the same.
Sure.
Did you never consider that this was a possibility?
Well, we consider, and as we plan for New York City, we plan for massive events. In point of fact, one of the things that we did when I was still heading up OEM was we put in place memorandums of understanding with New Jersey, with Connecticut, Nassau, Suffolk County, to ensure that there was enough medical care available, that we had ambulances, police, firefighters, because we had to plan for horrific types of events. And as I told you when you were down, we planned for various types of incidents, chemical and biological types of attacks, for explosive types of attacks. You know, this is clearly just a devastating type of an incident here in the city.
The Office of Emergency Management that bunker, it's a pretty elegant bunker, and nor is it underground. It was second and third floors, right. I think. That's out of operation at the moment.
Yeah, my understanding
is...
That's
something you never planned for.
Yeah, well, in fact, we did. The alternate was to go to police headquarters or to another location in the event that the command center was inactivated for some reason or rendered useless. Do
you know what has happened to it today? Do you know precisely what's happened?
I talked to some folks down there, and my understanding is that a lot of the debris has fallen and has blocked the access to the building. I've heard some reports that they're concerned about the structural stability of the building, but I have not been able to confirm that. But as part of our plan, there were backups. You always have backups in your planning, and that's what the city is doing today.
Now, you've had to walk to get here today, and that's perfectly understandable. We're on the west side of Manhattan, and things are that difficult. But do you have a sense of how it's going? And we've heard the mayor's appraisal and accepted as an honest one. Do you have any sense of how the system's working, and do you have any sense of how many people are still trapped or dead?
Well, first of all, I think that things are working as they should. I think that, you know, when you've got the best police and fire department anywhere in the world, they are doing everything to try and rescue people, to try and get near the building. But you've got to also realize the dynamics in a situation like this change a bit when you have a number of police and firefighters injured as well. Sure. And that's what we saw this morning. I was listening to the fire radio this morning when the building collapsed, and they were screaming for help because firefighters were trapped. So the emotion changes a bit, but these are extremely professional people. These are very heroic people. They will do everything they can to try and get in and rescue anybody that could potentially be alive in that building, recognizing that there is a potential for additional collapse.
What about the prospect, as the governor's announced, of the National Guard being called into New York for an act of terrorism? Is this anything you ever envisioned, and what will they do?
Well, in fact, that's the question, John, what they'll do. I would imagine that they will help support the police department, the fire department, provide logistical support, manpower, help with search and rescue. Whether or not they'll be used for law enforcement purposes, traffic control, things like that, I think I've not been privy to those discussions, so I don't know. But that's certainly possible.
Leading up to the millennium, you personally designed a series of exercises where a disaster would unfold and they would respond to it, a tabletop exercise, a field exercise, and then another disaster, and then another, to make it more and more difficult to stretch the resources to the limit. Was that worst-case scenario design that you put together to see if the city could handle such a momentous disaster anything close to this, or have a component like this?
Yeah, you know, as we were planning for the millennium, we were planning for millions of people in Times Square and for the potential of something happening there. And we had to look at where all those resources would come from.
So did you have, in your design, did you have a truck bomb go off and then something else happen?
We had a sequence of events, both explosions, chemicals, biological incidents, and we looked at various types of terrorist events. And, you know, I think that what you're seeing here today is the result of having the New York City Fire Department, New York City Police Department well prepared. But again, I don't care where you are, anywhere in the country, anywhere in the world. An incident like this is difficult and certainly stresses any system anywhere in the world. And then when you have a number of injuries to police and firefighters, it really does change the dynamics.
Did you ever imagine in your various scenarios that a building, not to mention two separate buildings, basically, in case of the trade towers, would collapse on one another?
We did plan for building collapse, for bombings, and that was part of our routine planning.
Is there some hint there of what the operation now faces in terms of what you went through?
Well, what happens from here on out is a very slow process because first of all you've got to put the fire out, and my understanding is there's gas lines feeding the fire, and it is not out. So before you can really start doing a search and rescue in the middle of the building or even recovering those victims, you've got to get that fire out.
Yeah. The mayor did just say a moment ago the gas has been turned off in city buildings. That would seem to be to have alleviated one very pressing problem for much of the morning.
Yes, but we still see that it's burning. We see that it continues to burn, and you can do some search and rescue around the periphery of what's burning, but to actually get into the area that's burning, this is going to be a long-term process.
John?
Now, you mentioned something about continuity of government, contingency plans. What are we seeing in New York and in Washington where the officials are not, where we're accustomed to seeing them, not in the White House, not operating out of City Hall? Have they gone to ground?
You have to in a situation like this when you view that the country has been attacked. You have to have alternative sites for the mayor, for the governor to operate from, to continue government.
On the assumption that their regular sites are potential targets?
Oh, sure. You have to do that. And I would imagine that's what's happening in Washington as well. There are very sophisticated continuity of government plans in Washington. They have evacuated most of the government office buildings. And I would imagine things are locked down pretty tight, and key officials have been moved to key locations, to secure locations to ensure that there is a continuity of government.
Jerry Howard, thank you for the moment. Don't go away if you feel inclined to stay and help. We're very grateful.
Yeah,
the man who set up these headquarters office down on the west side, which are now usable in terms of the Mayor's Office of Emergency Management. And management is the big issue, but as you listen to you two guys talk there for a second, you realize how this ripples out. Tony Blair, the British Prime Minister, has just now ordered, actually a short while ago, has just ordered all civilian flights to cease over London. And so the impact of this one event, not only across the United States, but now being felt overseas, is constantly alive. And there are a couple of new pieces of information, too, about the flights in question that we have been so focused on today. In the case of American Flight 11, this was the one that first crashed into the trade towers this morning at 8:48, just a little before 9 o'clock this morning. ABC's Lisa Stark, who covers aviation for us, now says that a flight attendant called from the plane to say that 2 flight attendants had been stabbed, and people on board the aircraft had broken into the flight deck, into where the captain and the co-pilot, and in the case of a 767, can't recall, they're not an engineer, but certainly broken into the cockpit, where the pilot and the co-pilot were located. 2 hostages, two flight attendants stabbed. And in the case of United Airlines Flight 737, which was the aircraft the United Airlines which crashed just near Pittsburgh, Lisa does confirm for us our reporting of a little while ago that a passenger did call from a cell phone on the phone to an emergency service a 911 emergency service, they managed to do from the air to say that, in fact, they were in the process of being hijacked. And Compton, one of our White House correspondents, called just a short while ago to say that the president has landed again, this time at an Air Force base in Nebraska. And this suggests, A, that the Secret Service is still very much in charge of the president's movements at the moment, and that there is a very strong feeling in the highest reaches of government that the president should stay on the move. He's going to stay there, conceivably, for the next little while, because we've also been told by Ann that he's going to speak to the National Security Council this afternoon on a teleconference. The president will stay abroad. I suppose you can do that from Air Force One as well. I'm not altogether sure. I think you probably can. But the president is going to talk to the National Security Council from somewhere other than Washington, and he is now in Nebraska. As I think Terry Moran, our White House correspondent, and others mentioned very early on in the day, it's a very delicate line for the president to follow. Stay on the move, lest there be any security threat to the president, and this will be absolutely decided by the national leadership of the Secret Service in conjunction with the National Security Council, while the political operatives in the president's entourage very much want him, we're told by Claire Shipman and others, to get him back to Washington to be in control in the place which is familiar to most Americans. And Mrs. Bush is, of course, we've already said, is at an undisclosed location, and Vice President Cheney, who carries an enormous load in this particular administration, is currently working out of the White House. John McCarthy, who covers the Pentagon, national security, and a good deal of terrorism. John McCarthy, who covers the Pentagon, national security, and a good deal of terrorism and international intelligence issues for us, is at the Pentagon. John, what have you got?
A whole plate full of things, Peter. First of all, we've been talking throughout the day about possible ship movements, American ship movements. It is true that 2 aircraft carriers, 5 other combatants, and a hospital ship are now all heading north along the Atlantic seaboard toward New York. No decision has yet been made about exactly what to do with those ships when they get there, but of course aircraft carriers have a very large hospital capability, so they could be used for that. I think it is a responsive measure. Defense Secretary Rumsfeld, after the attack on the Pentagon, went immediately to the gash that you see behind me here when the very first destruction was detected and helped pull some people out of the rubble. He is now in what is called the National Military Command Center in the Pentagon, and he intends to stay there indefinitely until all forces around the world have been secured. All forces around the globe at this point are at ThreatCon Delta, which is the highest level of threat condition that American troops can be in. One of the difficulties with the fire and the rescue effort here in the Pentagon, Peter, is we have seen continuous outbreaks of fires within the different levels of the Pentagon, and it has been extremely difficult for search and rescue people to get inside the Pentagon. It was 5 hours before the first people were able to get into some of the rubble to try to begin to pull out people who may have been trapped. The fire in the Pentagon was described as an inferno by those people who were in some of the worst areas. The evacuation in parts of the Pentagon was very orderly. Some of it was complete chaos, as you might expect.
Okay, John, thanks very much. John McCarthy at the Pentagon. We just take a quick look at John there. Jackie, you there for a second? I want to put John on camera for a second, because earlier today you described, you just turn around and take a look at that gash in the Pentagon there, and describe again for us. You think it's what, 200 feet wide, 200 to 300 feet wide?
It is at least 200 or 300 feet wide, Peter. Just imagine a very large commercial aircraft ramming into this space. The Pentagon is built like a blockhouse, as you know, during World War II. It is a very substantial building, and this aircraft, traveling at between 150 and 200 miles an hour, penetrated deeply into the rings of the Pentagon, almost to the center. The destruction on the 5 floors that are above ground is considerable. One of the admirals was briefing us earlier that he felt that the section that was hit was one of the areas that was being repaired. We now believe that is not true. It is an area that was very fully staffed, primarily with Navy and Marine Corps personnel, but also the Defense Intelligence Agency.
Okay, thanks very much, John McCarthy at the Pentagon. We'll come back to you. On the phone with us at the moment is the former CIA Director, James Woolsey. Mr. Woolsey, there's so much to ask you about at a moment like this in terms of your experience, but as our political director, or actually that's not true, as a former senior White House official said a short while ago to one of us, there's going to be a hellacious amount of finger-pointing at the moment. What's gone wrong here?
Well, one thing that's gone wrong, Peter, I think, is that for some years now, we have adopted a theory that terrorism first was likely just to be sort of a pickup team, these loose associations of terrorists inspired, say, by the Blind Sheikh in New York. This was the thought in the two bombings, one attempted, one real in New York back in the early 90s. And then the Clinton administration veered off into saying everything looked like it might be Osama bin Laden. It's important that we realize there is a real possibility when you have something this devastating and well-coordinated that there could be state action of some sort behind it. Now, I don't know that that's the case, and I won't say that it's the case, but there is at least a plausible case that there was Iraqi government involvement in the World Trade Center bombing back in 1993. This all has to do with the identity, the true identity of Ramzi Youssef, who was the mastermind who's in prison out in Colorado now. At his sentencing, the judge said, "We still don't really know who you are." And if there was a chance that there was Iraqi government involvement in that, since Youssef was the mastermind of the World Trade Center and of a bombing plot in the Pacific, which he was working on when he was caught, to have a lot of American airlines in the Pacific blown up. What happened today is a sort of amalgam of the earlier two Ramzi Youssef plots. It's at least, I think, interesting that that's the case, and if some of the observers, Laurie Milroy and others, are correct, that there's a reasonable chance that he was, in fact, involved with the Iraqi government, there could also be a chance that the Iraqi government is involved here, even if bin Laden or other terrorist groups are as well.
Can I just ask you just a couple of really elementary questions about intelligence? You've just done something on the air which strikes me as what intelligence officers do when they sit down to try to figure out what the heck is going on. Is that in fact what you're trying to do at the moment? You called it an amalgam of two plots. Is that how it works at the moment?
Well, this is nothing but circumstantial evidence that I've been talking about, but it's interesting circumstantial information anyway. And yes, that's the sort of thing that I think intelligence officers need to do. Part of the problem with the World Trade Center bombing back in '93 is that most of the information about it was under grand jury secrecy until the trial, and after that, not many people paid attention to it. So even most of the federal government had no access to it except outside the FBI and parts of justice.
Now, you mentioned governments and individual organizations or operations. Don't governments traditionally leak information more than independent or semi-independent terrorist cells? If there were a government involved, is it not inconceivable that the United States didn't pick up something?
I think it's possible that a government could be involved and not be picked up, especially if it was operating very carefully, as the Iraqis or conceivably the Iranians might under these circumstances. It is normally somewhat easier to learn what's going on inside a government than a terrorist group, particularly one that doesn't use many communications and the like, and does everything within just a very small number of people. But it's not impossible that terrorist groups could work together with a government. The Iraqi government has been quite closely involved with a number of the Sunni terrorist groups, and on some matters has had contact with bin Laden. So,
I'm sorry, Mr. Woolsey, I think I just lost you.
I said on some matters.
Lost at the moment, and I hope we'll get him back on the telephone. The former director of the CIA, James Woolsey, on the phone, agreeing that there's going to be a heck of a lot of finger-pointing at the FBI, at the Department of Defense, and at the CIA. No, I have my FP, thank you very much. I just lost the director of the CIA. Okay, thank you very much. Because, as this former official in the White House points out, people are going to demand massive retaliation. Mr. Woolsey raises two quite fascinating possibilities. One, that there is a terrorist organization or group involved with a government, that there is, as there has been believed in the past, a terrorist operation within the Iranian political establishment, which perhaps even other parts of the Iranian political establishment didn't know about. And similarly true, though much likely, for them to be operating in ignorance of Saddam Hussein inside Iraq as well. But the reason that, and I bring John Miller back briefly in on this again, the reason he suggests an amalgam, Mr. Woolsey does, of two footprints is because of the potential, never perfectly proved, that Ramzi Youssef, who has been on trial and convicted of the first trade tower attack, did seem to have some tenuous connection with Iraq.
And that this is a mixture of the two plots that were his two big capers. One, the plot to blow up numerous airlines on the Pacific route targeting American tourists. The other to blow up the World Trade Center. Here, planes, American carriers have been used to attack the World Trade Center.
Okay, I apologize.
No, as Mr. Woolsey pointed out, the difficulty with Ramzi Youssef and really getting to the bottom of the World Trade Center was, while he escaped as the mastermind and while he was captured in a guest house funded by bin Laden, nobody ever knew who sent him in the first place, or what his real nationality was, or even what his real name was, which set him apart from all the other people connected with those cases. Truly a mystery man, still in prison here in America.
As somebody said a little while ago, too, in terms of everything we're looking at now, suspects, there's no good options on the table in this regard whatsoever. Let's try to keep up with the running developments of the day. Lisa Stark is with us from Seattle. She covers aviation for us. And Lisa, when we last commented on the status of this plane, we have at least one, I beg your pardon, at least two of them in the process of being hijacked.
Right, Peter. Here's the latest information we know right now. We know, obviously, the two American planes were lost. Flight 11 from Boston to L.A. That is one of the planes that went into the World Trade Tower. Flight 77 from Dulles to Los Angeles. We believe that may have been the plane that went into the Pentagon. The two United planes, United 93, that is the plane that crashed south of Johnstown, Pennsylvania. And now United 175, that plane, the plane from Boston to Los Angeles, a government source has confirmed that was the second plane that went into one of the World Trade Towers in New York. I'm also being told by government sources, and again, these things change throughout the day, Peter, I want to caution people, but this is what we know now. A government source tells me that on American Airlines Flight 11, again, that was the flight from Boston to Los Angeles that went into the Trade Tower, that a flight attendant on that plane was apparently able to call the American Airlines Operations Center to tell them that two flight attendants had been stabbed and that the perpetrators had broken into the flight deck. We've also been told that a passenger aboard one of the United flights, United Flight 93, the one that crashed in Pennsylvania, a passenger on that flight was able to call 911 apparently and let them know that the plane was being hijacked. Again, this information from government sources, and we don't know if it will hold up throughout the day, but that's what we are being told at this time.
I very much appreciate you bringing us up to date. There's one thing that I'm never quite clear on yet, and that may be just because where I'm sitting. Do we know American Airlines Flight 11 from Boston to Los Angeles was a 767, is that correct?
Yes.
United Airlines 175, which went into the World Trade Center.
That was a 767
as well. The American aircraft plane, which we're a little uncertain about the crashing into the Pentagon, was it Boeing 757?
Correct.
And it was also a 757 that crashed near Johnstown.
Exactly.
So we have two very popular and very widely used and very important aircraft in these two airlines being used. Lisa, thanks very much indeed. On the phone from Washington with us now is the former Secretary of State, James Baker. Are you there, Mr. Baker?
I'm here, Peter.
So what would you do?
Well, it's a pretty tough one, Peter. It's everybody, of course, is in deep sorrow and shock. It seems to me that this is something we've been worried about for a long time. We've been able, fortunately, to foreclose it up to now. We may be entering a bit of a new era. We may have to do a bit more to preempt these types of events. We may need to get some better human intelligence to penetrate some of these groups before acts like this can be can be carried out. We may need to do even more to beef up. Obviously, I suppose we need to do even more to beef up our airport security. There's a lot along those lines, I think, that needs to be done, and mostly, I think, strengthen our intelligence capabilities.
You are the second person, second senior former government official to say to us today, to imply very clearly that human intelligence in those areas of the world which are to some extent breeding grounds of terrorism are plainly weak.
Well, they are weak, Peter. We took, we went on a real witch hunt with our CIA back in the early mid-'70s. We had hearings. I won't mention the name of the legislator who conducted those hearings, but they, in effect, resulted in our eliminating a lot of our human intelligence capabilities. It's a dirty business. When you have human intelligence, you're doing business with the kinds of people that will commit these acts. Sometimes the first test of a human intelligence agent, the first test they send them out on is to go out and kill somebody. So it's pretty tough for America to get into that, and we got out of it. But it may be that we have to get into that kind of business.
Mr. Secretary, why don't you just name the legislator, because you're just going to cause more trouble for me to go to the file and look it up. Who held these hearings, and what's the point you're trying to make?
Well, they were the church committee hearings, and what I think we did as a consequence of those hearings was to, in effect, unilaterally disarm in terms of our intelligence capabilities. Now, we have the best, technological intelligence gathering operations and capabilities in the world, but we need this human intelligence to penetrate groups like the group that must have carried out these operations.
I have only a vague recollection of this, but I think the point you're making is that there are some forces, political and otherwise, in the United States, who believe that getting down and dirty with potential terrorists around the world is not something we should be doing, that we should do it all technically, therefore not put people at risk?
That's correct. That was the thinking, and that's pretty much the policy we followed since then, and I think we need to get back into the down and dirty business so we can penetrate these groups and hopefully prevent these types of things from happening in the future.
Mr. Baker, I don't want to get ahead of things, and I'm sure you do not either, but if there is, and as somebody said earlier, there are no good options out there at the moment. But do you believe that the United States is, if it finds out that a state is involved, going to have to go to war in an active way against that state?
Well, first of all, I don't believe we're going to find out that a state is involved. I cannot really, frankly, conceive of a state doing this. There could be, I suppose, some indirect assistance from a state or groups within a state, and I don't think that's going to be the case. But if it were the case, I think we need to do whatever we reasonably and responsibly can to protect the American people, whatever that involves.
Now, this is always the toughest question for somebody who has been in office but is not currently. How much easier is it to say what you do now that you're not in government? In other words, were you the Secretary of State in the Bush administration at the moment? Now, would you not feel rather constrained by modern circumstances as to what you could do?
Well, I don't know. I mean, frankly, Peter, we have some laws on our books that we ought to take a look at. One of them is simply a presidential executive order that says the United States doesn't go out and assassinate people. I think there was a very good reason behind that, but I dare say that you would have about 99%, if not 100% public support across the United States today if we found out that one terrorist group was responsible for these incidents. You would have 100% support almost for taking care of the person who leads that group.
One of the difficulties, of course, Mr. Baker, is that in a situation like this, we end up fighting like the terrorists to some extent, right?
Well, that is unfortunately the case. That's true, but it may be that that's the only way we can really take care of the problem. You know, the president said today, he made a statement I think was absolutely the right statement. He said America is under attack, under terrorist attack, and he said we are going to hunt down and punish those we find responsible for this. And that, to my way of thinking, means doing whatever is required.
Mr. Baker, thanks very much for the time.
Thank you.
James Baker, the former Secretary of State, also widely known in the country as the man who did as much as he did to win Florida for George Bush at the last presidential election, but a longtime member of the American political and foreign policy establishment, and who knows how complicated this is, and who makes a very open, you'll hear this a lot in the next few days, not enough human intelligence, and we'll review who that legislator was. Tony Cordesman, our military analyst. Are you listening to Mr. Baker? Is he making sense?
He is, Peter, but I think we need to have an important caution here. Human intelligence isn't as simple as it sounds. The actual agents can take years to develop. Historically, they've often been unreliable, and the more hostile the ideology is, the more uncertain the collection. Human intelligence is also analysis. Our analytic side is weak. The CIA has had hiring freezes. There is so little money for CIA and for DIA that most of the country analysts have never been to the countries they're actually analyzing, much less talked to many of the elements within them. And as Secretary Baker pointed out, if you're going to go into operations, that's different from human intelligence, and our operations capability has been allowed to decline for nearly a decade.
Thank you, Tony. The game has changed a good deal today, so let us get back. Yes, John.
Before Jerry Hauer leaves us,
Right.
and he's promised to come back, all of the discussions we've had raised the question to me, and I know Jerry's been more fully briefed on these national security agencies matters than any of us have. How many of these attacks have we known about and been able to prevent? How many that we've heard about? How many that we haven't heard about? And have any of them been on this scale?
That's difficult to answer, John, because a lot of that material is classified. A lot of that is kept classified, but there clearly are a number of threats that occur in this country almost on a daily basis. Some of them are hoaxes. Some of them are credible. Some of them are quite credible. And the spectrum varies. And they've had, and some we've been very fortunate with, as we were right before the millennium with the
intrusion from Canada.
Yeah,
but that was one that was the work of an alert agent. How many have we actually prevented through intelligence, which is kind of what Mr. Woolsey and Mr. Baker have been talking about?
I'm not sure anybody has a good number on that. That's something that I think that would be difficult to put your finger on at this point. You know, and I'd be interesting to get that from the FBI. I'm not sure that I've ever heard a number on how many we've actually thwarted.
Have you ever picked up the phone in your emergency management center and had someone on the other end who said we're going to blow up something?
We actually did receive a number of threats.
What was it like?
We had some letters come in, and we turned them over to the FBI. By and large, we felt that the majority of them were hoaxes, but we relied on the FBI for their intelligence, for their analysis of threats. We relied on the police department intelligence division. And by and large, with the exception of one or two that were a little more credible than others, most of them were pretty lame hoaxes.
I remember two of those that were quite serious. In 94 and 95, when I was with the police department, we received information from the FBI that there was going to be a truck bomb attack within 48 hours on the New York Stock Exchange. We responded by surrounding it literally with sanitation sand trucks and blocking the street, and eventually set up a cordon which has still not come down. The other was a planned attack on the Israeli mission to the United Nations, which has been surrounded by cement blocks, first the sand trucks, and ever since, again.
Our thanks to Jerry Hauer, the former head of the New York Mayor's Office of Emergency Management and Operations, and as we said at the beginning, it's an office which is not operating in the place that Jerry Hauer set it up, which was right adjacent to the World Trade Center, and it has been blocked off, put out of commission in one way or another by the horrendous devastation which has occurred in that part of town today. And we don't want to lose sight of it for a second in all this discussion about intelligence and terrorism. So I want to go back to George Stephanopoulos who's closer to the building than anybody else, and then Bill Blakemore. They are both watching the search and rescue operations, and both report now. George?
Well, Peter, we still don't know that it is a search and rescue operation yet. Just a little while ago, one of the volunteers who tried to go down there and help reported back and said when you actually got to the scene, and you see it behind me, that cloud of black smoke, when you actually got to the scene at the World Trade Center, what was most remarkable, what was most amazing, what was most horrifying is that basically nothing was happening. They couldn't go into the building and actually perform any real rescue operations. And he also described the scene very close to the World Trade Center, soot and silt up to his waist. He said it was hell. We have also talked to some firefighters who've gotten fairly close to the scene. They've now set up a special command center over here at Manhattan Borough Community College here on the west side where they're relieving each other. One fireman said that he was buried underneath all the dirt and debris, had to dig himself out, but still didn't know what had happened to his 6 partners who had gone into the building and near the building.
George, can I just interrupt you for a sec? I'll come right back to you. But Ann Compton, who's been with the president all day, is on the phone from Nebraska, and we don't want to lose her if we can have her. Annie, can you hear me?
Yes, Peter, I can.
What are you doing in Nebraska?
Well, we didn't know where we were till we landed. President Bush is here at the home of the Strategic Command. This is the area, this is the base where those big doomsday aircraft are kept. And he has disappeared down the rabbit hole, Peter, down through a red brick small building. He and what skeleton staff are with him down into an underground bunker where Ari Fleischer tells me the president is going to chair a National Security Council meeting by teleconference. We're also told that the president has been on the phone several times with the vice president, who is able to work out of a command center at the White House itself in one of the secure areas below in the White House.
Annie, your description of the president going down the rabbit hole, going into a very secure compound bunker in Nebraska at Offutt Air Force Base, suggests that people in his entourage believe there has been a threat today, or a potential threat to the highest political leadership in the country. Is that correct?
Well, and I asked exactly that question. They say there was no hint of any warning of the attacks that came on the East Coast today. But as you know, they always take the precaution, especially once the Pentagon was hit, that the president might be a target as well. And that is why he has come to as secure a place as he could, where he is trying to marshal the forces. He's also talking to some of the civilian leaders on the ground, including Mayor Giuliani and Governor Pataki. But we were told there was no direct threat to him and no advance warning, and that in itself, Peter, is distressing to the very small number of staff of the president here at Offutt.
So the procedures are in place, and they do what they do, right?
Well, you know, in 27 years of covering presidents and crises, we have never played the kind of hunted game that was played today, where we would take off in the plane and not know where we were going to land, and then once we landed in Louisiana, where we were literally told not to use cell phones so our location couldn't be pinpointed, to take off again and head to the center. It does feel like a cat-and-mouse game. Ari Fleischer, when I asked him if the president feels in jeopardy or hunted, he said the president understands that this is kind of the precaution that is necessary at a time like this, and that he's anxious to get back to Washington.
And for example, when you phoned us just a moment ago, thank goodness you did you have to ask permission to do it?
No, because it is hard to hide a great big airplane like Air Force One. And when we were coming in, I could tell we were over a flat area, a fairly urban area. And I guessed it was Nebraska, knowing that we hadn't been that far out of Louisiana. And indeed, as we came down over the field, I saw a TV satellite truck out on the highway. And sure enough, on our screens inside the plane, we watched ourselves land. The local media was already here, figuring this is where the President of the United States and the Commander-in-Chief would land.
Because it's part of the old Strategic Air Defense Command.
Exactly right. It has the facilities, the secure facilities here, where the president can still be, as what Ari tells me, is seamlessly in touch with the command structure in Washington.
And which we remind ourselves, and I'm going to involve George Stephanopoulos in this conversation, but just think about how the world has changed, and yet in some respects hasn't. The president's gone to Nebraska to a facility which was designed during the Cold War, where the president might retreat or go in the case of a thermonuclear exchange or an atomic thermonuclear exchange between the United States and the Soviet Union. That's really something to think about.
It's an amazing comment on where we are in the 21st century. You know, we have been checked our bags over and over again today. We take that kind of security routinely on Air Force One, but it's been double that today. And just the thought of Americans who are stranded in airports all across the country trying to get home today or tomorrow, the kind of security they will then face. Certainly the White House sees the ramifications and the impact of this extending through American life as far as you can see.
Annie, thank you very much. I hope you'll stay in fact, I know you'll stay in touch.
There are 5 of us who have been allowed to stay with the president, but we are not allowed in the underground bunker with him.
Say that again?
There are only 5 of us reporters who have been allowed to stay with him. Everyone else was left in Louisiana. There are 4 staff members, five of us from the press, and a very small Secret Service contingent. It was almost an empty Air Force One that brought us here. We don't know how we'll be here or when the president will find it safe to go back to Washington.
Well, you're not in the bunker.
No, they would not let us in the bunker. We are above ground looking at the battle between him and us.
Okay, Annie, thanks very much. Ann Compton. Just to bring you up to date very quickly on the rest of the first family, Ari Fleischer, the president and press secretary, did say that Barbara, the 2 19-year-old girls, Barbara at Yale and Jen at the University of Texas, were moved to secure locations. Mrs. Bush was with a group of friends, and they were in an undisclosed location, but she's had a chance to talk to the president, and everything is pretty cool there. But everything we hear and everything we report to you hour after hour after hour is a reminder of how seriously people have taken this. And I want to go to George Stephanopoulos, not so much in his position as a reporter today, but calling on his experience in the White House. George, to be honest, I plead naivete maybe here a bit, but I'm surprised at the lengths to which whomever has gone to keep the president on the move from Florida to Louisiana to Nebraska rather than going back to Washington. What's the thinking behind that, and would it have occurred in a previous administration?
Well, my guess is, first of all, we've never seen anything like this before, so it's hard to answer your second question. I think this is a testimony to the seriousness of the situation to make sure, number one, this means that the Secret Service, I think, is in charge.
Right.
Their number one and really only job is to protect the body of the president, and they're going to all lengths to do that right now. Peter, there are also some small indications that the broader evacuation of the senior staff of the White House that is always planned for in emergencies, as you hinted at, from a relic from the Cold War days, has also gone into effect. I spoke with the senior White House.
George, I apologize. I'm only interrupting you because you're so... Okay, you don't have those sirens behind you. Go ahead.
The sirens behind me, sorry. I spoke earlier, just a little while ago, to the spouse of a senior White House official who received a call simply from the Secret Service saying, your spouse is safe. Is in a secure location right now. I remember from my early days, Peter, in the White House, several senior White House staff are given cards and have evacuation plans for places to go in cases of national emergency. And as I said, there does seem to be some indication that that may have been put into effect. I would just add one more note. Ann was talking about the possibility of the president doing now a teleconference with his senior national security officials. There are facilities in the White House, not the normal situation room, which everyone has seen in the past, has seen pictures of, but there is a second situation room behind the primary situation room, which has video conferencing capabilities. The director of the Pentagon, the defense chief can speak from the National Military Command Center at the Pentagon. The Secretary of State can speak from the State Department, the president from wherever he is, and they'll have this capability to video conference throughout this crisis. In my time at the White House, it was used in the aftermath of the Oklahoma City bombing, in the aftermath of the TWA Flight 800 bombing, and that would be the way they would stay in contact through the afternoon.
Just a couple of short questions. Given where the president has gone from Florida to Louisiana to Nebraska, and given that we hear from the political staff that they'd like him to come back to Washington, does the president have any say at the moment, basically, if the Secret Service says go left or go right or go here or go there?
Well, the president has the ability to overrule them if he wants, but I think in this situation, Peter, he would follow their directions, obviously pushing them to try to get back as soon as he could, if that was really what his political advisors wanted. But he would take their direction on this one. Sometimes you can fight the Secret Service on, you know, how long you're going to spend in a rope line. I don't think you'd do it on this.
Okie dokie. And the other question is, in terms of Dick Cheney, the vice president, is in the White House now. Just from a purely operational point of view, if you were trying to run things at the moment, would you like to be in the White House or in a bunker in Nebraska? Or would it make any difference?
Well, it doesn't. I think right now, Peter, it doesn't make any difference. Air Force One and this bunker in Nebraska has complete communications all across the board. And as I said, my guess is that Vice President Cheney is in that second situation room. A camera is trained on him. He can see the president can see him. They can see Secretary Rumsfeld, Secretary of State Powell. It's as if they're meeting in one room.
Now tell me, let's return to the immediate business at hand. Every time I check in with you, or we check in with you, I hear sirens virtually right underneath you. What's going on right underneath you?
Well, right underneath, I'm at Canal Street and the Avenue of Americas, which is about 20 blocks away from the World Trade Center there. Every once in a while, right outside my window right now, there are about 4 police vans and a police car. But the police seem to just be stationing there, almost resting right now. The area right around us is quite quiet. About an hour ago, 2 hours ago, there were hordes of people walking uptown. That's pretty much stopped. Now, Peter, I got to tell you, it's very strange. You look down on the sidewalk, and you just have people strolling in their summer clothes up in this neighborhood right here. But again, from what we've heard of that situation down by the World Trade Center, it's horrific. It's kind of eerily silent. The firemen are relieving each other every 15 minutes or so. They come out, they get showered down with fire hoses to get all the soot off, and then they go right back in and get to work.
And just remind me one more time, George, the layman's notion of a bunker is one thing out in Nebraska, and I assume the White House has another notion of bunker. What does it mean down the rabbit hole into the bunker?
Well, in the bunker would just be certainly underground, a secure situation room, but the important point, Peter, is that wherever that bunker is, and it's reinforced by guards and concrete and all that, the president is in full communication with his entire national security team, and he can direct them at a moment's notice. And I think the big question that they're going to have to address now as they gather the facts, as they try and figure out who's responsible for this, even though they want to get the president back to Washington as soon as possible, and I'm sure they'll do that, they won't want him to go before the country again until he has more to say, and probably until he can say what actions he's going to take in response to this.
Okay, thanks, George Stephanopoulos, who, as he pointed out, was somewhat isolated from the violence there, because as close as they'll let you broadcast at this point, but you can still see the smoke coming up. It's felt all over the country. A number of newspapers around the country are now putting out special editions of the day. I remember when the Challenger exploded, we were on television for many, many, many hours, and which does, to some extent, isolate you from what is happening. You become a conveyor belt for information. Going back to the hotel and realizing that the New York Times and the Washington Post had then put out 30-some-odd page editions in terms of the Challenger disaster, John, and it just reminds you that you can be isolated from something that is so overwhelming. And George Stephanopoulos acknowledges he is not as close to the violence and tragedy. Like ABC's Bill Blakemore is somewhat closer. Bill, can you hear me? Bill Blakemore? Okay, we'll come back to Bill Blakemore. But Bill Blakemore has, we want to be as close as we can and not get in anybody's way. And I was pointing out that newspapers across the country publishing these special editions. There's not been a special edition of this magnitude probably since the Challenger disaster. Before that, Neil Armstrong walking on the moon, or in some cases, newspapers are putting out the first major special edition they've done since John F. Kennedy was assassinated. Many of the papers will clearly use terror in their banner headlines. Certainly the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel was one that did that with a subheading saying, "Attacks Rip Trade Center, Pentagon, America's Soul." And I think a great many people in the country feel that is precisely what has happened today, that the trade towers, as we've said many times, these absolute symbols of the United States in so many ways, right there on the edge of Manhattan, first city in the New World, the great advertisement to the rest of the world of commerce and success and upward mobility and all that stuff, and those two trade towers are simply no longer there. And then the attack on the Pentagon at the very heart of the establishment, the military government establishment today, and the deep psychological damage that this, or wound, if not long-term damage, this is going to do to the country. And then we learned just a short while ago that United Airlines jet that was carrying 45 people, which crashed near Johnstown in Pennsylvania today, was, at least according to one congressman, James Moran, Democrat from Virginia, who had had a Marine Corps briefing in Washington. He believes that that aircraft was originally intending by its hijackers to go to Camp David, the presidential retreat in the mountains of Maryland, and the crash site actually turns out to be about 85 miles northwest of Camp David. So no one should be surprised, perhaps no one is, at the ripple effect at every level of government, not to mention in everybody's soul today, from this initial attack on the trade towers. One of our reporters, Ellen Davis, reports, by the way, from the American Red Cross in New York City. They've actually had so many volunteers for blood that about 1,200 people showed up at the blood donation center in New York City, and they actually have enough blood for now, except for people with type O and Rh negative blood, because they have a shortage of those. But in terms of all other types of blood, they seem to be in pretty good shape. John Miller, what are you finding on the telephone?
Basically, still that they are just beginning to try and mount a rescue operation in the Trade Center, that they are still trying to assess how many people are trapped inside, that they're still trying to collate the number of people that they removed to so many different hospitals in 2 states. And now, because our burn centers here in New York, of which there are only 3, have been overwhelmed even in Canada. So they're really just beginning what's going to be an operation that's going to take not days, but weeks, more likely months.
Let's go, thank you, John. Let's go to ABC's Bill Blakemore, who I said is in Lower Manhattan and closer even than George Stephanopoulos was able to get. Bill, do you hear me?
I do, Peter.
Go ahead.
There's an enormous search and rescue operation being mounted here for what's clearly going to be many days of grim work. We're just north of the wreckage and the smoke still coming out on the West Side Highway, right next to the Hudson River. Hundreds of firemen are reassembling and restaging here after their first partial defeat this morning, and they know that many of their colleagues are missing with the civilians in the wreckage. I've talked to several of them who were in one of the towers when the other one was collapsing, who barely got out. They're not quite sure how and can't even begin to talk about it. Tables have been set up in the street here by some of the officers who are helping them figure out who's going to go in when they can. There's a triage center that's been set up in the Manhattan Community College where bodies and people and survivors are going to be brought as they begin to figure out how badly they're injured. And we can tell, because they still can't go in, they're still milling around in the hot sun here, that it's going to take a long time before they can even begin to assess how many people there are who need their help in search and rescue, which is going to go on for some time. The streets just behind us are quite different. There's almost an eerie war scene type of feeling, because much of this part of the West Village has emptied out. On this very clear, hot day, there are occasionally jet fighters circling overhead, so there's even just a touch of the feeling of covering a war. But for the most part, everybody is still looking at this enormous wreckage and just beginning to absorb what it is, and these firemen are eager and ready to get in there as they begin to gather themselves and dust themselves off from their first foray in this morning.
Bill, this is an excellent report. I just have this one question, and it may just simply be my own inability to grasp it visually. Are they actually getting into either of the former towers of the Trade Center, or are they still working on the outside perimeter?
I cannot tell you the exact answer to that. Many of them are still waiting on the outside of the perimeter to figure out how to get into the general area. When the North Tower collapsed, parts of the top of it fell over all the way over here to the river. And so they're still trying to sort out through the smoke just exactly where they can get into. They are not letting the media get anywhere near the actual base of the 2 towers themselves. But there's just a general sense of these accumulating hundreds of firemen, that they're ready to go in. They're waiting to find where an opening will be.
Okay, thanks very much, Bill Blakemore. ABC's Don Daler did manage to get, I think, pretty close to the building at one point earlier today. Don, are you there?
Yes, Peter, I'm here. I'm just back to about 4 blocks away, but I escorted a federal agent through the up to the side of the World Trade Center itself, and can tell you it is probably the most horrible thing I've ever seen in my life. There is total devastation, but beyond that, there's no non-gruesome way to describe this, but there are bodies and body parts on top of some buildings next to where the World Trade Center stood in the streets. There is still a number of fires going on in buildings surrounding it, including the Marriott building appears to be on fire. There's a building directly behind the federal office building. I can't identify which building it is, but it's a taller building. The police and the firemen are getting away from that area, but they're afraid that that building will collapse as well. There have been a couple building collapses or portions of them collapsing from the flames. So there are some buildings that they are just letting burn to collapse because it's too dangerous for them to fight it right now.
Don, thanks very much, Don. And now here is the, we're going to go to a briefing now on behalf of the political wing of the President's. I'm sorry.
Just have a very brief statement, and I want Chief Jester to talk about the search and rescue efforts underway. No surprise, we have very, very few details. We'll tell you what we can at this stage, but we have very few details. This is a terrible day. It is a tragic day for America. Our thoughts and prayers are with the injured and their families and the casualties. We're taking every appropriate step and precaution to prevent further attacks. We're making every effort to take care of the injured still in the building, and we're taking every appropriate measure to determine who is responsible. The Secretary of Defense...
And at President Bush's direction, we are implementing it. We began to implement it immediately after the first attack in New York this morning. We contacted American forces and embassies throughout the world and placed them on high alert. The United States Secret Service immediately secured the President, the Vice President, and the Speaker of the House, and they are all safe. They have also secured members of the National Security Team, the President's Cabinet, and senior staff. As you know, President Bush was in Sarasota, Florida, when the first attack occurred this morning. Air Force One has now landed at Offutt Air Force Base in Omaha, Nebraska, and the President is in a secure location. He is in continuous communication with the Vice President and key members of his Cabinet and National Security Team. Vice President Cheney and our National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice, are in a secure facility at the White House. I have just come from there. The Secretary of Transportation and other members of our White House senior staff are gathered at a command center there, and we are coordinating with other branches of our federal government. The Secretary of Defense remains at the Pentagon, and the Secretary of State is en route back to Washington from his trip to South America. President Bush is conducting a meeting of the National Security Council as we speak. They are meeting President Bush from his location and other members from different locations in Washington and other locations. As many of you have been reporting, the Federal Aviation Administration ordered all airports closed, and all planes which were in the air were directed to land at the nearest airport. International flights were diverted to alternate locations outside of the United States. Transportation Secretary Mineta has directed the Federal Aviation Administration to suspend operations until at least noon tomorrow. So no airline flights will operate until at least then and until the FAA announces that operations will be resumed. Secretary Mineta has also issued orders controlling the movement of all vessels in United States navigable waters. The Federal Emergency Management Agency has activated 8 urban search and rescue task forces in New York, and 4 of these highly trained teams are at work here in Washington at the Pentagon. Every federal agency has implemented continuity of operations plans to make sure the government continues to function effectively. While the markets closed today because of the situation in Manhattan, the United States financial system has continued to operate. Banks have been open all day. The Federal Reserve has operated regularly and continuously. The Department of Health and Human Services has mobilized medical personnel and supplies to provide help to local authorities who are working so diligently to respond and try to help the victims of these terrible attacks. President Bush has committed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to identify and bring to swift justice those responsible for these despicable attacks. The Department of Justice is setting up a hotline for families who fear that their relatives may have been victims of one of these attacks, and we will be announcing that telephone number shortly. Our fellow citizens and our freedom came under attack today, and no one should doubt America's resolve. President Bush and all our country's leaders thank the many Americans who are helping with rescue and relief efforts. We ask our fellow Americans for your prayers for the victims, for their families, for the rescue workers, and for our country. Thank you all very much, and we will continue to update you as information is available and confirmed.
Karen, how long will the president stay in Nebraska?
Return to the White House?
Will he go to be back in Washington, Karen? Will he address the nation? If the vice president can stay in Washington, why can't the president be here?
Karen Hughes, the president's spokesman. I must say, John Miller, that there's not an enormous amount of news in there if we've been following this event all day.
No, even the White House seems to be having difficulty gleaning the facts which officials in New York City just don't seem to know.
Yeah.
In terms of level of casualties, number of people killed.
And it's enormous. We're going to go to our White House correspondent, Claire Shipman, one of our White House correspondents, Claire Shipman, at the moment to see what's going on. But I'm very deeply sympathetic with the difficulty it is to get down to street level, either at the Pentagon or certainly in New York City, and understand the chaos and the tragedy that has appeared at ground level. Those of us sitting in newsrooms, bringing in, interpreting, analyzing information at a variety of levels are not doing a good enough job, because probably an impossible job to do, to try to have ourselves and you understand just what happened when that building fell in on each other. Listening to Bill Blakemore a short while ago and Don Daly, very helpful in terms of trying to understand it. But there is a delay in everything. There's a delay in government at the federal, state, and the national level. The airlines, of course, all across the country closed down. And it's true with news coverage as well, as best we can sense from here, that it's hard to get back from the immediate scene of this enough of a sort of texture to help us understand what enormous this is. Maybe you don't need it. Maybe you already appreciate that, but that's our sense from here. But there's Karen Hughes making... the President has appeared, remember, twice. Claire Shipman, ready? Claire?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay.
I can.
Much better you than me bring us up to date on what's happening in the presidential establishment, both there and elsewhere.
Well, let me tell you what we know so far. You obviously just heard a statement from Karen Hughes that seemed designed to try to express to the country that the government is still up and running. The political advisors, as you've mentioned a couple of times, would very much like to see the president get back to Washington when it's safe so that he can address the country. But in the meantime, they certainly want to give the impression that everything is under control, that the vice president is at the White House, Condoleezza Rice is at the White House, the Federal Reserve is still operating, banks are open, HHS is mobilized, and I think that was the point she is trying to get across. We've been told that the president may be back as early as this evening. The AP was also reporting he's considering some sort of address to the nation this evening, but again, it may be that he will want to have something very specific to be able to tell the public before that happens. Colin Powell, we're told, is on his way back from Peru. It's not clear where he will head. At this moment, what has happened in terms of the Secret Service is that their plan has gone into effect for this sort of emergency. The first time, we're told, that a plan like this has been implemented in recent history, of course. But what it means is they have all of their protectees accounted for. They're satisfied with that now. Now we're told they're in level 2, where they're assessing the threat, and they will then decide things, for example, as to whether Colin Powell can go back and safely work at the State Department and whether the president can come back to Washington. In the meantime, as you probably know, there's been a state of emergency declared in the city of Washington and in the state of Virginia, allowing both of those places to be able to mobilize military and police forces as needed, Peter.
Thanks very much, Claire Shipman from Washington. It is very difficult to keep your hands on the political establishment today, in part because we rely on government so often in cases like this to tell us what is going on in their various departments, and it has been very difficult today to get, for example, the Federal Emergency Management Administration got involved in this today. But it's hard because of the communications problems all across the country to have a real appreciation of what they are participating. The most direct communication we've had has been with New York City on the ground. That is, other than in terms of the president's movements from Florida to Louisiana and now on to Nebraska, where he is going to stay for the indefinite future, though political staff keep saying he'd really like to come back to Washington.
There is something interesting in the laundry list of things that Karen Hughes, counselor to the president, said in the briefing we just looked at, which is, one is that airspace will remain shut down under government control until noon tomorrow, and that the movements of ships around the coast will be regulated by the government. That suggests, I mean, we're talking about not a few hours, we're talking about halfway into the next day. That suggests that there's a real feeling in the intelligence community and in Washington that this may not be over, that they don't want to let go of the assets like air traffic, that they think could unleash even more attacks.
I wonder, John, if there is a real feeling in the intelligence community that may not be over, or, God, we didn't know any of this was going on. Maybe there's something else there that we don't have the vaguest idea about.
Precisely. I mean, it seems to be an abundance of caution and some degree of fear.
Okay. Now, we're joined by ABC's Betsy Stark, who covers business and economics for us. You add to this extraordinary notion of how much the national life has been interrupted today by an act of, or two acts of terrorism anyway. Start first with what businesses were in the World Trade Center. We've talked to people before about the number of people in the Trade Center.
Yeah.
And what else has happened?
Peter, it's astounding how much the Twin Towers are part of the life of the financial district. 10% of all the office space in Lower Manhattan is accounted for in those Twin Towers. 155 businesses, 50,000 workers, as you've said before, including some of the major financial firms. Morgan Stanley, the investment bank, has 50 floors in Tower 1. 50 floors, I believe is right. 12.5% of the space in that tower occupied by Morgan Stanley. Several, the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, which manage bridges and tunnels, the airports, the harbor, a major tenant, 9% of the space there. Several major insurance firms, Empire Blue Cross, Marsh & McLennan, and among the banks, Deutsche Bank, Bank of America, a couple of big trading firms, Credit Suisse, First Boston, and Oppenheimer Funds, which is a firm that manages several mutual funds. So lots of the big names on Wall Street were in those Twin Towers.
And in terms, the markets were closed today.
The markets were closed. Stock markets throughout the country. Trading was halted in some of the foreign markets.
casualties were like. And he said, more than anyone can bear, more than anyone can bear. And I think that's the clear casualty, the dead and the wounded people that we're going to have today. But as Betsy has just made clear in terms of business and in human beings, including, I had no idea that Morgan Stanley had 50 stories of the World Trade Center. These statistics you see that we put up on television from time to time are just the sort of bare, cold background to life and death stories which have taken place today. But the impact of this has gone so far beyond New York City. And just as you look at, that's a live shot of New York City now, a live picture of what's happening down inside that dreadful little rectangle of violence which is hidden behind the glamour and success stories of the buildings to the right and to the left. Federal Aviation Administration, as you know, has shut all airports nationwide. The Greyhound bus service canceled all of its, or the Greyhound bus company canceled all of its services in the Northeast. Amtrak, the railroad, temporarily suspended train service all along the Northeast corridor between Boston and Washington, and the U.S. section of the St. Lawrence Seaway, which is between northern New York State for the most part and Ontario, between the U.S. and the Canadian borders there, has been closed. The tunnels between Detroit and Windsor on the Canadian side of the Detroit River closed to car traffic, and security just went bang up several levels at all U.S. Canadian border crossings, in large measure because there has been a penetration across the U.S.-Canadian border before. One of the ones they caught when an alert agent, as we've said several times today, picked up a guy on his way where he thought to bomb the Seattle Space Needle. Turned out he was really interested in setting off a bomb inside Los Angeles International Airport. The space shuttle operations were halted today. 12,000 employees of the Kennedy Space Center in Florida were actually sent home. And at the Naval Weapons Station in Goose Creek, South Carolina, workers were evacuated and sent there. Again, evacuations and people being sent home from the very heart of the military establishment. Betsy Stark has just told us that all U.S. financial markets were closed. The United Nations building was evacuated here in New York City. General Motors in Detroit gave all 6,000 employees who work in the Renaissance Center, one of those centers built to try to rejuvenate downtown Detroit, were all told to go home today. And the Ford Motor Company closed its world headquarters in Dearborn in Michigan. The IRS in various places closed. The popular skyscrapers were closed and or evacuated in cities all across the country. I think you probably already heard us say, if you've been with us for much of the day, that the New York primary election was canceled here in New York, and Governor Pataki said they'll simply reschedule it when they get another handle on normal life in the days ahead. And tourist attractions, I have a list of tourist attractions. Knott's Berry Farm in California, the Museum of Tolerance in Los Angeles, and the Library Tower in Los Angeles, the Liberty Bell Independence Hall, the Space Needle, Walt Disney World, they all closed down today. What better way, even though it's just a list of things, or it is a list of things, and understanding that both at home and overseas, embassies overseas were evacuated, embassies were closed. Tony Blair, the British Prime Minister, forbid civilian aircraft from flying around London. So these two attacks on the Trade Tower and the one on the Pentagon and the possibility of an attack on Camp David, we now believe, in the aircraft that crashed not far from Johnstown in Pennsylvania, all just had this extraordinary impact all over the world because people feared something else was going to happen and may still fear that something else is going to happen. Just listen to some of what has happened today.
I saw something hit the second tower, and when I saw that, it just was, everything rumbled, and I saw all this fire just shoot out in the sky, and stuff started just falling like it was raining, and I was by myself, and I just ran. I started seeing people they started jumping out of the window, like the 96th floor. They just started one at a time from different parts of the building. I just started seeing people just drop and drop.
I saw a man walking up the block, and I asked him, was just covered in soot. And my first question was, did they get a lot of people out? And the look in his eye, he just shook his head. I mean, he was in a daze.
We lost all visibility, and we assisted people getting out. It was very difficult to get out of the police desk area. And then I went back in, and we were carrying an injured person out, myself and about 4 firemen. And unfortunately, that's when the building 2 collapsed. I happened to dive underneath the ESU vehicle, and I'm not sure what happened to the firemen. The vehicle, I was trapped for about 15 minutes under the truck. It just rained building, okay, and I was buried alive for 15 minutes until I scrambled out.
Guys, we're just putting a microphone on a young man who's joined me here in our newsroom in New York, named Kevin Sudavi, who is a young publisher. You can take that visitor sign probably off your shirt as well. And I don't know much about you except that you're a publisher, and you have been shooting some video today which you have brought with you. Can you give me a sense of what it is?
Well, when you see it, I mean, basically I was right there. I went there. Somebody called me up. I was in Brooklyn. And my photographer last night shot it, and I wanted to see if she was, I tried to call her, but all the phones were jammed. So I went to Manhattan to see her, and then I went straight to the site, and they weren't letting anybody in, but I had a motorcycle, so I went straight in, and I kept going through all the levels of security, and I just went around, and then next thing I knew, I was like standing right there, like where everybody, the fire people, everybody's just sitting there, like there's nothing they can do.
You're talking about the trade tower, are you?
Yeah, you're gonna see the footage.
And somebody was photographing at the trade tower last night?
Yeah, she shot probably the last photo ever shot of the Trade Center.
Okay, let's have a look at what you have, and do you mind just taking us through it as we watch it on the air? How much video is there here, do you know?
This is a lot of footage.
Oh my goodness me.
That's all that's standing are the Twin Towers right now in the background. That's all that's standing. That's it. That's all that's left.
So you're literally right inside. What time did you actually
I don't even know. That was actually, I rode my motorcycle right up from there. That was about an hour ago, not even.
And this is right at the center of where the trade towers stood.
You can see, like, when you see the firemen, there's nothing they can do. It's just like amazing.
You must have been frightened at the very least to be there.
I mean, I was just thinking to myself what a powerful act of ignorance it was, really. It's amazing.
And this is the building adjacent to.
That's the Twin Towers. That was the Twin Tower. That was the other tower. And then we went up more into there.
You know, I just thought to myself, I can smell it, but in fact, what I can do is smell your shirt. Yeah. You've brought the smell of just disaster with you on your T-shirt. Were there other people in there? I don't see anybody sort of. You know,
no, I was with one other person I ran into there, who actually somebody I know, and he was photographing as well. And it was just us two, and then the firemen. It's funny, I ran into my friend right there, who's also taking pictures. He should be somewhere. They probably edited him out.
It's absolutely.
Look at that. That's all that's left.
Do you know whether that's the South Tower or the North Tower?
That's the South Tower.
And you saw no sign of life in here whatsoever?
No, I went all the way right there. Like, I don't know if they edited it out yet, but there's a big hole going down to the ground. There's nobody. And then we ran into somebody else and said they haven't seen anybody. Nobody. But the firemen said, you know, that there's been a lot of people dead, like a lot of firemen died.
Because there were firemen in the building at the time trying to help people evacuate from the building.
Yeah. They said 200 people died. I thought the fireman I saw too said 200 people died already.
And this wall here, this is from part of the tower itself?
Yeah, that's the South Tower, the lobby. And it's all the smoke, and there's still fire going on in there right now.
Are you walking across?
Yeah, see,
you're walking across, and that's your friend also with a photograph. And the building on the right that occasionally appears is a building adjacent?
Yeah, and it's just gouged. Like, the parts of the Twin Tower just gouged out the building. See, that's the concourse below. That's going down like 20 feet or so. But that's the part that's crazy. It's just that's all that's left.
Did you hear anything while you were in there?
Just like cracklings and pops and stuff. See, that's the guy who's been looking for his friends, and he didn't find anybody either.
And do we know who this person is?
No, he was speaking Russian.
Really? Looking through the devastation. And this now is what?
This is a party, actually, so...
Last night?
No, it's a while ago, but...
Where was the party?
That was in PS1.
Oh. So you just simply decided to go in there to see what you could photograph?
Yeah, I wanted to, because it's funny because the name of my magazine is Prophecy, and we had just shot the Twin Towers last night. My photographer, Amy, had just been shooting it with the 4x5 format last night. And I hadn't spoken to her yet, and then my friend called me this morning and said, "Did you hear what happened?" And I said, "No." And then, so I went to, like I said, I went to the city to see Amy because I couldn't reach her, all the phones were down. And so I went right to the site.
Were you doing a feature on the Twin Towers, were you?
Well, basically I was photographing the Twin Towers for the power of the Twin Towers, architecturally and like metaphorically, what they stood for. Then, you know, these people, you know, wanted to destroy them. I was kind of, you know, I was observing them more. We have been shooting it for over a week.
Really, and it's ended in this vulnerable place.
Yeah.
Can I just get one other thing clear? You managed to get right onto the site itself, right onto the top of one of the two towers.
Right.
But I couldn't see any police, I couldn't see any fire department.
Well, they were all back there. I went right into it. They were all like just around it.
Did you have any sense when you were walking on it that it was too dangerous to be on?
No. Well, you know, they were when we first started walking in, the fire people were like, "No, don't go," but we just went in.
And you
we
never
wanted
heard,
to see.
And you never heard a sound except the sound of
Yeah, there was no
fire
people, there was no nothing. There was just glass breaking and stuff like that.
Well, Kevin, thank you for this. Kevin Sudavi, he's a publisher of a magazine called Prophecy. And thanks very much, Kevin, for coming. Anything else you can think of?
I mean, I just wanted to say, I think that it's a powerful act of ignorance at the end of the day, because this country is so full with so many different types of people. And I can understand, you know, people and their frustrations with capitalism and other, just capitalism. I can understand people's frustration. But to do that type of destruction to people they don't even know, it's just, like I said, it's powerful. I understand they're trying to get a message across, but it's also powerfully ignorant, in my opinion. That's all I can say. That's all I want to say.
I think it's a thing that I think it's a thing that many people in the country agree with today. That it was an act of terror and an act of ignorance, and which the government has said repeatedly today it'll try to get to the bottom of, but nobody's very hopeful about that.
I mean, it's obvious that that there needs to be a better dialogue between, you know, these people and what they need done, and what we're doing, and they're bringing the field to a whole nother level. But like I said, I understand to an extent, but it needs to go further than what they're doing.
Well, we're grateful as a news organization that you decided to bring that video in here. Thanks very much, Kevin Sudavi, because it gives us the closest, the most intimate sense we have seen yet of what it is like at ground zero in terms of the building collapsing in on itself. And I think that George Stephanopoulos can add to the status of the building, and also, George, to the current police activity. Weren't you a bit surprised to see nobody in there besides young Mr. Sudavi?
Nobody at all. It really was surprising, although it did accord with what we had heard earlier, Peter, and now we've just heard from one of our reporters, Lucy Kerrigan, who's gotten quite close, that the police are actually pulling back from the scene right now. The police and other rescue personnel are pulling back from the scene because they're concerned about two things. Number one, all of the asbestos in the air coming out from that smoke from the collapsing building, and secondly, the possibility of other buildings collapsing in the area. So they've actually pulled away now from ground zero, if you will. Secondly, Peter, another grim note. We have now heard that Chelsea Piers, which is a large, several block long athletic complex over here on the west side at 17th Street and 11th Avenue, has now been turned into a temporary hospital and morgue here in Manhattan. It's the first temporary hospital and morgue that's been set up. There are now 30 ambulances operating out of there, and that will be one of the major sites here on the Lower West Side.
Thanks very much, George. Actually, we're now looking at some more footage that Kevin Sotheby's taking. Kevin, just tell us where this is. What is this?
This is the West End Highway, and I can't remember the other street. You can't tell this. You really can't tell, but it's right there where the South Tower was, where the Marriott was.
The Marriott Hotel, yeah. The Marriott Hotel headquarters there, and you're still focused very much on the trade towers itself.
Yeah, and on the rubble, it's just amazing. It's the cars, the ambulances are all crushed. Lights are still going. Horns are still being, are still blowing.
Did you pick up there was some sense of activity here, that there was some sense of purpose, or just people overwhelmed by what had happened?
You mean the fire department?
Fire department, the police,
There's nothing they could do. They said that there were already 200 firemen dead. They were just, it was futile. They said it's bigger than there's not enough people. There's just a handful of people there.
Because so many firemen were working to get other people out when this actually happened.
I mean, you need an army of people to
and of course, the city will have an army of people before long because the National Guard is coming in. It's very interesting what the mayor said some time ago. He said people need relief, desperately want relief. At the same time, they don't want relief because they don't want to leave the job they are doing because in many cases they are looking for and or supporting their friends and the colleagues. And that's a bit of a review there of some of the material that Kevin Sotheby shot earlier, and which we're very glad to have. I'm just looking at one more report from our foreign desk here this morning that a KAL plane, Chuck Lustig, the KAL plane, KAL, you mean the Korean Airlines plane? Thanks very much. A Korean Airlines plane was forced down by U.S. and Canadian forces over White Horse Bay in Canada earlier today. The Canadian television reports that forces on the ground stormed the plane, and we have no other details at this time. But there's another aberrant incident today happening in Canada. U.S. military throughout the world, we've said before, are on the highest state of alert. So from what's spread out from here has just been quite extraordinary in terms of putting everybody in the world. Most U.S. military forces on threat condition Delta, which is the highest condition that the highest alert the military can be on. But as any number of people have reported today, any notion that the U.S. was invincible died in this rubble. Listening to some of the politicians talk today, Senator Chuck Hagel of Nebraska, where the president is at the moment, said America is forever changed and America's in for a long fight, which I think people in the fight against terrorism understand and have understood for a very long time. But somebody else said this is a huge wake-up call for the United States. Both former Secretary of State Baker and I think the former director of the CIA said that there was just not enough human intelligence on behalf of the United States in these organizations and cells around the world. John McCarthy, our Pentagon correspondent, has just come from a Pentagon briefing, and so we'll pick you up, John. John, yeah, what are you hearing?
Peter, one of the things they wanted to do and do very publicly is to deal with the rumor that had been circulating for several hours that the fourth civilian jetliner that was hijacked was shot down by American aircraft. They are denying that flatly. They say it is absolutely not true, Peter.
John, I apologize. I was distracted, and so for the benefit of anybody else was distracted, do you mind repeating that? I'm sorry.
They are denying the rumor that had been circulating for several hours that the U.S. military shot down one of the civilian jetliners. They're saying that is absolutely not true.
Okay, thank you, John. You caught me off balance because, in fact, I'd never heard the rumor in the first place and not heard the report whatsoever. Now, you've been in a briefing. What else did you hear?
Well, they're not saying a whole heck of a lot. What they are saying is that they now have accounted for the presence of all of the Joint Chiefs, the service secretaries, and, of course, the Secretary of Defense. Those are people who have been accounted for. What we are now learning is that A new part of the Pentagon that has just been occupied was one of the areas that was terribly hit. We believe there are going to be quite a few casualties from the Army, the Navy, and the Marine Corps in particular, as well as the Defense Intelligence Agency.
Do you have any idea what quite a number of casualties means?
No idea whatsoever, Peter. You consider the density in the Pentagon. There are 20 to 24,000 people that work there. It took out one huge slice of it, so you have to do your own arithmetic. If you look at the size of the gash over my shoulder, you have to believe that there are many, many hundreds of people who died.
And what have the briefers had to say this afternoon, John, about the state of alert in the world generally, with all U.S. forces on such a state of alert? I'm sorry, before you go to that, we're just looking at a picture which gives us, I think, the best view yet, if this is an accurate drawing, of what the degree of damage or penetration of the plane will have been in the Pentagon. I'm not sure that's absolutely accurate, but by the way, ABC's Ann Compton tells us the president may be on the move again, and ABC's Charlie Gibson has information as well. Charlie?
Well, Peter, there's going to be hundreds, I guess, and we don't know the number of personal stories that are going to come out of this. People who have died in the World Trade Center or at the Pentagon or on the airplanes that were hijacked and crashed in various places. We now understand the wife of Ted Olson. He is the Solicitor General of the United States. America came to know him because he's the man who argued the president's case in front of the Supreme Court, George W. Bush's case in front of the Supreme Court. He was not yet president when the case of the Florida election was being disputed before the Supreme Court. Ted Olson's wife, Barbara, who is a former federal prosecutor herself, she was on the plane that crashed into the Pentagon. We had heard this from friends of the family. Regrettably, it has now been confirmed. She apparently was able to make a phone call to her husband, the Solicitor General, Ted Olson, and tell him they were being hijacked, that all of those on board the plane, that is American Airlines Flight 77, that had taken off from Dulles Airport heading for Los Angeles this morning, a 757, that had 64 people aboard. All of the passengers had been herded into the back of the plane. She was able to get a call out saying they were in the process of being hijacked, and then shortly after that, the plane crashed into the Pentagon. She was herself, as I say, a former federal prosecutor. She had also become familiar, I think, to many in the viewing audience of television as a commentator recently over the situation of Gary Condit. Indeed, I'd had a chance to talk with her a couple of times on Good Morning America just in the past couple of weeks. So we're going to hear hundreds of these stories of people who were killed in the various venues that were affected today. But this one obviously is very painful, the wife of the Solicitor General of the United States. Peter?
Thanks very much, Charlie. And I think in the whole day, this is the first name we've had of anybody who's died. The first name, the first personality, I mean, to hundreds and thousands of families around the country. The names and personalities are all familiar. People they fear are in trouble, who know they're in trouble, who've been confirmed they're in trouble. The desperation of people at at a distance from people in trouble is just a horrendous thing to report. But I believe that's the first name we've had all day of being able to identify somebody, Barbara Olson, who, as Charlie says, was very often on television, the wife of the Solicitor General, Ted Olson, who died in the suicide attack on the Pentagon. John McWethy, you still there?
It's Peter.
Yeah. John, come back to the briefing, if you would. I'm not sure we've heard everything from you on the briefing itself.
They just are expressing their frustration and at the difficulty of getting rescue workers inside the Pentagon, Peter. Part of the building is still on fire, and the fire is moving to sections of the Pentagon along roofs and along various pipes. So they're having a real difficulty getting in there even to search for bodies at this early time. That is what they are focused on at this point. I will tell you, Peter, that Donald Rumsfeld, the Secretary of Defense, and most of the chiefs have been in the National Military Command Center all day since this terrorist strike. And you have to leave it up to your own imagination, the kinds of things that they are contemplating in their hours after the strike.
Okay, John, thank you very much indeed. John McWethy, who's been at the Pentagon all day and was in the other side of the Pentagon when this aircraft was crashed into the Pentagon today. We now know, with all of the passengers on board, at least in this one phone call herded to the back of the plane, who went from being passengers to hostages in a matter of seconds and minutes. And John, who was working on the other side of the Pentagon, has said a couple of times that just on the other side of the Pentagon, you just felt this huge, just knew exactly that something had gone by. And when he first described the width of the gash and the height of the gash, 6 stories high, 200 feet wide, which you can't appreciate on television, quite frankly, as much as you think you can. And we've had several reports in from Arthur Raddatz at the State Department, which I think most of them we've had on the air so far, which was the State Department ordered U.S. embassies around the world to close for the day, but it's up to the individual embassy, given the situation that they think is appropriate in their region. Many have closed for the day. Secretary of State Powell, who's been in Colombia, is on his way home tonight, but we do not know actually where he is at the moment. I told you just a moment ago that Ann Compton, who's been with President Bush all day, believes that he is on the move, or they are on the move again, and one can only believe, I shouldn't say that, didn't think they were going to go to Nebraska. We can only imagine that there's this pressure to get the president back to the nation's capital. And the State Department was evacuated at the time. There's actually been a worldwide caution about terrorist activity out and about universally since the 7th of September. But it had absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with what happened in New York City and in Washington today, and what potentially happened, we're told, at Camp David, based on the information from one passenger who called 911 from the United Airlines that crashed near Johnstown, which said that they were headed in the direction of Camp David. The New York Stock Exchange and the American Stock Exchange have both announced that they will not trade tomorrow, and they will make a decision tomorrow on when trading will resume. The country has, in many ways, come to a halt. Not completely by any means, because every politician has spoken and had a chance to speak today has made the point that if you change too much in the country, you're doing exactly what the terrorists and their allies would like you to do. Linda Douglas on Capitol Hill. Linda.
Peter, we've been trying to confirm all day and have confirmed that indeed a very small group of congressional leaders has been taken to a single secure location. Absolutely no disclosure yet of where that location is. They've been meeting together and also have been briefed by Vice President Cheney and are trying to make the decision about whether to go back into session tonight. There is a strong sentiment among many members of Congress that it would send a very strong message to the rest of the world if the Congress were to go back into session tonight. Many of the members I've spoken to throughout the day say this is a system in which your constituents are supposed to be able to come to the nation's capital and walk right up to their elected representative and have a conversation. That's the message they want to send, although if they went into session tonight, it would probably be to say a prayer and simply leave. The small group of leaders that is in this undisclosed location is going to be conferring with the president, may have already, and there is very tight security now, Peter, about their whereabouts.
And President Bush is on his way back to Washington at the moment. They're about to take off from this Air Force base in Nebraska. But Linda, given just what we heard Senator Biden say earlier today, you know there's this expression on Capitol Hill to show the world that the country is up and running. Do you think this is pretty likely before the day is over? I wonder why the Senate leadership is still out of sight, if not out of mind.
Well, this is on strong advice from the security forces in the city of Washington, the Capitol Police, the Secret Service, the military. They've been talking to the CIA. The two Senate leaders, as I mentioned to you earlier in the day, Senator Daschle, the majority leader, Senator Lott, the Republican leaders were immediately taken out of the Capitol and taken to an undisclosed location. Then later on, other leaders were rounded up. Helicopters came and landed on the Capitol grounds to pick up a few of them and took them out. They didn't have much choice about this. This is advice they're getting. One more thing, by the way, about security, Peter. There's going to be a briefing for all members of Congress who want to attend, an intelligence briefing at about 5 o'clock. Senator Hillary Rodham Clinton has just shown up to the location where that briefing was going to take place, with her Secret Service very much in evidence.
Thanks very much, Linda Douglas. So we're going to look for a manifestation sometime tonight of congressional will, a congressional will to show the world that the United States is up and running, but we have no confirmation of that. And I must confess, Linda, Douglas, you still there?
Yes, I am.
I didn't realize at first, because nobody ever said it that specifically, that the leader of the Republican Democratic parties in the Senate had been taken out of the city to a secret location. They hadn't just been moved down the street.
Yes, that's right. We have been told that they were taken out of the city. Helicopters came and picked them up on the ground, some of them. We don't know which ones got into the helicopters because it was just too far away for us to see, and took them out of Washington. But
Okay.
it could be to someplace very close.
Thanks very much, Linda Douglas. Going to go to Lynn Sher and talk about the aircraft involved today in just a minute. Before we do, just want to give you some other examples of how this has affected the country as a whole. The Emmys, which were going to be held in Los Angeles, the Latin Grammys, which were scheduled, their award ceremonies for tomorrow night, I think the Latin Grammys, have now canceled or postponed their particular celebrations. We told you earlier about some of the other examples, but aside from looking at that list on the screen itself, think of this. Aside from the work stoppages, this is the first time since D-Day in 1944 that organized baseball has wiped out a whole day of regular season play. First time since D-Day in 1944, the landing of the Allied forces on the beaches at Normandy, which led ultimately to the liberation of Europe from the Germans. It's the first time since 1944 that organized baseball has done that. And there were all of the television shows in New York City, which David Letterman's show, and others on CBS, which all get television audiences, popular audiences coming from around the country. They've all canceled their tapings. They'll be either in reruns tonight. This is true of the late night show on NBC. Malls across the country, some of you who live out around about the country, you all know this better than we do, but malls around the country simply locked their doors, and people couldn't go and shop in the malls today. It was this feeling that anywhere there were people gathered, that there was a measure of vulnerability which we had seen in New York City. Now, the mayor of New York City, Rudolph Giuliani, says at the moment that at least 2,100 people have been injured and 600 of them taken to hospitals, and that there are 1,500 walking wounded who have been taken to Liberty State Park, which is on the other side of the New York harbor there, where the Hudson River meets the harbor. It may be live, but I'm not quite sure what you're looking at. Is this from the New Jersey side? This is from Liberty State Park, looking, I assume, across the New York harbor at an earlier point today, because the smoke is not as thick now as it was. That's live. That's a live photograph, and that dark smoke is still coming from the trade tower itself. Thank you. As for the attack on the Pentagon, the Virginia Hospital Center in Arlington, Virginia, reports there have been as many 31 people injured there and admitted to the hospital, including 2 who are in surgery. And most other patients are in intensive care or being treated for smoke immolation. I'm joined by Tom Humphreys, but I don't know much more about you, Mr. Humphreys, than that. You were in the World Trade Center on the 57th floor.
Yes.
And you walked out.
Yes.
So take us from the beginning, would you?
Well, I was sitting at my desk working on a speech I was supposed to give this afternoon, and the building was rocked by an explosion. And
which tower were you in?
I was in Tower 1.
Right.
And the next thing I knew, I saw flaming debris cascading down the side of the building. And I was in the 93 bombing,
right,
and I knew this one was a lot worse. So we went out on the floor and basically...
You worked for a business in the building?
I worked for a law firm in the building.
Right.
And basically went on the floor, tried to figure out what was going on, figure out whether we should evacuate or not. About 5 minutes into that, we decided that it was best to get out.
You were in the south. You were in the south tower.
We were in the north tower.
Sorry, in the north tower.
North tower,
right,
which is One World Trade.
Right.
Decided that it was time to get out. Our office manager heard that the plane had been, that the building had been hit by an aircraft at the 90th floor. So we assumed that the problem was above us, and that we could evacuate, and that's what folks did.
Did you think at the moment that it was a terrorist attack? Did you think it was an accident? Did you have the vaguest idea?
I had some idea there was a bombing, having been in the 93 incident. that kind of explosion just doesn't happen normally. I didn't know what it was, but when I heard there was a plane that hit, I thought that made some sense, and I thought that it was very unlikely that any kind of plane would hit the Trade Center accidentally, you know, on a clear day. So
was there how immediate, how deep was the concern in your colleagues and out on the common halls? Was there panic at all?
No, that's the one thing. What I found is no panic. People are concerned. People are a little apprehensive, and they want to know what to do. But both on the floor and then down the stairwell, there was no panic. And in fact, people were helping other people to an incredible degree.
Were the stairwells lighted?
Yes, this time they were. Last time they weren't. This time the stairwells were lighted. There was some smoke, but that was it wasn't nearly as bad.
Was there emergency lighting?
Yeah, there was. There was no other, you know, there were no fire or police personnel. At that point, you're on your own.
Now, you came down from the 57th floor. Were other people coming down from the floors above you and below you?
They were coming down from the floors above. There were some injured people that came down apparently from, you know, floors where this had happened. And so we saw them as well.
And how long did it take you to get out of the building?
You know, I estimate it took me 45 minutes or more to get out of the building.
And in the time that you were coming down, there was another aircraft hit the southern
Yeah,
tower.
I was on the 44th floor trying to get down, and we heard another, you know, explosion. We didn't know what it was. We again saw flaming debris, and I now know that that's, you know, that was the second aircraft that hit.
I think you maybe know where I'm going. You were on the 90th floor. It took you 45 minutes.
57th
floor. There were people coming down from floors above you.
Right.
Is it your sense that in at least your tower, before the tower collapsed, everybody or a large number of percentage of people managed to be evacuated?
I think a lot of people got out. First of all, it was 8:45 in the morning, so that's relatively early by New York standards.
Right.
And then secondly, the first plane that hit, there was time to get out. I think even having said that, there were a lot of people still in that building, including the fire and police personnel, that were trying to come up. So, but my sense is that I know on our floor a lot of people got out.
And as you came down, were you joined by people on other floors? Is it a common evacuation passage down through the building?
Well, the problem was there was only one stairwell open. The other stairwells were blocked by smoke. And so you had one narrow stairwell, which is what led to the delay in the evacuation. And that's why it took so long to get out.
We've told people in the rest of the country fairly regularly, the 50,000 people who work in the two trade centers, and you say 8:45 in the morning is a little late for New York City.
Well, it's a little early.
Sorry, a little early.
Yeah.
Do you have a feeling that a lot of people hadn't gone into the building at this point today?
I know in our offices, you know, we're a law firm. We start at 9:30, and a lot of people were not there yet. Some of the businesses which operate on an earlier schedule, I'm sure everybody was there.
Right.
But I think that the building wasn't as full as it could have been. If it had been 2 hours later, it would have been much worse.
And did you notice today as you went to work or as you came out that it was more sparsely populated?
It was about the same. I mean, it was about a normal day.
I must confess I'm amazed at how calm you are, having been through not only the 1993 bombing, but this, and walked down by yourself, and you seem perfectly calm.
Well, I'm happy to be here.
Right.
So,
and how did people behave as you were evacuating?
People, I mean, that was, I saw it again 8 years ago, and I saw it today. People were incredibly calm, and they were helping other people. I fear that some of the people that were helping other people didn't make it out of that building because, you know, they stayed behind, and fire personnel. But people, there was no panic that I saw. And in that environment, you have a narrow stairwell, a lot of people, you don't know what's going on. It's a recipe for disaster, and the people are very, very calm.
Could you tell at all, from your perspective on the 57th floor, that when the aircraft hits, which we think is about the 90th floor, at least in the very top part of the building, how many floors were actually damaged at the time, or did people talk at all about the degree of damage that had been done just by the plane hitting before the building collapsed?
It was a little hard to tell. You had some people coming down from the higher floors.
But people were able to get from the higher floors down through the damaged part of the building?
Well, that I don't know.
Okay.
My sense is that they came down from floors under 90 and were able to get down above 90. I don't know.
Okay.
I know that in Tower 2, I talked to someone from Tower 2, and they were able to get down from around the 88th floor they were evacuating. When our tower was hit, they were evacuating, and then their tower was hit. And even so, they were able to get down because they were on the right side of the building.
Right.
So,
And were you there when first Tower 2 and then Tower 1 collapsed?
well, I just had exited the building, and I was out on Church Street, and the way I saw it, Tower 2 came down. The South Tower came down first, and I did see that, yeah.
And then I assume you ran.
I ran like hell.
Yeah, we've seen the video of people just running like hell in every direction to get as far away as possible.
And I think the tragedy is that the police and fire personnel that were trying to help people out of that building were right at ground zero when that happened. So you have to give them a lot of credit.
As somebody said, we've said several times today, when the folks is running one way, the police and the fire department are running the other way, trying to help. Anything else aside from your survival, which strikes you at this several hours after you went through this horrible experience?
Well, I mean, you know, I think everybody in this country believes we've got to find the people that did it, and we've got to deal with them. And, you know, I felt this way in 1993, and I think there is no stronger emotion. And, you know, I'm sorry, but this cannot happen in this country.
Many thanks, Tom. Really appreciate you helping us to understand. That's Tom Humphreys, who works in a law firm in the Trade Tower. He was in the North Tower on the 57th floor, and he walked out, and you've heard his story. And ABC's Charlie Gibson has been trying to get a handle on some of the other stories which are similar. Charlie?
Well, Peter, we've been trying to keep track of the injury situation as it exists. Obviously, the numbers of those who have died today, it's going to be some time before we have any estimates, and properly people in New York and in Washington around the Pentagon are not commenting. They shouldn't, because we don't have any concept. But as you reported a few moments ago, Mayor Giuliani did talk about the numbers of injured, saying at least, and these are very rough numbers, at least 2,100 people injured, 600 taken to hospitals, 1,500 walking wounded, he said, many of whom have been evacuated to New Jersey's Liberty State Park, right across the river, the Hudson River, from where the World Trade Centers were. And we have some further reports. ABC's Cynthia McFadden, who has been down in that area all day long, says that a triage center has been set up on the Chelsea Piers in New York City. Now, the Chelsea Piers is not a hospital area at all. It's an area that used to be shipping piers along the Hudson River on Lower Manhattan, and is now used for recreational purposes. There are tennis courts and golf driving ranges and other things there, meeting rooms, that kind of thing. It's a commercial operation, but a triage center has been set up there, and 50 makeshift operating rooms are being prepped, and hundreds of ambulances are there waiting to take injured away from that facility. But they are doing treatment of people right on the site or nearby at Chelsea Piers. Reports from some of the hospitals that are taking the injured. St. Vincent's Hospital here in New York, the numbers again very rough, but an estimate of over 200 that have been taken in there. 3 dead, 18 in critical condition, and the most chilling quote that you can hear, Dr. Stephen Stern there at St. Vincent's Hospital quoted as saying, hundreds of people coming in have been burned from head to toe. Bellevue Hospital reporting more than 100 patients brought in, 2 dead. Beth Israel reporting earlier that 70 patients had been brought in. There are some estimates from hospitals in Virginia near the Pentagon of dozens of people having been brought in there. And I guess the heartening note in all this, hospitals around New York that are not in the immediate vicinity of the World Trade Centers, people saying hundreds of donors are reportedly lined up to give blood outside Beth Israel Medical Center and some others here in New York City. And what I guess is a precursor of what is going to be the kinds of terrible news that we're going to get over the next few days, a spokesman at the medical examiner's office in New York City, the coroner's office, says that for now all of the bodies that are being brought in, dead bodies, will go to the medical examiner's office on First Avenue here in New York. They say they have room for several hundred bodies, and they are making room for more space since they anticipate more bodies will be brought in. One other note to mention, at 4:30 this afternoon Eastern Time, the FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, says that it has activated all 10 of FEMA's regional headquarters around the country. including those on the East Coast and then all the way west as far as San Francisco and the state of Washington. They have activated all of those regional headquarters, activated the Federal Response Plan, which FEMA says brings together 28 federal agencies and the American Red Cross, and 12 urban search and rescue teams are being dispatched. 8 of them are being sent here to New York and 4 to Washington, all deployed to search for victims of what has happened today. And the Health and Human Services Department has activated a national medical emergency system. It's really an unprecedented move, but it could dispatch nearly 7,000 volunteer doctors, nurses, pharmacists, other medical staff to areas that have been affected by today's attacks. So that brings you up somewhat to date on what's being done in terms of those who have been injured and provisions now being made for those who've been killed today. Peter?
Thank you, Charlie, very much. Just try to keep the sort of sense or the proportion of casualties into some kind of in some kind of perspective. The gentleman with whom we've just been talking, who worked in a law firm in the Northern Tower, said that after the first aircraft hit in that tower, which is 8:48 Eastern Time, this is one of those "where were you when" moments I'm just utterly convinced will be that way in historical terms. Where were you when the first aircraft and then the second aircraft crashed or were crashed into the Twin Trade Towers in New York City on this day, the 11th of the month? And there's a timeline. If it's 8 hours now since this happened, and where Mayor Giuliani speaks just a few minutes ago, they know of 2,100 people injured, and you see the pictures that the young man brought us from the absolute bottom, ground zero location, where the tower not only crashed on itself, but then crashed down into the ground. There wasn't a sound there except the sound of flames licking up from underground, and there was no sign of any person. And we know, as we've said it many times, that the fire department and the police department were going inwards, not outwards, when all of this happened. It's just absolutely impossible to get a grasp at. I'm very interested in the gentleman we spoke to a little while ago from the law firm, I've probably forgotten his last name. Say it out loud. Thank you, Tom Humphreys. Tom Humphreys, who said that it was his impression, at least in his building, in the North Tower, that a lot of people got out of that or had not arrived at work because it was, as he said, by New York standards, just a little earlier than people were accustomed. But when this young man, Mr. Saviz, brought us his video that he'd taken, just got on his motorbike up and then walked in to this scene on the ground, it is to realize that everybody's being kept, as Bill Lakemore subsequently confirmed for us, being kept at a distance from this at the side, and that's what's left on the left of the facade of the North Tower. ABC's Bob Jameson is downtown now, and Bob, we're looking at the pictures that have been brought to us by this young producer of a magazine. Can you just talk in general terms as you like?
Well, generally speaking, Peter, as the smoke blows back and forth and for a moment or two doesn't obscure both of the two World Trade Center buildings, you see so little. It's a tremendously eerie feeling to be in Lower Manhattan, looking down toward the tip of the island and seeing very few people, no traffic, the smoke continuing to billow from these buildings, and nothing where there were once these two landmarks that drew everyone's attention, whether you drove or flew or came to New York by boat. But Peter, there is a new concern, according to authorities, at this moment here in Lower Manhattan, and that is the growing fear that another building in the World Trade Center complex, which was not struck by an airplane, is in danger of collapsing. That is number 7 World Trade Center, somewhat shorter, with somewhat fewer stories than numbers 1 and 2. There is a fire burning vigorously in the lower floors of that building, threatening the foundation. And the building was already damaged some 6 hours ago now when the North Tower collapsed, and part of that process of the building collapsing struck and damaged number 7 World Trade Center. So was already at some risk before this fire grew as vigorously as it has. The authorities have now moved people several blocks away from that building, and we're just watching and waiting to see what happens.
Bob, is number 7 World Trade Center, and I see you've now managed to come down to the ground, which suggests things loosen up a little bit. Is that where the mayor's emergency headquarters are?
Peter, I honestly don't know, but I will tell you that number 7 is just behind number 2. I'm in Tribeca now, and you're seeing mostly smoke from the remnants of number 1 and number 2, but there somewhere in that smoke is number 7.
I don't know how big number 7, the World Trade Center, is it, but on my recollection, it's a fairly low building, isn't it? Or is...
Yes, I would guess, and I'm sorry to have to make a guess, that it is only about half as tall as number 2.
Okay.
That seems to me what it appeared to be.
We'll find out soon enough. I appreciate it, Bob. Thanks very much. Bob Jameson, who, as this day unveils, manages to get closer and closer. In a minute, we're going to talk to a freelance photographer who got really close today, but he's making a phone call at the moment. Take your time, Evan, and we'll come back to you. I can see where you've been just by the state of your equipment at this moment. But as it has been about 8 hours now, let us try to bring you up to date with the horrendous sights and sounds of this attack on the United States and its citizens today. Here's ABC's John Donvan.
We want to tell you what we know as we know it. We just got a report in that there's been some sort of explosion at
the first thing any television cameras saw this morning was this. Just before 9 o'clock, roughly 15 minutes earlier, an American Airlines jet hijacked from Boston had crashed into the South Tower of the World Trade Center. There were 92 people on board.
It does not appear that there's any kind of an effort up there yet. Now remember, oh my God.
Oh my God.
That looks like a second plane.
I did not see a plane go in.
Minutes later, the second plane, the second tower. The fireball ate up the aircraft. It was a United Airlines flight, a 767 from Boston to Los Angeles. There had been 65 people on board.
Some sort of a concerted.
I was happened to look on the first tower, and I actually saw people waving where the first plane crashed through, and then it was unbelievable seeing this second jet come crashing into the second tower. What is going on?
New York City was staggered.
As soon as he got hit, I was thrown to a window. So I was very lucky to get out. There's a lot of people that didn't get out. There's a lot of people coming down the stairs, burnt up. It's bad.
And still it wasn't over. This was the southern tower falling in on itself. It was now roughly an hour since the first attack. Meanwhile, it was beginning here in Washington. Another hijacked plane hits the Pentagon.
U.S. officials are saying there was no warning, no indicators of any kind of a likely terrorist attack. Number 2, they say Pentagon officials within the intelligence and the counterterrorism offices are now looking at this very intensely.
ABC reporters across the city are beginning to hear the word terrorism.
It seems obvious unofficially to people here that it was a terrorist attack, but they obviously can't reach any firm conclusions at this point. So the Pentagon is engaged, and I'm sure law enforcement is, but they say they had no warnings.
Report piles on report.
Okay, there's been an explosion of some kind that shook the grounds of the Capitol. We all heard it. Everybody ran for cover. We don't know where it was. We don't see the smoke yet. Everybody's saying, get back. We're running, we're running, we're running, we're running. They're screaming at us to get back.
On television, it looked like it was happening all over. 10:28 a.m., New York City, and in the shadow of the one remaining tower, a snatch of conversation between a reporter and a rescuer.
Why are they pulling us out of here?
Because the tower's leaning.
The north tower is leaning.
Broadway.
Right, march quick. Oh my God, there it goes!
I looked up as soon as we got across the street. I looked up, I saw the tower start to buckle. I just turned and ran, ducked down, put a jacket over my head. 3 or 4 of us huddled together, and it was just black everywhere.
Washington, the White House is evacuated.
The Office of Personnel Management says all federal office buildings in the Washington area have been evacuated and closed. The employees sent home immediately.
The evacuation order creates instant gridlock in downtown Washington. The president was not in the city. He was in Florida visiting a school.
Today, we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country.
Officials at this end are not confirming that the president's plane is going to Andrews. We don't know if it's going to Andrews or some other location. All they've said is that he will convene a National Security Council meeting, and we don't know where that will take place either. Obviously, they want to keep a lot of people guessing as to the president's whereabouts.
Now it was lunchtime, and yet more terrible news is coming in. Another United airliner with 45 people on board has crashed south of Pittsburgh, presumably another victim of terrorism.
We talked to a couple of people who actually witnessed the plane going down and said it was quite devastating. Went right down into the woods. They saw all sorts of debris flying out into the woods and into the trees, and it's quite a devastating scene from what we're told.
At this point, it is hard to believe we're still in the same day that began with this picture. National Guard units are out. Washington is shut down. Airports in the U.S. and Canada are closed. And the death toll, still uncountable, is also unimaginable. John Donvan, ABC News, Washington.
Excellent report from John Donvan, pulling together this day, which has so much immediacy, so much history, such magnitude to it, and touches every American. And as I turn around on occasion to look at the computer screen behind me, I find emails coming in from people in other countries, Canada and Europe included, from friends and from families and colleagues, all expressing this deep empathy and sympathy for people here today who had friends and acquaintances, but just seeming at whatever distance to appreciate what is happening, even though they were not close to it. We're now joined by a young man who was very close to it again. This is Evan Fairbanks. He's a freelance photographer. Interestingly enough, you and I were just talking about journalists' emotions at a time like this, and the last thing journalists can afford to do is to fall prey to their emotions at a time like this, because it's too hard in the middle of a story. But you were very close this morning and photographing on assignment for a church when things began to happen. So we're going to show your videotape, if we may, though you're principally a still photographer? Or both?
Still and video.
Okay. Can we just look at what your first video is and explain it to us?
I walked out of Trinity Church after we had a blackout in our studio, and one of the studio managers grabbed one of our cameras when we knew what was happening. And I went out and was shooting aftermath.
Good God.
And I suddenly saw a plane flying into my viewfinder and said, gee, it's kind of close for that to be here now, and then realized what happened.
Yeah.
And
we'll run this again, because I think this is, will we run that again, Roger Goodman? Roger Goodman, our director, because this is, we've seen footage before of people on the run, and I understand that that's your shadow as you went by a storefront.
Yeah, actually, it was. It's the first time I've seen that.
And was there absolute panic immediately?
Instantly. It was just pandemonium. Nobody knew what to do. There was no clear thinking. People were just reacting to kind of save themselves and the people around them.
You're in the same location when the building comes down.
I had been taken downstairs by Port Authority police who knew that I had this videotape. And we were moving, actually, to go back to the Trinity Church to make them a dub of the tape in a format that they could use on a VHS tape. And suddenly I heard one of the guys say, hey, Evan, watch out.
Hang on just a second. If you look in the upper, this now is frozen. This is an angle of this attack that we have not seen before. At the top of the building on your left, out of the left, will come the building. And watch how the aircraft penetrates the building. Go ahead. Completely in one side and out the other.
It just disappeared. It disappeared like a bad special effect. It disappeared right into the building. I've seen it 6, 7 times now. It's still incomprehensible what is actually happening there. You're right. As a journalist, you have to take yourself away from it, and I'm still not there yet. And the more and more I see it, and as time goes by.
The modern technology enables us to see horror just as we are able to see sport in a variety of different speeds, or at a variety of different speeds. And I think you now have a better appreciation than we have had up until now, for which we thank you, Evan, because you see this we see exactly how determined somebody was to do this horrible damage, taking a plane so powerfully and so fast in one side of the building other. Tell me more what it's been like for you today as working the street.
You know, it's numbing. It's like being in the fourth dimension. It's like we're not even it's not even New York City where it's happening. Nothing is normal. People are just walking in a daze up and down the streets. Nobody knows where to go. I just feel kind of this nervous, anxious buzz, and still unfathomable.
Trinity Church, one of the oldest, I think the oldest Episcopal church, certainly in this part of the world, certainly the oldest in the city, on the edge of Wall Street there. Was it being used? Did people come to it for any subsequent occasion?
It was we were only shooting a kind of a teleconference up in the fourth floor TV studio there. And we were all sitting in the studio about an hour before our airtime, and there was the lights went out for a second, they flickered. And we kind of joked with the studio guys, so they just put in a new studio and said, hey, you guys better watch out for that, that's not normal. And then within 10 seconds, people came running in and said that the Trade Center had been hit, and they tried to call a production meeting and ask people to stay in the building, and people were just kind of fleeing. And I grabbed my still camera and was going to run out, not really heeding what anybody was saying there, knowing what was happening outside and feeling the need to be there. And one of the guys came out of the studio with a camera and was putting a tape in it, and I just grabbed it and ran.
And we saw the shadow of you running across the street. What was you afraid of, principally, as you were running?
I was afraid that I was going to be rained upon by whatever was coming off the building. So I knew that I had a few seconds to get basically an establishing shot, and then I had to look out for myself. And I ran. I was on the southeast corner of the plaza. I'm not sure exactly what building is there. And I just went around the corner a little south on Church and just got underneath a car and pointed the camera up into the sky and stayed there for a while, and then came out after a few minutes when the debris stopped raining so heavily. And I went around the corner and was pulled under an overhang by a couple of Port Authority police, to whom I immediately mentioned what I had shot. And they just grabbed me and whisked me down into the Port Authority police headquarters. And we were leaving there to go back to Trinity Church to make a dub of the tape, when suddenly the tower to the top collapsed. And I just looked up and saw from basically 2 blocks away this reverse mushroom cloud coming down at me.
I said earlier, it looks like a banana suddenly being peeled. It's extraordinary.
Well, I've seen shots of the collapse from far away, and I just can't believe that I was actually there and walked away. I mean, I had to dive underneath. I ran backwards with the camera just pointed behind me, away from the scene, and saw that, you know, have heard about clouds enveloping people and oxygen being depleted, and I just dove under the biggest emergency response vehicle that I could see. Stayed there for about 30 seconds, saw nothing but pitch black. I started having difficulty breathing. I thought my oxygen was starting to dwindle, and there was a moment when I said, well, this might be it. And my only chance is to get out and start walking north.
Well, we're very grateful to you. Very grateful you're okay, and that you took these photographs and that you shared them with the public. They're very dramatic. I needn't tell you that, but I'm very grateful to you.
Oh, you're welcome.
To see Evan Fairbank. He's a freelance photographer who was working in Trinity Church today on the edge of Wall Street today when he and his colleagues on a production shoot in a church saw these 2 extraordinary scenes from, to put it directly, from a different angle, because we have seen it so many times, but this is the most dramatic angle we have seen this plane flying at the top of that building. It's quite extraordinary. I want to go to Washington very briefly, because we said the president was on his way, we believe, to Washington from Nebraska, and ABC's Claire Shipman is there, and I gather, Claire, the president wants to talk to the nation again.
Indeed, he does. He is on his way back to Washington at this point. We're told he does plan to address the nation tonight, but we don't have a time for that. We're told that he feels very strongly about this. People who've been with him say he's been angry and upset about what happened, and he very much wants to express it. We're also told, Peter, that the congressional leadership is on its way back to Washington Washington, or will be very shortly, from its safe haven, and that those leaders, a combination of the congressional leaders, will also be addressing the nation tonight. There's apparently a real premium here from the leadership in Washington on presenting a face of business as usual. There have been a lot of security concerns presented to everybody about coming back to the nation's capital, but everybody has said, we want to show that the government is up and running, and that's what's most important to us, so try to minimize the risks. So it looks like a lot of people will be back. A couple of little notes about the president's return. We're told it's likely he will land, as he usually does, at Andrews Air Force Base. They think the airspace here is probably the safest in the nation right now. They're not sure they want him to chopper to the White House, though. They don't feel so comfortable about that. He may come by motorcade. When he arrives at the White House, we're told Vice President Dick Cheney will then no longer stay at the White House. He will be taken somewhere else as a precaution, but Mrs. Bush will likely then come back to the White House. Dieter?
Thanks very much, Claire Shipman, in Washington. And so it is clear that the president is going to talk to the nation again. He is going to come back to Washington. His political staff has wanted to do that all day. The Secret Service has had the upper hand in this regard. But again, there's probably nothing clear. The Secret Service can be accused on occasion of overreacting and having its way, and even bullying on occasion. But it always is particularly true in the wake of the assassination of President Kennedy. Always says to the public and those people who wish to resist it, well, what would you have us do? Do you remember President Kennedy's assassination, the attempt on President Ford? And so, in some respects, it's hard to fault them for moving the president around the country today, even if you were inclined to do so, because the degree of uncertainty that has existed in much of the country as well as overseas today has been very, very intense. One of the first things we really noticed about today, as opposed, maybe we do learn our lessons on some occasions, that after the Oklahoma City bombing, when everybody thought it was a Muslim organization, it was bound to be Middle East terrorism, and of course it turns out to be Timothy McVeigh and subsequently Terry Nichols, his accomplice in this. By the way, they put a protective cordon of security around his prison today, Terry Nichols. He is going to go on trial for murder in Oklahoma State. But in just so many different places, there was a reaction, and there was a very quick reaction today from not only a number of Muslim groups in this country, but overseas, to very quickly condemn the attacks today and encourage other people not to blame Muslims in general for whatever happened today, as we do not yet know who perpetrated it. It's interesting that the Muslim organizations in America, Muslim Americans, feel defensive enough about this. They have to get on and say this in a public way. But what is also interesting is that from overseas, both from the Taliban in Afghanistan itself, said they had no responsibility for it, did not condemn it, and believed that Osama bin Laden, who they have to a large measure given sanctuary in Afghanistan, could not have done it because it was too sophisticated. And they believe that it was indeed governments who were involved in this, or at least they say they do. And the head of Hamas said today from Gaza, Hamas, one of the major Palestinian organizations involved in confronting the Israelis at a lot of levels and having to deal with the consequence of Israeli attacks on Palestinians as well, said in a very public statement today that this was not part of their operations, that they confined their operations to what they described as the Palestinian battlefield, in other words, the battle between Israeli and Palestinians at the moment. And Yasser Arafat, the chairman of the president of the Palestinian Authority, the chairman of the PLO, was one of the very first people today to come out and make a public statement condemning terrorism and sympathizing deeply with the American people who had suffered through this. But in every, what video are you going to give me now? Okay, thank you very much. This is the White House, the flag on the flagstaff at the White House. Boy, that'll happen all over the country now, being lowered to half staff. And this is pretty much the same location. You see the Washington Monument very powerfully on a foreshortened lens there in the background, and the flag of the White House being lowered to half staff. That's going to happen everywhere in the country, and we're going to see the yellow ribbons of every imaginable color in the country and abroad in the next several days as it begins to sink even more deeply what the country as a whole and individuals in horrifying individual circumstances, have suffered. Jim Wooten, who's our senior correspondent in London, put together a small package for us on overseas reaction today, because we've been sensing it here. People overseas feel very close to this right now. Here's his report.
As word moved across the Atlantic to here in Europe and beyond, the first focus was on Afghanistan, where officials of the Taliban government not only condemned the attacks, but insisted for whatever it's worth that Osama bin Laden is forbidden to use the country as a base for terrorism, and is in no position to do so, though he's believed to have planned previous terrorism from there. In the Middle East,
we are completely shocked. Completely shocked.
Yasser Arafat offered condolences from the Palestinian people to America, a sympathy not shared by more militant Palestinians in Jerusalem or these Muslims celebrating in Lebanon. Generally, from leaders of Palestinian militant groups, there were denials of responsibility, but condemnations of U.S. policy in the region.
We call upon the American administration to review their attitude and their policy towards the Palestinian question, because this policy arouses the anger and the hatred of our people.
Russian President Vladimir Putin extended his condolences, then at U.S. request canceled major military maneuvers by the Russian Air Force. There was heightened security at American embassies around the world, including Berlin, where German citizens brought flowers to the gates as a memorial to today's victims. And as air traffic into and out of London's Heathrow Airport was delayed, flights to the U.S. were canceled indefinitely, British Prime Minister Tony Blair had this to say.
This mass terrorism is the new evil in our world today. It is perpetrated by fanatics who are utterly indifferent to the sanctity of human life. And we, the democracies of this world, are going to have to come together to fight it together and eradicate this evil completely from our world.
And of course, as you listen to Tony Blair, thank you very much, Jim Wooten, our senior correspondent overseas in Europe, for that report. But Tony Blair, the British Prime Minister, puts it as aptly as anybody in the world could put it today. We are now confronting, and have for some long period of time, a new and different evil in the world by people who are totally fanatics. I think that was precisely what he said. And who are, and this is the key to all this, of course, are utterly indifferent to the people they are attacking. They are launching an attack on the United States of America, totally indifferent. As one of the people who'd been, as the young man who took photographs for us on the site itself down at the trade tower said earlier today, utterly indifferent to the people who may be in any of these locations, whether they could have been brothers or aunts or relatives even of the people who launched these attacks. That is not unimaginable, because the world is such a mobile place at the moment. And there, in that report from Jim Wooten, you also see, under any number of circumstances in other places, security guards whipping out their guns and going to do what they do for their individual clients, because everywhere in the world today, this is true in the Soviet Union, in the former nations of the Soviet Union, this is true all over we've lived with the Balkans now, everybody lives with the possibility that this is going to happen to the person they work for or are close to or in their community. And now the United States, as it was at the time of Oklahoma City, I'm reminded, I try to draw a parallel for you without getting too long-winded about this, that in Israel and in the Palestinian territories today, this is how people live. They walk around in both Israel and the Palestinian territories, doesn't matter where in Israel, doesn't matter where in the Palestinian territories, totally conscious all the time that this could indeed happen to them at any given moment. ABC's John Miller has been off for a while talking because he knows them better than most of the police and the fire department, and you arrived and said there's no good news.
No, in fact, the news is bad. There's only more difficulty. What we expected to learn was that there were rescue operations going on, and of course our own reporters have told us that it seems that police and fire rescue workers have drawn back. That, I am told, is because 7 World Trade Center, which is a building, part of the World Trade Center complex. It's the building across Vesey Street from the 2 Twin Towers. Ironically, as you and I spoke with Jerry Howard much earlier, it is the building that headquarters the New York City Emergency Management Office, a bunker that was built to withstand explosion, hurricane, and disaster. 7 World Trade Center is possibly structurally unsound, and they fear that if that building goes, it could cause so many more injuries to rescue workers in the rubble of what was the Twin Towers across the street. So they are continuing to fight the fire, but they've pulled the rescuers back until they can really assess what's going to happen with that building.
And Bob Jameson, who we talked to, who gave us first early warning of this some time ago, wasn't sure exactly how tall that building was. Number 7 World Trade Center is 47 stories tall, and I assume, maybe you know, but listen first of all. Again, you hear the sounds. I apologize. I thought it was something new coming. John, I assume that 7, the World Trade Center, has been evacuated?
Yes, it's been evacuated, and they're just trying to assess what they can do to it to ensure its structural stability before they send people in to go through the rubble and look for survivors.
And do they believe this was made structurally unsound by the concussion of the Twin Towers falling?
Yes, and literally by the fact that so much of one of the Twin Towers fell on top of the building. In fact, as Jerry Howard told us earlier, people couldn't get in or get out of the entrances because it was buried in the rubble of the Twin Towers, most of the ground floor of it. They've been able to get people out, but they don't know that the building is safe.
Do your police and fire department contacts believe that under the rubble here of the North Tower, which collapsed, which we have seen, which we're looking at this moment, do they believe that there's survivors under there?
They are certainly holding out the possibility and the hope, especially since so many of them are police and fire personnel. There's a real difficulty for them right now because their instinct is to run in and save their people, and perhaps cooler heads in the emergency management have said we can't afford to lose any more people if another building goes. So they're terribly torn between their instincts to rescue the civilians and their own colleagues, and the numbers of unaccounted for among the police and fire as they do their spot roll calls to relocate everybody who responded are growing.
Stay with me for just a second, because I want to talk very briefly who's on the telephone. Gary Breeze, who's the head of the International Association of Firefighters, who will have been in contact with the fire departments here in New York City. Do you hear me, Mr. Breeze?
I can hear you, thank you.
I know exactly what your sentiments are today, and I think John Miller has made it very clear. Everybody runs and your people go in. But in your contacts today, we've been working with the notion that a couple of hundred firefighters may be missing. Do you know anything about this?
We still have several hundred firefighters unaccounted for. Fire Department of New York, when they send an initial assignment to the World Trade Center, it involves about 125 firefighters on the initial assignment. And without a doubt, when they realized the severity of the situation, they dispatched greater alarms and probably had between about 300 firefighters on the scene before the first collapse occurred. The issue here is now the criticality of the next 24 to 36 hours. We're moving from the initial impact of this incident to the rescue and recovery phases. And one of the challenges, as Jerry Howard was saying, is that the desire for rescue. We find statistically that about 90% of the people that are rescued from building collapses are rescued in the first 24 hours. So this next time period will be very critical for the rescue of injured people.
Now, Mr. Priest, as you have talked to your colleagues in New York, though, where are you, by the way?
I happen to be in Denver today.
Right. As you've talked to your colleagues in New York, do you get any sense from them about whether what you describe as rescue and recovery is going to be more recovery than rescue?
I think it's going to be both. The World Trade Center is a horrific disaster. The primary rescue efforts will be taking place in the buildings that surround the World Trade Center. We have some 8 urban search and rescue teams on the way there now.
but they will take at least 24 hours to become operational.
Is this one of those situations where fire departments, not dissimilar from a forest fire, where fire departments are coming in from long distances, or is there enough men and material in the immediate area to help?
I think from the initial response, fire departments from the New York area, surrounding New York City, New Jersey, Connecticut, and maybe even Pennsylvania, have already begun moving toward New York City. The urban search and rescue teams are coming from as far away as California.
What do you mean by an urban search and rescue team? Is this the same kind of team that would go to an earthquake?
Yes, these are the structural collapse rescue teams. And for New York City, there's 3 teams coming from California, 1 team coming from Massachusetts.
Mr. Breeze, let me interrupt you because we've had another building collapse. ABC's Bob Jameson. Bob. Bob Jameson? Okay. There has been another building collapse in lower New York. It may, we won't even speculate as to what it is, but another building has collapsed. Just reconfirming that when the 2 trade towers collapse, you see people moving. These people are not as close as they look. They're at some distance away because the police have kept them at this distance. And another building, and maybe, John, you can recognize this, in this immediate area, I'm not going to speculate that it's number 7, but because a number of buildings in the immediate adjacent area are vulnerable.
This is looking towards the World Trade Center, and that dark building in the upper left-hand corner is the telephone company on West Street. So this is a few blocks north, looking south. This is from 6th Avenue and Canal Street, looking south.
And do we know how close either you, I'm going to bring George Stephanopoulos in a moment, do we know how close this collapse might have been to the trade towers? You know the streets well.
What you see the smoke coming up from this structure. I'm trying to discern from the pictures if that is the bottom of the World Trade Center or another building.
Okay, the Associated Press is just reporting. George Stephanopoulos, are you in a position? We think this is Trade Center building number 7, which has collapsed.
Yes, I'm not positive, Peter, but we are pretty sure that it is. One of our crew here saw it go straight down, and you're now trained on the plume of smoke coming straight out of that building. It happened just moments ago. It happened within 5 minutes, and that looks to be certainly within that immediate vicinity of the Trade Center. It just went straight down.
Then in all likelihood, this is probably number 7, the building which...
It's the one... For several hours now, Peter, the police have been concerned that there was going to be another collapse. They were concerned that World Trade Center number 7 was the most likely to collapse, and it certainly is in that square where the World Trade Center was.
And there you get a good look from that graphic of the relationship between number 7 and the North and the South towers. And there's the World Financial Center down at the foot of the North Trade Towers. You may have been with us a little earlier on today when Betsy Stark, our business reporter, just pointed out the huge number of businesses that are in there. Morgan Stanley, I think it was, she said, had 50 stories in the one building. And there are also government buildings. New York State has offices in the Twin Trade Towers itself. The Port Authority.
Entities, the U.S. Customs Service, the United States Secret Service, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, which ironically is tasked with investigating explosives and post-blast scenes, are all headquartered in the buildings just beneath the World Trade Center's Twin Towers within the same complex. They're the lower buildings in the courtyard there. So obviously they've all been affected. And if in fact, as it appears, as you look here, you do not see 7 World Trade Center in this part of the skyline here. The brown granite and glass building that should be there does not appear in this frame. So if in fact it is the building that went down, it's an indicator that the decision to keep rescue workers out of the Twin Towers area was probably a wise one. It probably saved many more lives. Now, from this vantage point,
you cannot see it. It would just be to the north, to the lower right portion of your screen, right. Building number 7 there.
It would be that brown one just to the right of the Twin Towers, the lower one.
In the World Trade Center itself, Morgan Stanley has 21 floors. The Port Authority of New York and New Jersey has half a dozen floor. One of the big risks service insurance companies, AON, has 3 floors in the North Towers. Empire Blue Cross has 7 floors in the South Tower. Another insurance company has 7 floors. Bank of America has 3 floors. Deutsche Bank, the German bank, now International Bank, has 3 floors as well. So, and as John was talking there, the evocation a little bit of what happened in Oklahoma City is taking a look at the New York skyline there, and John, yes, take us across the skyline there.
We're coming down from the Woolworth building. Right. You're seeing where number 7 World Trade Center once stood. Now you're seeing the building that would have been directly next to it. This brown building in the right corner of the frame was the next door neighbor to the building, which is now just a large puff of smoke. That's a telephone company facility that was directly across the street from what was a skyscraper.
But you were pretty sure when we were talking just a few minutes ago, based on talking to the cops and the fire department, that building was essentially empty.
I was told that they had done an evacuation, and I had the impression it was complete because they weren't talking about a furious continuing of that. Of course, they had moved people, emergency people, out of the scene, but you still don't know. I mean, there's always a skeleton crew operating there. There was fire trucks and firefighters working from a distance to fight the fires in the rubble in the area. So while they hadn't had the full army of rescue workers that could have been there present, you didn't have that.
George Stephanopoulos. Go ahead, George.
As we said before, we're about 20 blocks away from the World Trade Center site, but we were getting some of the silt and debris up here, this far away from the World Trade Center. Secondly, Peter, there is a much more heightened activity from police cars, dump trucks, and other emergency vehicles now in the area. They're congregating about 3 blocks away and looking to go down towards the World Trade Center. We just saw 3 police cars go by and other cars that were completely covered in dust and debris.
Is Gary Breeze from the Firefighters Association still with us?
Yes, I am.
I'm sorry, Peter.
And I was just asking for Gary, do you know whether or not number 7 had been fully evacuated in the course of the last 7 or 8 hours?
No, not firsthand, but I can tell you that if it was possible to be evacuated, it would have been cleared out. That's one of the first jobs that a firefighter will undertake, is getting the civilians out of the buildings. And I think it's reasonable, since they've had this much time, and it wasn't terribly structurally damaged in the initial blast, that they probably got everybody out.
Okay, Gary, thank you very much. And George, we'll let you all go back to working your sources at the minute. The Mayor of New York, Rudolph Giuliani, is going to have another news conference in a little while to now, and there's no person in the city who has a better handle at this point on everything that is happening. He was a little reluctant, understandably, to give some sense of magnitude early on in terms of casualties, but he surely knew this was coming as we did. And while we are waiting for him, take a slight right turn here for the moment and talk to our aviation expert, John Nance. It's actually not a right turn. It takes us back to the very beginning of this day. John, are you there on the phone? John Nance?
Yes, I sure am, Peter. Can you hear me? Yes, Peter, can you hear me?
I can indeed, John. And one of the things that just comes as, I think, a shock to people today is that for the most part, we thought that U.S. airliners were, if not immune from hijacking, were far better able to handle such situations, and we get 3 major aircraft on 2 major airlines in one day. How is it possible?
Peter, I think we've all been aware in commercial aviation that no matter how we hardened up the system against the casual hijacker, in other words, the middle case, or somebody who really isn't terribly well organized, we've always known that our vulnerability level remained very high for somebody who intended to commit suicide and who was determined to do a lot of planning to know exactly what to do and how to do it to break in. And I think that's what we have seen today. This is the type of threat that has been our worst nightmare as commercial air crews and in the commercial aviation business, because if we tried to harden our system against this, we'd get fewer than 20% of the normal air traffic in the air every day.
What do you mean by that? By harden the system against it, you'd only get 20% up every day?
Well, Peter, we don't know exactly how these people got on board. We don't know what happened, but El Al is a good example. They have not had an incident in a long, long time because they're extremely careful.
The Israeli airline.
Travel with them, yes, correct. If you travel with them, you are going to answer questions. You are going to be very carefully looked at. They know who they carry, and that's one reason they've been so safe. But if we tried to apply that same level of security to the entire civil air traffic system of the United States, we would cut down the amount of air traffic by, well, down to 1/5, and that's probably being conservative.
Is it your feeling, John, that at the moment, I realize you can't agree to this wholly given what's happened today, that the system is about as tight as the public will tolerate, given the extraordinary amount of air travel we do? That's an issue, right?
Well, I think we can do what we... Yeah, it is difficult, but I think we can do what we do a lot better, Peter. But I don't think that, basically, that we have a situation here in which we can get much more tight.
Now, John, I think it was you, or can you still hear me, John? John Nance can't hear me for a second, but while they try to reconnect us with him, because he's so good on this particular subjects, I think it was John or earlier who said that the modern airplane, the 757 and the 767, were both involved today, are such sophisticated aircraft in the cockpit that they're actually simpler to fly, and so it is clear, John believed earlier, that whomever did this today on board the aircraft itself had to have some knowledge of how to steer a plane into a building, because no one today has been able to believe that a commercial airline captain on a U.S. aircraft would not sacrifice his own life rather than fly his own airplane into a building full of people. John, I'm just reviewing. You back with me now? John Nance?
Yes, I'm back with you.
I'm just reviewing this notion you brought up earlier. I'm reviewing this notion you brought up earlier today, that someone who was determined to fly an aircraft into two buildings like this, 3 including the Pentagon, didn't have to be an expert flyer to get at the controls. Explain again, would you?
Well, I think anyone who has, in our terms, a licensed pilot, even somebody who flew a smaller airplane, could manipulate controls of a jetliner once it got in the air. The problem is that if you're doing the planning for something this heinous, and you want to make absolutely sure that all of your aircraft reach their targets, you're going to want to put pilots who have some exposure to this type of airplane, or at least this class of airplane, into those seats. And that's why I don't believe that we had anything other than pilots that were put into this position, and probably the air crews, I'm speculating wildly, obviously, but I would imagine that the air crews that were assigned to those flights were probably killed very rapidly.
So it would take a minimum of experience, but some familiarity with a cockpit of a 757 or a 67 to do what was done today.
I believe so, Peter,
because saying,
again, you know, that is what I'm saying. I'm saying that any pilot could get into those cockpits with an airplane in flight and physically pull and push and turn and manipulate that airplane. But if you're planning this and you want to make sure that they do it right and they don't mess it up somehow, you're going to want people who have had exposure to that class of airplane. And that's where I think we may end up seeing this investigation go.
And I actually think, if I recall correctly, that many hours ago you raised the possibility that someone who did this had some time in a simulator.
There is a high likelihood that if you were going to plan this again over a period of time, a year or two, that you could, if you were the planning organization, find a way to get your pilots that you wanted trained into a simulator someplace in the world. There are a lot of 757 and 767 training, or a lot of it available. And, you know, our people train air crews from all over the world, our people meaning in the United States. We wouldn't necessarily have any clue of what was in their hearts or what they were planning to do if they came in the door from a legitimate carrier or even a private operator of a 757, because there are some private ones out there.
Thank you, Josh. Anything else you need to add? Please go ahead.
Yeah, just one other thing. This is an unusual situation, and one of the little flags in this, Peter, at this early stage is the fact that we're talking about only 757s and 767s. That is the only combination of big airplanes that have what we call a common type rating. In other words, if you're rated in one, you can fly the other. The cockpits are almost identical. And that may be of no consequence here. It may have simply been coincidental, but it also raises a little flag that maybe we are dealing with somebody who planned this on the basis of having trained for this type of airplane.
Thank you, John. Thank you very much indeed, which certainly speaks to the point that any number of analysts of terrorism, somebody said this morning, nobody wants to be described as an expert on terrorism today, as analysts of terrorism and terrorism activity, and who try to monitor it around the world as effectively as they can, have said this was today a very sophisticated operation. We do know now, we believe, that about 100 people are believed to have been killed or injured in today's attack on the Pentagon. And as John McCarthy from the Pentagon has said to us on several occasions, there is no guarantee that that is the final number. But currently, the information from the Pentagon is that 100 people are believed to have been killed or injured in today's attack. And you recall that Mayor Giuliani of New York, the closest he has come to giving casualty figures, which he's very understandably reluctant to do, that 2,100 people were injured, 600 taken to hospital, 1,500 walking wounded taken to Liberty State Park, which is on the other side of the Hudson River, actually in New Jersey, where the Statue of Liberty, all this in full view of the Statue of Liberty, and that various hospitals from New York City all the way to Canada are treating people today who have been somehow injured in this. Now, I want to talk to Lynn Scher, who has been following the aircraft all day. That is the American and United Airlines planes involved in these incidents. Lynn?
As you well know, the only video that we've seen of an actual crash was of that second flight. That was the United flight that crashed into the second World Trade Tower. What we're going to show you now is some very crude animation of the first flight. That was American Airlines 11. That's the flight from Boston to Los Angeles that went into the first World Trade Tower. What this is animation based on the track of the plane, data coming from the FAA. You're going to hear Walter Cross, the programmer, describing it.
The flight took an immediate hard left turn due south. The speed initially decreased by over 100 miles an hour and then increased to over 500. And then as it approached the New York area, it slowed to all the way down to about 300 knots. And then tragically it impacted in the World Trade Center. American 11 was indeed the first flight. We have confirmed that of the two.
And that, again, that was the voice of Walter Cross, the programmer who put that animation together. What that shows you is this flight on its way to Los Angeles headed due west and then made that very sharp turn. Mr. Cross also told us that there was an indication of some air violence right before that left-hand turn, violent changes in airspeed as the plane went off track to head into the World Trade Towers. On that flight, 92 people, not counting the hijacker. And Peter, I've done some very quick calculations. Of course, all of the planes involved in today's incidents were headed to California. 3 of them to Los Angeles, 1 to San Francisco, 2 had left Boston, 1 from Dulles, 1 from Newark Airport. Total number of passengers and crew, 266 people, not, of course, counting the hijackers. Peter?
Thanks very much, Lynn. And the issue of taking off from Boston and Dulles and all headed for California, John Miller raised the issue before of whether or not, there are lots of reasons, and again we'd be speculating, but he makes the point that aircraft taking off from Boston and Dulles outside Washington to go to California would have full loads of fuel on them, thereby creating a far greater explosive potential without having had to have explosives on board and getting them past U.S. security either at Dulles Airport or at Boston. 266 people on the aircraft alone today who have died in this attack on the United States and on the American people. Now, in our control room, somebody says there is a... Let me go first to Bill Blakemore and then perhaps to Joe Torres of WABC, our affiliate in New York. Bill Blakemore, you there? And I gather you saw number 7 come down.
Yes, I did, Peter. I'm standing right on the West Side Highway. The skyline of the financial district has changed again. Just a few minutes ago, I was talking to some people. I was facing north. I saw shock in their face, heard screams, spun around, and then we just watched the building fall in on itself. I believe we have a little bit of tape here. That's, Peter, it was an astonishing thing because the civilians who were standing around here were all amazed, but things have become so bizarre down here that the hundreds of firemen who were standing around looked at it, felt a bit shocked, but then just said, well, we're going to have even more work to do. associate producer Lucy Kerrigan had been over near that building just a little bit earlier, and the policeman had told her that they feared the building was going to come down, that they were evacuating people from around it. So that's one little bit of good news, is that there may have been fewer casualties from this latest collapse than there otherwise might have been, because they knew of the potential. But it's now still a very hot day here. The search and rescue operation is mounting even larger. There are dozens and dozens of fire trucks backed up on the West Side Highway, police trucks. There are what look like hundreds of volunteers who have showed up, who have been marshaled by the Red Cross, all with masks to avoid breathing in dust, but nobody can go in yet. We're still looking at buildings that are on fire down in the center of the financial district, and it's clearly a great deal of devastation. It's not too strong a word at all. It's going to take a while even to assess how bad it is.
Bill, do you have any idea whether or not other buildings in the immediate area are vulnerable at the moment, whether there's concern about any other building as there was about this additional one after the towers?
Well, from the angle I'm looking at, we can see one other building still on fire, and it seems to be on fire through the length of it. I would estimate that's like a 30 or 40, about a 30 or 40-story building. The problem for any one of us, of course, is that because of the other buildings down here still standing, which are so tall, you can't get a very clean view of the whole thing from the ground. But there's at least one, and it's clearly going to go on into the night. There's a lot of black smoke pouring out of that building now.
Thank you, Bill. We just stay with this photograph for this graphic for just a second. Well, no, there's number 7 coming down. When you think that part of the component of news coverage around the country every year is the excitement and the fun that people get watching an old building being demolished, and they wire it very carefully for days, and it's a very careful operation in order to make sure that a building comes down safely. I think the last one we saw was when they brought down one of the old casinos in Las Vegas. I mean, this is just stunning to see these things come down inside. In the case of the north and south towers there of the World Trade Center, come down within a couple of hours as a result of the structural damage, weakening that was done when these aircraft hit them. And now number 7, the World Trade Center, which is 47 stories tall. We're talking with the World Trade Center north and south 110 stories tall. An eerie experience to be in them at the best of times. They sway in the wind, and people have long had experiences with them. But those, and as Bill Blakemore said just a moment ago, the landscape of New York City has changed one again. And in this instance, it's not New York City, it's not New Yorkers' cities, it's everybody in the country's city at this moment, because this was an attack on the United States, no question about it. Everybody said it all day, a declaration of war, an act of war against the United States. We've had any number of politicians and commentators, us included, who were reminded that the last time there was an attack like this on the United States was Pearl Harbor, which finally induced the United States to get fully involved in World War II. And we're going to go on all day, and we'll continue throughout the night trying to get some grasp of this. What do we know at the moment? The president is on his way back to Washington, and we're not certain whether he's going to be helicoptered in from Andrews Air Force Base, which is tradition, but the security apparatus is concerned, and so he may come in a motorcade. I can't remember the last time a president went or came from Andrews Air Force Base in a motorcade. Even maybe the last time was Bill Clinton. No, I don't even think Bill Clinton at the end of his inauguration went out. But there's another example. And the president wants to speak to the nation. And Linda Douglas reports from Capitol Hill that the leadership in Congress tonight wants to have. You have who on the telephone? I didn't know that. I did not know that. I apologize. Thank you. First time I've heard about it. Judge Webster?
Peter.
I'm sorry, sir. I didn't know you were on the phone.
No, it's been very interesting, and I'm glad to listen.
Thank you, sir. This is Judge William Webster, the former director of the FBI, on the phone, one of the country, and the CIA as well, as my friend John Miller points out. Judge Webster, maybe you could help us understand many things, but at the outset, when this happened today, does this overwhelm the FBI and drive the CIA into some kind of turmoil at the same time?
When it happened today, is that your question?
Yes, sir.
It seemed to me that they responded quickly. The FBI's emergency operations centers were in place. CIA, of course, is going back to its intelligence and see what they had, what they didn't have. I think what you usually find in a situation like that is grim determination to do a good job. I don't think it's any kind of frustration or frenzy.
And as you have watched these events unfold today, and perhaps even talked to your colleagues, your former colleagues in the FBI and the CIA, what's your appreciation of this as a whole event?
Well, it's an extraordinary event, and it brings home what we've been saying about the change of terrorism in the last 20 years, is it moves from fewer numbers, trying to make a political point, to doing extreme damage, and this reached a high level of capacity to do damage in that way, and it needs to be addressed as such. When you think about what has happened today and the tremendous tragedy and calamity, it didn't involve nuclear weapons, it didn't involve biological weapons, it didn't involve equipment, artillery, Scuds, or anything. It involved the ability to steal 4 or 5 airplanes and to send them on a course of destruction. That's within the capacity of non-governmental organizations such as the kind you've been talking about.
And do you believe, Judge Webster, because there's a lot of armchair observation today, and I don't mean to include you in that, a lot of armchair observation from many of us, do you believe that this in any way, shape, or form could have been prepared for, if not prevented?
You'd like to think that you could prepare for every kind of calamity, but you also like to think that we live in a society that we're very proud of in terms of the freedoms we enjoy, and the freedoms to travel is one of those. Freedom from violence is another one, to the extent that we can know about it. Knowing is the difficult thing. In my years of experience, terrorism was the most difficult because of the cellular nature of decision-making at the top. Even the people who were in the organization would not know until the last minute what was going to take place. I hope we can develop better means of profiling the kinds of people who could do damage, and I'm not talking about highway racial profiling or anything. I'm talking about looking for people that fit profiles of behavior that would be more helpful.
As I listen to you say that, Judge Webster, I think about Timothy McVeigh. Nobody had Timothy McVeigh down as a profile.
No, they didn't.
in Oklahoma City, and many of the profiles we do seem to be the obvious ones. Pick on a member of a developing nation because the nation is antagonistic, or the group because it's antagonistic to the United States. I mean, is this the most efficient way to do it?
No, I think that was just one of the things that we're trying to say, should we tighten up? It's not clear to me that we don't know enough yet to draw any firm conclusions about whether or not people were able to walk on board those airplanes with weapons that pass through the screening devices. We just don't know yet, and we shouldn't draw conclusions about that. But I think we have to be sure that we have done everything we can to know in advance. Getting there before the bomb goes off is the ultimate objective. And it requires a lot of cooperation now internationally. We have to share information with our friends around the world about movements of people who are believed to be bent on violence. It's a very tough assignment, and it's one in which we can see now we're going to have tighten our belts, because I think, again, when the reports of the casualties is finally released, it's going to be a lot more than anybody expected, and probably will be more, or at least approximate the size. We haven't had anything like it since Pearl Harbor.
Judge Webster, I don't mean to make you the target of criticism today. It's not my intention at all. But as I listen to you talk about we got to tighten our belt and our defenses, it's what we hear after almost every incident of terrorism. And I wonder what you think, as you've listened and watched today, what you think more could be done that the United States hasn't been doing up until now that is humanly possible in a free society.
I think we've been very educated and sophisticated in knowing what we needed to do. The counter-terrorist centers that have been formed to be sure that information is properly recognized and passed along to the people. Those are things that can, in an evolutionary way, can be improved. Human intelligence, of course, is what everyone will call for now, and we should have it. But we shouldn't fool ourselves that it's something we can automatically take off the shelf and put in place in terrorist organizations.
At the time that human intelligence, human you call it in your trade, was downgraded as part of the national effort against terrorism. Were you supportive of it being downgraded?
Actually, that was before I came on board. It seems to me that we've been trying ever since 1978 to improve, or at least 1980, to improve the quality of human intelligence. And in some cases, we were very successful. I recall the ability, the Armenian terrorist incidents in the late 1970s and 80s. We were able to get there and interdict the bombs, one in San Francisco, one in Los Angeles, one with explosives en route to New York, and the other in Canada. We know what we need to do, and in some cases we can do it, but we're dealing with some very, very powerful and sophisticated competition here.
Judge Webster, I'm very grateful you joined us. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, but I have one more question for you. Whenever there's a debate or a discussion about the freedom of Americans and the freedom of movement Americans should enjoy under these circumstances, the director of the FBI is always right there at the center. And there's always a debate, there's always an inclination to think that you and the FBI, you want to make it tougher for Americans to move about because it's easier for you to do your job under those circumstances. What's your message to the American people today about retaining their freedoms in the face of this kind of enemy?
I think the message is that we can't have a pendulum swinging back and forth from repression to anarchy. And I think we've done a pretty good job of finding that center, which Edmund Burke 300 years ago called ordered liberty. Mm-hmm. We need to have liberty, but it has to be one accompanied by order. And professionals are very willing to do their job under court orders and the appropriate procedures. All that they ask is that they not be unduly burdened by restrictions that in times like this get in the way of finding the culprits and bringing them to justice.
Judge Webster, thank you very much for giving us the time. We'd like to hear from you later on, so we're very grateful to you at the moment. Thank you. Two things the judge said.
Thank you, Peter.
You're welcome, sir. Two things the judge says which just leap off the page, John Miller, to me. Clearly, one is the Edmund Burke quote when he talks about liberty. It has to be ordered liberty. And the other, in terms of talking about the capacity of the terrorists today, said there were no scuds involved. There was just the capacity to steal 4 planes.
And we had talked earlier about airline security. How do you get a gun on an airplane? Unconfirmed reports from these cellular phone calls that were made to 911 from one of the flights saying that a flight attendant had been stabbed. Perhaps they didn't have a gun. Certainly, the GAO and the General Accounting Office of Congress and the FAA and airline securities consultants have demonstrated over and over again that if you're careful enough and you plan it, you can get a weapon onto a plane. And they've demonstrated exactly how, which I won't describe here for obvious reasons. Right. So this is security that's designed to harden the target, the airplane. Certainly, there's no such thing as total security there. And terrorism, I mean, if you look at this most incredible, unprecedented, historic act of terrorism, it still harkens back to what we see in the World Trade Center, Oklahoma City, the embassy bombings. We talk about the level of sophistication in planning, maybe, but the actual act is usually very low tech. A bomb made of fertilizer and fuel oil, things you can look up and buy on the internet, hijacking an airplane, perhaps even with sharpened instruments. Now, the aspect that there may have been people trained to fly these planes, that's a new wrinkle. That is indeed. Certainly on conventional hijacking. I can give you an update from the scene as things are developing there. If there can be any good news about a day like today, the collapse of 7 World Trade Center, the building they were so worried about injuring rescue workers, has freed up rescue workers to now go into the area, and they are moving in groups of 20 and 50 as their teams are designated.
So the principal danger to the rescue and recovery teams has been eliminated.
The biggest danger has literally removed itself. Right. One of the first teams going in is a team of tow trucks, which is literally going to pull rigs that are fire trucks, police trucks that are buried in rubble out of the way so that they can clear a path and bring in other vehicles. And they've requested a number of dogs. Additionally, 100 doctors...
I'm sorry to keep interrupting.
Sure.
Explain why they want dogs.
They want bloodhounds, cadaver dogs, the kind of dogs that can climb up in the rubble with them and catch the scent of people that they can dig for in such a big pile of rubble.
It is a strange name for a specialty, but there are indeed things called cadaver dogs. Anybody who call it the Condit investigation know that they were used and et cetera. Go on,
right.
please.
100 doctors, 100 nurses are standing by the main police facility that is now the command post for the NYPD, not police headquarters, but an off-site location further up into Midtown, has them standing by waiting for somewhere to send them. And essentially, this long operation, which will be the longest night for New York's rescue workers, has just begun.
And thank you, John. And Cynthia McFadden, I believe, is now at Chelsea Piers, a large sports entertainment complex on the west side of Manhattan, or at least close to it, which, Cynthia, was described earlier as a makeshift morgue. Is that really what it's going to be?
No, it's not, Peter. What they've decided to do here is make this the triage center. We've been told that all victims now who are taken out of the blast site are going to be taken here first. They'll be tagged before they get here, determine what the severity of their condition is, and then once they arrive here, they'll be treated initially and then sent on to other hospitals. I should also tell you that inside this has been described to me, you can see behind me, ambulances. What you can't see probably is that there are probably 200 or 250 ambulances lined up here on the west side highways, waiting. These are empty ambulances waiting to distribute patients or potential victims all over the tri-state area to hospitals. Peter, inside, it's been described, we got a look inside earlier, it really looks like a MASH unit. It's 50 operating suites set up, hundreds of doctors and nurses here to treat the wounded. They have been here, standing here for hours now. There are no patients here yet. The latest estimate is that there won't be any people here for several more hours. What we're told is, and I was just listening to John Miller, part of the problem initially was that when the first rescue workers went in, and we've talked to some of them who have, some of the second wave of rescue workers, the first wave of rescue workers who went in were trapped, many of them killed by the second blast. And so when the second workers came out, many of whom are now here, they wouldn't allow anyone back in the area, which is why there aren't any patients here at the moment.
Well, Cynthia, let me just go a little farther with that. You say 250 ambulances standing around waiting to pull people out. You'd be talking about pulling people out of the rubble at this point. The mayor reminded people across the country there are 170 hospitals in New York City, and aside from St. Vincent's, the principal nearest hospital, which lost, among other things, its emergency power, I think, and lost its gas operating facility at the time, wasn't it, John?
That was Beekman Downtown, or New York Infirmary, that lost its steam power. St. Vincent's then actually had to bear the brunt of this.
And so people have gone directly to hospital. I don't quite understand, Cynthia, who's going to come to Chelsea Piers until they begin to rescue people, hopefully, from the rubble itself.
Peter, the initial thought, and of course, as you know, we've been to Bellevue today, a couple of other places. There have been hundreds of people at area hospitals, as you note, but they don't believe that anywhere near the full weight of this has yet been uncovered, that there are hundreds and thousands of people who have been injured in this blast, and that's the people that they expect to bring here.
Okay.
St. Vincent's is saturated at this point. They're intending, now whether this happens, but the emergency medical services that's running this medical operation intends to bring no more patients directly to hospitals. They will all be brought here first for medical attention and for triage out to other hospitals.
What they've been talking about is the large number of walking wounded. Yes. They've literally shuttled to Battery Park and other places.
On Liberty State Park.
They need a place to disperse them to.
And Cynthia, you're on the extreme west side of Manhattan, close to the Hudson River, and Bellevue Hospital is on the other side of Manhattan, close to the East River. How hard has it been to move around the city?
Tough. You know, strange though, Peter, because there are lots, thousands of pedestrians earlier in the day, people trying to get anywhere. But as we came down Fifth Avenue, we were the only car for blocks and blocks and blocks. You could see all the way down Fifth Avenue, thousands of people walking on the sidewalks, and you could see the plume of smoke at the end where the World Trade Center used to be, and you could smell the smoke.
Okay.
So the city's strangely empty, but of cars, but not of people.
Let me go downtown to ABC's Bob Jameson. Bob.
Peter, as you may know, number 7 World Trade Center collapsed a short time ago. I'm not sure whether you've reported that yet.
We reported it, Bob, and we saw it.
You did see it, so you know that that has collapsed. Additionally, we understand that the Millennium Hotel, which ironically was the Vista Hotel that was damaged during the 1993 bombing of the World Trade Center, now a Marriott, is also severely damaged and in danger of collapse and may indeed be on fire. And additionally, it is being reported that the Rector Street subway station, which is beneath the World Trade Center, has also collapsed. That cuts off, of course, the number 1 and number 9 subway lines, which run from lower Manhattan to upper Manhattan on the west side along Broadway.
Okay, thanks very much, Bob. We now understand that there are explosions in Afghanistan tonight, in the capital of Kabul. Sorry, the capital Kabul, which is the capital of Afghanistan tonight, and we have not got any clue as to what that represents. But you will recall, if you've been near this television set all day, that the leadership of the Taliban is very, very militant, secretive government in Afghanistan, born out of the violence of Afghanistan, to which the United States and the Soviet Union were both party in the last 10 years, where much of this terrorism, by the way, is born in some ways, and certainly trained. Afghanistan has been, since the 1980s and 1990s, on the cusp of the war between the United States and the Soviet Union, India and Pakistan and Kashmir all next door. And Kabul in Afghanistan has been at the heart of it. And here is some video from Afghanistan, courtesy, and we thank them very much, to CNN, who happened to have somebody there, and we have no idea what it is, but there was, we are told now, an explosion in Afghanistan tonight.
Pictures from Afghanistan from Al Jazeera on our London line.
And we're also seeing pictures. We're talking to our foreign editor here, Chuck Lustig, at the moment. We're seeing other pictures now, Chuck. Am I right? From
okay, but sorry.
These are pictures now from Al Jazeera, which is the Middle East Broadcasting Company in the Persian Gulf. So we can pull those pictures down from London in just a moment, and that's Al Jazeera. So it may well be that the people who got these pictures out, and much more likely to have a staff cameraman being able to operate in Afghanistan, is the Middle East News Agency, which has put them out to everybody. And CNN got them on the air, and so do we. But this is not, and we have no idea what it means. And I suspect that can we listen just a little bit of this? I suspect this is the correspondent on the right, who may be talking on the telephone from Afghanistan, and likely in Arabic.
هو عمليات قصف ضخمة وكبيرة للغاية على الدولة التي تعتبرها ترعى الإرهابيين، بغض النظر عما إذا كانت هذه المعلومات صحيحة أم لا، التي أعلنتها قيادة طالبان.
I'd like to say that I can pick up some in Arabic, but I have no clear idea what he's saying. But it is clearly the correspondent for the Middle East Broadcasting, pretty certain the correspondent for the Middle East Broadcasting Service in Afghanistan, which is a huge story for all of the world. It's a huge story for the United States, because the United States believe that is where the Taliban give sanctuary to Osama bin Laden. It is a huge story in the last couple of weeks, because a number of Christian missionaries or aid workers to Afghanistan have been on trial there, in secret trial, accused of proselytizing in the Muslim community. The Taliban are troubled by any standard. Here is the mayor of New York, Rudolph Giuliani.
Evacuation efforts can go on unhindered. 14th Street North in Manhattan will be open, but it's going to be very crowded, and it's going to be a complex and difficult day. So if tomorrow is a day you can take off, it probably would be a good thing to stay home and treat it as you would a day in which we had some form of a snowstorm or really difficult getting into Manhattan.
This is not like the black boxes necessarily, which keep automatic records of the plane's systems. The cockpit tape is more vulnerable.
The cockpit, the in-flight recorder will be invaluable here. I think the best shot, obviously, is the one that went down in Pennsylvania, because they can search for that within the wreckage of an airplane. It is an uphill struggle to find a cockpit voice recorder in the wreckage of the two twin towers on top of the wreckage of an airplane. So perhaps some of the earliest clear answers may come from the plane that crashed in a field.
People will remember around the country the painstaking effort to reconstruct and find what actually occurred on board TWA 800, which 10 years ago exploded. Am I right? 10 years ago? 10 years ago.
TWA Flight 800 was, I think, 97.
97, beg your
And
pardon. 5 years ago.
The cockpit flight recorders and the black boxes were found in a remarkably short time, given that they were under the sea, and yielded very little useful information. In this case, I think you're going to hear a lot more dialogue. If you recall the crash of Egypt Air Flight 990, you know, the cockpit voice recorders were very telling as to what unfolded, or at least many people believe they were. So in this case, I think you'll probably see your first answers about what occurred on the aircraft in Pennsylvania. We do have an advantage here that people with cellular phones, other than Mrs. Olson, did call out to 911, to emergency numbers, because they were low over land, and started to report these things. And the National Security Agency, which records
everything
a variety of signals in the air, is backtracking and looking for cellular signals that they have on tape to see if they can capture more of those calls, and they have.
Just to review New York City itself, because it's New York City at which we are currently looking. The mayor and the governor have just held a news conference. Most of the news forthcoming from the mayor, of course. He says it's difficult to move in the city. The city will be open tomorrow. There are 2,000 people in terms of walking wounded, and he's been very careful from the outset not to guess at casualties and suggest that there's a real urgency in the press corps and the news media to know about them. I don't think there is. I just think that people want to get some sense of the magnitude of this, and it's for families and friends around the country who want to know on a personal basis what's happened to their friends and their relatives. So he's not going to give his account. He's urged people in New York City tonight not to feel any hate and anger. He said that prejudice actually caused this. And he went on to say the United States government will find out what happened, but now it is up to the people of New York City to put the best face on, behave like New Yorkers. That was nothing, that actually full. And Governor Pataki then said that, you know, they were seeking help from a lot of people, and we'll come back to that in a long time. But for many people around the country, it is time for World News.